The hot season had arrived and the city was bathed in the rays of the sun, accompanied by the chirping of cicadas. While wandering around town, the ponytailed man came across a flower store. When he walked into it, he was greeted cheerfully. He walked along the stalls full of greenery and looked over the merchandise thoughtfully. With a slight awkwardness in his voice, he held out the unusual name of the plant that had caught his attention. The merchant cheerfully explained, "Its leaves resemble coins. That's why it's also called a money tree. People often give it as a gift for starting a business." Such a characteristic pleased the man. He decided to buy one tree when his attention was caught by a radio that was chiming in the background. The man listened. The announcer in a pleasant voice was talking about a strange storm on the beach in Sokcho City. The government claims it's a natural phenomenon. The flower shop clerk was outraged. Who would believe it? Such a storm is just a natural process? The buyer silently concluded as expected, the aftermath of a battle of this magnitude cannot be hidden so easily. The deafening roar of the dragon he had crossed paths with only a couple hours ago resounded in his mind. It had been quite some time since the last time he had fought a dragon. Besides, hunting two dragons on the same day is hard enough. The two unusual creatures bristled. They were ready for a fight, arming themselves with a knife. The man also went on the attack to a hoarse roar. The recent collision was so powerful, so much energy was released, that its aftermath had to be covered by a regular storm. The girl standing in front of him did not in any way suspect what had actually happened yesterday. She only laughingly stated, "They have a strange Mirok." After a short time, she packed the money tree in a box. She wanted to get confirmation of her words from the man, but the buyer was silent and only reached for his purchase. But a moment later, he came to his senses, raised his cold eyes to the girl, and confirmed he extremely agreed. After these words, he silently and leisurely headed for the exit of the store. It was unbearably hot outside. He almost missed the cool and humid air inside the store. Luckily, there was a cab waiting for him at the exit, the engine still running. The hero settled into the back seat, the chill inside the cabin enveloping him once again. The man directed the driver to Seoul. The girl's last words kept running through his head. Is this world abnormal? But then what kind of world is considered normal? The driver didn't sense the melancholy mood of the hero. He decided to strike up a conversation with him. It didn't look like he was here for a vacation, so what brought him here? Hunter didn't take his eyes off the window. He wasn't about to share anything personal, so he answered briefly, "Nothing much." His gaze continued to encompass the tall skyscrapers. He's only here for work. The man closed his eyes and leaned back. Fatigue engulfed his entire body. With a heavy exhale, he muttered to himself that he really didn't want to work. The driver did not feel the universal fatigue that pressed a weight on the shoulders of the hero. Though he himself was perky, he agreed. The same. He tried to encourage his client. But isn't it all about food and the good life? In this world, they have to work. Just to survive, it seems like everywhere you go, everyone has the same thoughts. When the man found himself being examined by a doctor, he began with the same phrase, "I don't want to work." His voice became a bit cranky, which didn't seem to match his appearance. He's so bored it's driving him crazy. Isn't there an option here to live without working? The doctor was silent for a while, after which he made a succinct conclusion. It seems that Mr. Ye Minjun has burned out. The so-called Ye Minjun's gaze remained blank and uninterested. He didn't even look at the doctor who was currently talking to him, because he's been doing this fucking job for too long. There was a hint of anger in his voice. Is it right to live like this? Seemingly tired already mentally, the doctor's words were accompanied by the clacking of his claws on the keyboard. He made an analogy. Just like a rubber band, if you pull it long enough, it loses tension. The conclusion. The hero's mind needs rest. The computer screen lit up with letters. Diagnosis: emotional burnout syndrome. The doctor grabbed the medicine pack with his clawed paw. The pills tinkled resoundingly in the jar. He held them out to Ye Mingjun. He himself is unable to do this, so he must take them as before. Hunter clutched the tinkling jar in his palm, staring at it with a frustrated look. He repeated tiredly to himself, "Taking them, like before." The doctor turned glowing yellow eyes on him and reminded Ye Minjun that his next visit was as long as 23 years from now. He clacked on the keyboard, closing Ye Minjun's personnel file. Did he have any more questions? Hunter shook his head and slowly stood up. Then he would go. The doctor leaned back in his chair and stretched tiredly. They would see each other in 23 years. The question about living without working really surprised him and seemed funny. He chuckled. He doesn't believe it's possible, because if you don't work, you die. Ye Minjun walked out of the hospital towards the heat. He didn't have strong expectations about the reception, but he was still upset. The midday sun was already at its zenith. Now it was blinding his eyes. But despite that, the people around continued to party and enjoy the day. Yeminjun exhaled and tried to set his mind on the best. It was a good day after all. But suddenly, the people around them became alarmed. Each of them received a danger alert. All the residents were asked to go to the shelter immediately. Yeminjun's phone vibrated in his pocket, but he knew he would get a call. With an impenetrable face, he pulled a cell phone from his pocket, flipped off the cover, and brought it to his ear. Casey's ringing voice came over the speaker. She had a job for Minjun. The hero wondered if it was a bank robbery. The girl. On the other side of the wire let out a chuckle, as expected from a top Korean agent. The man got straight to the point. He was interested in the payment. The girl informed him that it was the same as last time. Ye Min-jun slammed the lid shut. This is so boring. After saying that, a bluish glow enveloped his figure, and he dematerialized in midair. Police arrived at the crime scene fairly quickly. They cordoned off the area and drove away gawkers. A very angry and formidable-looking man was watching to make sure no one crossed the line. Someone called Chanpal by name, his red eyes turning toward the insolent man. Chanpal saw Ye Min-jun. His face instantly brightened, and he said hello to his Hyungnam. The hunter has been talking to the orc policeman for some time, intending to find out the terms of the robbery. Fortunately, there is only one perpetrator. Judging by the last refugee, there are now only 4 hostages in the bank, all unconscious except one. Ye Min-jun, bored-looking, headed towards the bank. He will take it upon himself. The policeman looked perplexedly after him. Hunter exhaled tiredly and explained he would handle this case. Chanpal couldn't believe it. Not the police, but a Hyungnam who was an agent of the immigration department. Ye Min-jun slowly headed towards the entrance of the bank. The atmosphere here was gloomy. The expression on the hunter's face didn't change in any way. It remained as bland as ever, and he reached into the inside pocket of his jacket. From there, he pulled out a couple of talismans. He unclenched his fingers, letting the wind blow the papers around the bank grounds. Almost immediately, the papers shone with a bluish glow. The whole building was covered with a protective dome. People shouted in surprise, "This is magic!" "Finished with the protective barrier," the man warned as he headed deeper into the building. Chanpal knew what he had to do. He ordered the residents to be taken away. The immigration department will totally sort it out. The policeman's subordinates excitedly reported the magic, the orc barely able to reassure them. One police officer asked, "Doesn't the immigration department catch foreign criminals? How did they end up here?" Chanpal threw an angry look at the man. Didn't he learn the difference between an immigration office and an immigration department in school? Goosebumps ran down the policeman's back, and he started to make excuses. In his school days, he worked night shifts, so he was busy sleeping through classes. He didn't even have enough time to earn money. How was he even supposed to have enough time and study? The man seemed to be very upset. Chanpal felt embarrassed. He had definitely overreacted. Unfortunately, he does that a lot. He just nodded, saying he understood. Exhaling heavily, he explained to the hapless policeman, "The immigration office handles complaints about foreigners, while an immigration agent like Ye Min-jun deals with special foreigners." The policeman didn't even seem to know about the special alien category, the orc explained again. They deal with people coming from overseas. At last, the man figured it all out. He cried out in surprise, "So inside the bank!" The illegal immigrant is on another level. He's a guest from very far away places. Meanwhile, inside the building, an enraged man grabbed one of the victims by the hair and dragged her deep into a room. But Kengu, 21 years old, unemployed, that was the profile of the perpetrator. Woke up and registered as a special ability user last year. Used it as an opportunity to go work for a security company. Ye Min-jun quietly finished reading the criminal's characterization, but he failed. A flicker of green light caught his attention. He looked up. Right now, a bench, controlled by that very special force, was flying at him at high speed. Ye Min-jun dodged just in time, and the projectile flew past him, smashing into the wall with a deafening thud. Finally, he realized what skill this criminal had. It was telekinesis. The man growled angrily, who told him it was okay to come in. Without letting the victim out of his grasp, he inquired, had he disposed of the police and entered on his own? Ye Min-jun pierced the man with a blank stare. He ordered him to let the hostage go. The perpetrator ignored his request. He only defiantly threw, "Fuck off." The hunter gave him one last chance. He promised he wouldn't kill him if the man surrendered right now, but if he did anything to the hostage... The criminal interrupted him again. In a cold voice, he clearly mouthed, "Let him shut up and do as he says." Hunter repeated with pressure. This was his last warning. He must release the hostage immediately. The special ability holder couldn't hold back any longer. A swear word came out of his mouth. "Let him shut up immediately." His eyes read madness. Does he really think he's playing games here? He thinks he can treat him like shit if he's unemployed. He had hoped that his life would turn around with the advent of this power. But he couldn't even get a job. He was only given $65 a month, just as a stipend. How is he supposed to live on that money? Emotions finally took over the mind. The man mindlessly used his ability. Objects were flying all over the room at high speed. Why should he alone suffer like this? Tears have blurred his eyes. His life is useless. Now that he thinks about it, he came here to pick up his scholarship, but some grandmother said he had something on his back and tried to take it off. He felt pain when she touched it. The criminal froze in shock. He didn't remember what happened afterwards. At that moment, a quiet laugh went through the room. The hostage didn't seem to be a victim. The old woman's face contorted with a grimace. She praised. Not bad, he saw her at a glance. The criminal unclenched his hand. Gradually, the realization came to him of what he had done. But even though he'd let the hostage go, he hadn't disconnected from the old woman. Her neck and his palms still connected by strange veins glowing green. In a panic, the man screamed and ran back. He managed to tear the tentacles away from himself. The old lady ignored him and turned her burning green gaze to Ye Minjun. He has a good sniff like an immigration dog. The hunter's face remained just as impenetrable. He'd be a fool if he didn't notice her. That asshole. He did a good job of brainwashing her. The old lady thought he was just saying all this stuff for no reason, but he was delivering his words under her hypnosis. The old woman looked down at the injured man with a sly and satisfied look, and he flinched and tried to crawl back. The old woman was no longer holding back. She let all of her evil essence out. The victim let out a pitiful groan, his entire body encompassed by a strong wave of pain. Dozens, if not hundreds of tentacles slammed into his body as he screamed and begged for help. Ye Minjun remained unperturbed. Rolling up his sleeves, he realized that the woman seemed familiar to him. She's the criminal everyone's been looking for. She's from the Odin's dimension. Her name is Witrella Daphne. 3 attempted murders, 12 murders, 49 robberies, possession of contraband, and entering a primitive dimension without authorization. And that's not counting the ones committed on Earth. Ye Mingjun took out his weapon. It was an unusual knife. He'd given her a chance, and she'd blown it, regret almost sounding in his voice. The hunter clenched the knife blade in his fist, slashing it across his palm, spilling quite a bit of blood. The man clenched his fist with all his might. A trickle of blood dripped from it, forming a small puddle on the floor. The criminal felt uncomfortable for the first time. This sinister aura was making her tense. Yes, he wields dark magic. Dark magic comes from pain or sacrifice. It all comes from condensing absorbed life force. It is banned in some countries, but is allowed in cases of self-sacrifice for the greater good or as a method of self-defense. But the life force you spend will never be restored. How much life force is there in people? She will also take it for herself. An incantation came out of Ye Mingjun's mouth. He recited it in a womb-like voice. It was unlike any single language that humanity knew. He didn't move as the old woman attacked him. Dozens of tentacles headed in his direction from all corners. It was at this moment that a gigantic clawed paw burst out from the ground. The rumble was deafening. It resounded again as the paw landed right on the old woman's source of power, crushing it completely. A frightening creature with burning red eyes gradually climbed out from beneath the earth. There was admiration mixed with fear written on the old woman's face. This is just unbelievable. How could an ordinary person use so much dark magic with how many lives of power he spent? Come to think of it, he spent half his life just to deal with an old lady. That realization made her break into a sweat. In a trembling voice, she asked, "What was he?" The corners of Ye Minjun's lips were lowered. His gaze remained still as blank. Briefly, he thought. Well, he wasn't sure himself. The old lady tensely froze in place. She did not fully understand what the hero was going to do. But she had no choice. She can't sit idly by. The woman decided to attack Ye Mingjun with her tentacles. The frightening, huge black silhouette reacted so quickly, the woman's heart almost stopped. Its glowing red eye was too close. In an instant, the creature quickly grabbed the sticky tentacles and ripped them to shreds. The criminal felt incredible pain. Her eyes rolled back and her mouth opened in a hoarse and mute scream. As the creature continued to mercilessly tear and throw, Ye Minjun slowly but surely approached the old woman, who broke into a frantic scream. It finally stopped when her head was cut off, the thought of her opponent's immense strength standing in her mind. After such a noisy battle, the hall was finally quiet. So the man's footsteps echoed rumblingly. He teased the criminal. Is she in pain? The old woman realized that her situation was becoming hopeless. She wanted to pay him off by promising that she would repay him if he let her live. The hunter froze. How would she repay him? The woman didn't miss the opportunity and started babbling. Did he know why only criminals were gathered on Earth? Once, the dimension's chief soothsayer prophesied that in the farthest reaches of the dimension is a piece of soul dropped by the worst criminal in history. And the old lady has a clue that will lead the hero to her, and there will be riotous queues for that reward, if he only decides to sell it. Sweat rolled down her face in hailstones. She wouldn't shut up just to make her chatter work. Yaminjun shifted a bored look to the side and interrupted her. He wasn't interested. If he sold this, he'd be wanted by the committee immediately. And on top of that, he's got something right in his hands. The woman couldn't find what to answer. Yaminjun ran his hand through his hair. He knows she's trying to hoodwink him on the edge of death. The perpetrator's eyes ran maniacally from side to side until her gaze came across the hunter's hand. She was back to normal. How was that possible? The life force that has been victimized by dark magic will never recover. This is a basic law of the universe. The woman definitely saw Yamingjun's hand had lost all vitality and dried up. It looked like the hand of a corpse. She decided to inquire about the man's race, her tongue lashing out, and she managed to do it the second time. She looked at him with different eyes now. He seemed much scarier to her, scarier than the creature that stood behind him. The man's eyes burned red. He repeated again that he didn't know. Those were the last words the woman heard before becoming a bloody mess. How many extraterrestrial criminals does Ye Min-jun have on his record? The hunter's gaze became faded and blank again. How tired he was of it all. He looked up and looked around the room, but the important thing was that the hostage was still alive. The hunter's gaze remained still as cold and indifferent as he lowered his eyes down and looked at the pool of blood that had formed thanks to him. And a crime like this would only be forgiven for robbing a couple of banks. The man realized he was jealous of them. He put his hands in his pockets and turned around, intending to leave. Gradually, the protective barrier around the bank dissolved into the air. Leaving behind a light haze, people watched with delight. Yamingjun walked out of the bank with a tired gait. His head lowered and he stared in front of him as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened inside. The policemen didn't know how to interpret his reaction, so they wondered, is it really over already? The hunter nodded lazily and motioned for them to take care of the consequences. Chanpal asked, what happened to the hostage? Yaminjun sighed heavily and informed that the hostage was alive. He hated to report back after the deed. The policeman was greatly relieved. It was a good thing the guy wasn't dead or a mugger, or it would have been hard to watch a young guy with a hole in his head. Yamingjun meaningfully mumbled, which caused a new wave of anxiety in his acquaintance. Chanpal covered his face with the palm of his hand when he heard that the hostage was already getting shots all over his body. Yaminjun ignored the reaction of the policeman, walking away. He reminded what he had said before, here. It is hard to work with Chanpal's attitude. They should have a drink sometime. Chanpal nodded contentedly and wished him a safe journey home. Yaminjun's phone vibrated again. There was a message from Cassie. First, the man leisurely rolled up his sleeves and then reached for his cell phone. The privatization department of his company's public administration service has already managed to send the money for the job to his account. These guys pay promptly. Yaminjun saw a taxi passing by just in time. He waved his hand and the brightly colored car obediently stopped. Despite his fatigue, he decided to go to the bookstore, so he directed the driver to the Senroku area. What they know all about him, the famous Bureau of Immigration agent, 99% of cases are successful. But there's one thing that few people know. He called up the info field. It turned out to be the profile of a prisoner whose number was ASIF 666. He was a criminal under limited mind control. He was sentenced to correctional labor on Earth. The man ran his eyes over the form again, as if he hadn't seen it more than 1,000 times. There was a name at the bottom of the page. Each time he hoped it would change, but everything remained the same. Ye Minjun, human. Even though he wasn't really a human. One day, many years ago, he committed a crime, and they tied him up instead of just finishing him off on the spot. As punishment, his body and mind were taken from him, and he was sentenced to reformatory labor. All the important work too dirty for other workers is given to people like them, people with altered minds. A job is a prison while a layoff is a release. Each time he successfully performs his job in this hole called Earth, he receives the universal currency Dalant. No sooner had the transfer arrived than a new notice rang out. The tax collection center had withdrawn 2,000 Dalants from his account. Each time before the window closed, a reminder came up. Please be careful, you will be charged a fee if your account reaches minus. If you delay payment, you will be sentenced to death. Currently, the payoff is 5,124,990 Dalant. Here, the meaning of payoffs is different from the earthly. There you get paid them at retirement, but here you have to pay them yourself to retire. The rewards that he got for today's order. It's probably about a couple Dalants, and since earning Dalants turns into hell, once you become a prisoner, one day the thought of stealing Earth currency, exchanging it for Dalantes and paying for liberation. The cab driver glanced at his customer in the rearview mirror. No idea what thoughts were swirling around in his head. Yaminjun didn't want to live like this anymore. He was tired of living like this. The man opened the prisoner manual and reread it again, as if he hadn't memorized it by heart over the years. Prisoners can legally obtain Dalants in the following ways. Capture or kill a wanted criminal. Special assignment from the Bureau. Solve the food problem in dimension number 31 to 490. Information on the Pachinog pirate crew, and more. The amount of each mission is not even close to the 5 million he has to pay. Suddenly, his breath caught as the list updated. Confidentially, obtain and deliver the soul of a criminal with the identification number Asif-1. 7 million dalants for the job. Unwittingly, the old woman's last words surfaced in Ye Minjun's mind. The chief seer of the dimension had once prophesied that in the farthest corners of the dimension, there was a part of a soul dropped by the worst criminal in history. Hunter tried to suppress the excitement. If only he could accomplish this mission. Ye Minjun didn't notice the swear word flying off his lips. The driver assumed that he must be going through a tough time at work right now. He tried to encourage the customer. He should hang in there, but the man resisted. He thinks it's time to bail. He's had enough. And who would have thought he'd be working there for 800 years? But now he's got an opportunity, and he's definitely getting the hell out of this damn company. Do you know the 3 most effective ways to kill your boss? Came a question too compromising for a police station. Unfortunately, Champal took it too literally. He's not sure. But it seems like a headshot slit his throat, he wondered. Or is it better to use his abilities? The questioner put his finger out. No, firstly, one must shoddy work. May they die of hypertension. Secondly, one must make a mess of things by doing a job that is not his, so that he will be fired and starved to death. Third, ignore the chain of command and talk nonsense about the chief. Make the chief so neurotic that he will get cancer and die. The man's voice oozed sarcasm. The 4th Brigade area is too dangerous for personnel and civilians. Why is asking for more manpower bullshit? The head of the police department stood up and slammed his hands on his desk. A moment later, he realized that the whole conversation was pointless. So he ordered his subordinate to get out of his sight so he couldn't drive him white. Chanpal awkwardly grabbed the sheet held out to him. This was a case assigned to the 2nd Brigade, but boss ordered him to take it over. The cop did a quick check of the report. A missing person? But they're short-staffed enough as it is, and then there's this. The man finally lost his temper and shouted, Chanpal will do it even if they lacked something there. The orc, with a grim expression in his scaffolding, froze in place as the pieces of paper that his boss had hurled in a fit of anger flew in the air around him. The man kept yelling, why did he get up? Anger engulfed his mind completely. He began to wail that orcs were so slow and pissed him off so much. Chanpal exhaled heavily, burning a sheet of paper with his gaze. He was already leaving. A short while later, Ye Minjun returned to his workplace. A familiar voice called out to him, had he come? Cassie, Ye Minjun's assistant, flipped the page of the magazine in a funky manner and inquired, when will he finally change his phone? The man had not yet had time to respond to anything before the woman continued to complain. He at least knows how tedious it is to write messages individually. She indignantly jabbed her finger at her phone screen. Her second most important contact was now him, Ye Minjun. The man calmly inquired who the first person was, to which he received an awkward reply. The credit card company. Hunter walked over to his desk. There he noticed a box that wasn't there before he left. Cassie cheerfully replied that she'd grabbed it on her way out. The man's faint interest awoke. He grabbed a stationery knife and opened the box. How many potatoes did she buy? Why would a man who lives alone need so many anyway? Cassie parried. It's to share with a guy who also lives alone. He must like cheap food since he's an old man now, right? Ye Minjun only sighed and called her a spender. Since she brought her here, he dares to assume it's for work. The girl waved the folder. She had asked the Immigration Bureau to hold off on this. She just wasn't sure if her boss would take the case. Hunter knew if she was saying that means there was something questionable here. He ran his eyes thoughtfully over the case. A missing person? Cassie nodded affirmatively. Yes, president of Hesan Industries, Yang Tejun. His company has a net income of 300 billion, but he hasn't shown up for work since last week, just vanished. The Bureau suspects he may be an alien living on Earth without papers. Cassie has finished her brief tour of the case, and the Bureau needs proof, even if the man never comes back, because without it, the government can't claim his stock. Ye Mingjun wondered if the man had any heir, but the assistant assured that no close relatives. She was told she had a will. But the Bureau had to get it first. If inheritance is possible without bloodlines, they seem to want to get it before the will is even found. The girl was so interested in her boss's words that she moved too close. The man didn't like that she violated his personal space, so he pushed her away weakly. If it brought something as boring as a missing person, perhaps the government is in urgent need of these stocks. Ye Minjun had already taken action. Maybe this time it would be a good idea to get rid of the debt. Heading for the door, he warned the girl that he was leaving. Let her remember to close the door before leaving. Cassie was surprised that her boss was starting a case right now. The hunter didn't answer anything. The door slammed behind him. The girl commented in surprise, "He's clearly a workaholic." In a strange and incomprehensible mood, Yemin-jun walked out of the building under the rays of the scorching sun. Beside the entrance, swept the driveway, was Danchul, a neighborhood boy with whom the hero crossed paths often enough as he helped with the business of the store. The little orc broke away from his work and said hello to the man, calling the man master. The hunter became embarrassed and shrieked and asked him to stop calling him master. Otherwise, people might misunderstand. Dongchul complained that the pronunciation is very difficult. He confuses the concept of boss and master. Yemin-jun sighed heavily. And why did Mr. Lakefield need to introduce him as the owner of the store? The hero advised the boy to think of something better to do besides host. He waved goodbye and moved on. Yemin-jun walked into a bookstore he knew. He looked around and exclaimed in surprise. His subordinate was magically able to revive a cactus that had recently looked completely dead, thanks to the efforts of the shopkeeper. Basically, they are elves for a reason. After these words, as if by magic, an elf really appeared in the doorway. In a disgruntled tone, the man advised him not to touch any other plants again. He wasn't sure what the hero was doing, of course. But a cactus could dry out like that? It was none other than Lakefield, the boss of the Sangroku bookstore. Yemin-jun felt slightly embarrassed at his carelessness. In his defense, he said that he wasn't the one who bought it. It was Katie who fitted it. In response, Lakefield exclaimed that this was a bookstore, not a vegetable garden. Yemin-jun took a seat next to his friend. He tried to change the subject by asking how Dongchul was doing. At this moment, both men turned their gaze to the doorway. A pleasing picture appeared before them. The boy was taking great pleasure in kicking up dust all over the yard with a broom. Lakefield summarized, "Employee of the year," his voice oozing sarcasm. Yemin-jun agreed with a chuckle. The elf turned attentive eyes on the hero. So what can he do to help him? Yemin-jun continued to watch the boy with a smile. He had to track down someone. And that was Lakefield's part. He was their agent, so he was thinking fast. The man reluctantly reached for his file folder. The hero knew he didn't really want to do this, so he promised to reduce his rent in return. But still, Lakefield nobly declined. His pride won't let him. And if he reduced it, he'd have to pay practically nothing. Out loud, the elf asked, "Will you help me?" But he was definitely not addressing his friend. The man activated his abilities, through which he was able to summon the spirit. They say when you summon an elemental spirit, they take the form of the person you miss the most. The hero was surprised that his partner was able to summon the spirit so quickly. He wanted to know what the secret was, to which he received a laconic answer: attention and practice. The summoned spirit slowly looked through the data of the 274-7680 case. The picture of the missing man with a grim expression was the one that attracted attention the most. Lakefield asked the creature if she could find the man, to which the creature nodded quickly and cheerfully. After that, there was a slight hiss, and the summoned spirit dissolved into the air, leaving behind a glowing haze. The elf handed the matter back into Yemin-jun's hands. He would contact him once he received a reply. The hero thanked him courteously. By the time the sun slanted toward the horizon, Hunter was just about done with all his business in the department. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by a faint knock on the door. He ordered entry. It was Danchul. Obviously, he had come on an errand from Lakefield. But he was having a hard time articulating the thought, so he just stuttered for a while. Yemin-jun had long been used to this kid's features, so he had no problem understanding what the kid was trying to convey to him. His eyebrows lazily raised in surprise. What already? A couple minutes later, he walked into the bookstore again, immediately asking, "How's it going in there?" Lakefield's laconic answer, "Found," made him very happy. Yes, his boss is just the best in the business. The elf couldn't contain his interest, so she asked why his partner was looking for this man. Yet Min-jun wasn't going to spread much about this matter. He simply explained that he needed to question him. Lakefield covered his eyes. Seriously? Then they need an expert in this case. The man's tone did not please the hero. Goosebumps ran down his back. His face became a frown. No way, after all. The worst assumption was true. The green eyes remained just as cold when the elf reported that the missing man was dead and no longer breathing. Yemin-jun realized that he needed to ferret out as much information as possible right now, so he wondered if it was a human. But the elf wasn't sure. It's hard to call such a thing human. The horrible picture was once again before his eyes. A short while later, Yemin-jun reached the accident site, where Yang Taejun's corpse was discovered. It was gradually getting darker as the sun hid behind the ridges of the mountains. Everything was colored in shades of red and purple, unusually beautiful, except for the hanging corpse above his head. Hunter reported back to Katie he had searched everything he could but found only a letter in his pocket. Other than mentioning the will, nothing useful. But it seems the Immigration Bureau hasn't found the will yet, Kathy confirmed. She heard it's kept at the main office of Changchun Main Bank. The man sighed disappointedly. Then, they want to be able to get it since it is there. It is better to hammer out the will for now. Instead, check President Yang Taejun's house. Kathy agreed and hung up the phone. Yeminjun analyzed this situation. The circumstances were strange. One should try to retreat if it becomes difficult to prove that this person was an alien. After a hard night came the damp early morning. Yeminjun and Jean-Paul unexpectedly bumped into each other outside the deceased's house. Jean-Paul exclaimed loudly what his friend was doing here, his voice so loud that the man gradually started to wake up. At that moment, the notary showed up, happy and energized, and he was wondering how to pull it off. Since they had both filed a visitation request, it was good that they already knew each other. Satisfied, the man retreated to his car. Let them handle it themselves. Just return the keys to him later. Jean-Paul hardly understood what was said. Since the man had fled so quickly, Yeminjun decided to help him out and clarify the situation. But the cop didn't really want to get into it that much. Fuck explaining it. They just give his hunter a pick-me-up. It was worth finding out. Since that bastard 2nd Brigade leader had handed it over to him, did that mean another brigade was doing it first? There's been a recent spike in missing elves, so a 2nd Brigade has been sent to Special Investigations headquarters, and missing person cases were left to loners like his department. Orcs go missing daily. The leader of the 2nd Brigade must have figured out that the honors for the deed would go to the feather and discounted it to his department. There was anger in Chanpal's voice. The hunter tried to calm him down. Honestly, he was glad he was assigned to him. It's better for him to work with his friend than those empty-headed people. Chanpal felt relieved at heart. He appreciated Yeminjun's words. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a ringing phone call. Jean-Paul's phone was ringing with his boss. The man very timely decided to warn his subordinate that someone from the bureau should be with him. They said to cooperate. Chanpal could hardly contain his anger. He tried to convey in a calm and even voice that he understood everything. Mentally, he was already cursing his boss. The chief kept muttering something, but the cop wasn't listening to him anymore. He happily pressed the call's reset button. Yeminjun chuckled and offered to share the reward after completing the investigation. Chanpal laughed along with him. With their then relationship, let him rather just buy him a drink. Yeminjun's lips contorted into a smirk, he agreed. Then it's time to earn that drink. After these words, the pair of friends went into the house and began to search it confidently. After all, both were experienced. Hunter was studying the living room when a faint glow off to the side caught his eye. He turned around and saw Chanpal turn on the computer and began studying the data on it. There was too much information, so the policeman decided to transfer everything to a flash drive, after which he will study everything at the station. At this moment, Ye Mingjun was groping the shelves in the bookcase. One of the books really interested him. He could barely reach the highest shelf. When he did manage to get it, Chanpal went over to him and showed him the flash drive. He promised to drop him a copy of the hard drive tomorrow. The man nodded. Okay, he'll leave it up to him. Both men fell abruptly silent as they heard some strange sounds in the distance. They seemed familiar to Chanpal. It sounded like a sword crying. Swords with egos make similar sounds. While he was babbling, Yeminjun hissed at him. He wanted to listen better. His gaze ran thoughtfully around the room. This could be evidence. The men crept up carefully, walking towards the sound and trying not to make a noise. Most importantly, not to scare them off. Soon they reached the kitchen. Doubt mixed with bewilderment reflected on both men's faces. I didn't want to believe it, but the noise seemed to be coming from the frying pan hanging on the kitchen wall. With a dumbfounded expression on his face, Jean-Paul took the pan off the hinge and examined it. Why is the sword cry coming from her? Suddenly he heard a strange sound that sent a strange feeling down his spine. His teeth clanked, and his eyes opened wide. The policeman shrieked in surprise and shock and threw the frying pan to the floor with all his might. There was a deafening rumble. Yeminjun's face flushed with excitement and pleasure. This was rare to see, he asked his partner. The latter startled him. What happened? Is she really talking? The policeman was uncomfortable. He confirmed his partner's assumption. The hero leaned over the kitchen implement. Well says, and why throw himself at once? Chanpal warned that this skillet was making very strange noises. But it was too late. The man had already picked it up. Yeminjun heard strange and shrill sounds. A mat came off his lips and he slammed the frying pan against the floor with all his might. Chanpal sighed sympathetically. The innocent, ordinary-looking pan continued to lie obediently on the floor, while the two shy men continued to stare down at it, hesitant to touch it again. The man realized that it couldn't go on like this for much longer. He sighed, gathering his strength. Hunter picked up the skillet from the floor, grabbing it by the handle. The skillet made a squealing, joyful sound. Yemingjun burned through the object with a wary look. He turned to it. What is it? A happy and cute face was displayed on the plane of the pan. The creature was happy to be asked this. He is a great cook from the Eladam dimension. He contains a partial copy of the memory of Dignov Alchatekyu, a cooking utensil with built-in artificial intelligence. Yaminjun held on with his last strength as the object once again emitted an extended shrill sound. When the hero first saw the crime scene, he commented aloud, "They did a pretty good job. Homunculi, since they use the same DNA as Chairman Yang Taejin, the results will be positive if they decide to test." So why would they hang a fake in the woods a week after it went missing? Why would anyone want to do that? If the death of Yang Taejin's and man is discovered, the only beneficiary will be the heir, who gets the 300 billion, and the loser will be the country that can't get the illegal alien's wealth. And even if Yang Taejin is the alien who dangled the fake, it's literally impossible for a company worth 300 billion to create a homunculus. Rather, you have to be one of the 7 richest people, or have any technology to accomplish such a thing. So how much is Yang Taejin's company's stock worth that they are creating this problem? And now that the homunculus is involved, things are getting out of control. At this rate, Yemin-jun better not get involved. But it would be nice if he could get some evidence from Yang Taejun's house. The joyful mood of the magic item could not be thwarted by anything. The skillet once again mouthed a satisfied face. It had been gathering dust for so long, it hadn't been used for so long. So it was a little excited. Yaming-jun pointed out that this thing's ego is the highest Everest. Such a thing is not easy to find on Earth, so it is quite possible that Yang Taejun is an alien. Meanwhile, the object in the hero's hands did not pay attention to his silence at all. He kept on chatting merrily without getting the slightest bit tired. At the moment, the item talked about its advantages. It could see and recognize any objects within a radius of 3 meters, which would help it inspect ingredients and give the owner advice. It assured that Yemin-jun communicated because it could also read minds. However, Hero did not share the mood of the object. He had the treacherous thought of just taking the thing and throwing it away. But he quickly discarded it and decided to ask the skillet if Yang Taejun used it often. The item confirmed that it was quite often. Yemin-jun warned the creature that he wanted to ask something about his master. The skillet happily agreed. Yang Taejun, in her opinion, was an ordinary person. She had thought so ever since their first meeting. The last time the entity had seen its master was about a week ago, at about 2 in the morning. She'd seen him leave in the middle of the night. She was still wondering what kind of meeting he'd blown off so late for. And the next day, she felt movement in the living room. This reassured the subject, for he thought that nothing of the kind had happened. This new unknown variable really stirred Yeming-jun's mind. Things were now shaping up completely differently. Just in case, the hero decided to ask his partner if anyone had entered the house since the incident. But Chanpal assured him that today was the first time since Chairman Yang Taejun left his house. Frying Pan broadcast a surprised face on the plane, but that person, she's just sure it wasn't Taejin Hanim. He always just comes and searches the house and leaves right before dawn. He came 5 days in a row, but then he just disappeared. Unfortunately, the object lacked night vision, so he couldn't see a face. But judging by the silhouette, it was definitely a person. But here's the catch. In order to come and go without using the door, you need warp magic. Since Chanpal couldn't hear the item's readings, Ye Min-jun gave him a brief tour. Here was someone who had searched the house before them, and it was likely that he entered and exited using warp magic. The character was looking for traces of magic in the present, but should have looked for quotes in the past as well. Chanpal felt that the atmosphere in the air changed literally before his eyes. Something was wrong, and he felt anxious. So he asked his partner, what was he doing? There is a spiritual world intersecting with the material world, and magic leaves traces in the spiritual world. Now he must find traces of the use of warp magic, and find out who was infiltrating the house. Led by Ye Mingjun's magic trace passed into the next room, the item confirmed that the person always appeared right here. Chanpal watched in silence as the hero commanded his ability to find the trail. 10 traces of warp magic, considering he's been here 5 times. Everything matches perfectly. Ye Min-jun turned back to his partner and pointed at the footprints. He had found them. Now we should try to track them. But Chanpal could hardly keep up with the developments. After the partners were done with their investigation, Ye Min-jun said that they would have to take the unusual object with them, since it was the only witness at the moment. The cop threw her in the trunk of their car for good measure. The essence contained in the frying pan seemed too annoying and irritating, so the hero suggested to his partner not to touch it unnecessarily. The latter agreed with a stone face. Chanpal wondered if all mages were capable of doing this. Ye Min-jun explained that no, it was just his own experience. That's right, since their lives are so long, even if they are only a quarter elf. They must have been using this magic for a long time. The hero's abilities are astounding. The hunter felt uncomfortable, so he changed the subject. Chanpal is going to retire in 5 years. The man nodded. Orcs age slowly, but it happens very suddenly. Yeminjun grinned. He doesn't know how the rest of the orcs are doing, but his partner seems to be keeping himself in a pickle. He smiled and suggested if Chanpal wanted to work for them once he retired. The orc sighed. He does know their rules. Yeminjun guffawed. Don't piss off the troll. The policeman grudgingly snickered. Another. The hero shrugged. He needs a book with all their rules. How is he supposed to remember it all, according to him? The orc laughed, baring his sharp fangs. Let him act on the situation. It is necessary to act only if the case allows, the man joked, enough. Or his mother will throw a tantrum. They used to say on the news when they apprehended a drunken orc officer beating up a man. Their banter was interrupted by a voice from the street speakers. A party for the people, organized by the people. The earth has always belonged to us. Give power back to the humans, the main human party. Yeminjun disapproved of such views. After all, they weren't very fair to him. So he closed the car window with a stony expression to not listen to these nonsense anymore. Such provocative exclamations completely spoiled the merry joking atmosphere in the car. For some time, the partners drove in silence. Yeminjun decided to be the first to break the silence. He asked if he should turn on the radio. The policeman agreed. The man pressed the button. At this moment, the news was being read on the radio. The visit of the Galanko Dimension, Princess Burmi of the United Royal Family, was announced. The visit is rumored to be in preparation for mass migration, however. The United Nations organization is now denying this. The Ghost is calling a protest today in front of the Congressional building. Their request has a place, and the bill concluded it would violate their privacy. As the radio muttered softly, the hunter reactivated his powers. He asked his friend to stop the car because he sensed something wrong. From this point, the magic trails began to diverge in different directions. Chanpal got out of the car to look around. This place was very familiar to him. The area was populated by creatures with exactly the same skin color as the policeman himself. Jaw's build was just as similar. It was an orc community. If they came every night for 5 days, they must have settled here for a while, if you reason. This neighborhood fits perfectly. Fortunately, there's no sign of invisibility magic, so we just need to check the cameras. Yeminjun honestly didn't want to do it, so he decided to leave it to his partner. But the latter didn't mind, after all. He knows the area much better. The next day, the friends met again, and a surprised exclamation echoed through the street. Yeminjun couldn't believe that there was no video surveillance in the entire neighborhood. The policeman waved his hand. He knows how it is. Finally, the hero realized why he had such a strange look on his face then. Well, under the circumstances, they're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. Chanpal didn't quite understand what he meant. The man nodded. They would use traditional methods. To think that a 21st century mage would do research by hand. After wandering around the neighborhood for a while, the partners reached a residential building. The sign read, Orc Pub. The investigators went down the stairs. Chanpal knew the bartender. It was Lee Taysom. He greeted the old acquaintance cordially. The man was surprised at his appearance. What was he doing here? Did he get a report? Yeminjun was surprised that the two men appeared to know each other. The policeman explained that it was within his authority. He warned his acquaintance that he had only stopped by to ask a couple questions. Had the man seen anyone suspicious nearby? Chanpal slid the image to him. The suspect has a build like this one in the picture. He acts at night, and he has the smell of a wizard. The bartender clumsily grabbed the image. For a while, he examined it thoughtfully. Since he's been asked by an old acquaintance, he'll take a look for him. One call, and he'll be back. So the investigators should wait here. Chanpal bragged about Lee Taysom's connections, and if he doesn't know either, then no one does. The screen twitched, and the bartender turned back to them. Someone said they saw someone similar in the third block. They should go there. Lee Taysom gave them the picture back. Yeminjun's mood lifted. It looks like this will be easier than he thought. For a while, the man wandered around the neighborhood to which they had been directed, questioning every person he met. There were too many orcs, each giving different information and directing to different places. The orc neighborhood has poor security, so they don't even come out at night. Since the perpetrator walks around here every night, he'd obviously be easy to spot. Yeminjun activated his powers again and called out his partner by name. It seemed he had found the culprit. The magic trace led to a single point. This was definitely the guy who used warp magic. He used a barrier on the door, must have wanted to live. Looks like he doesn't have enough skill since he put several on at once. The hero took out his magic knife. It cut seals like butter. Now he cut them one by one. Suddenly, the man sensed a change in the magic spell that had been cast on the doors. He took the knife away from the seal and grinned. Wow, the criminal is savvy. This Small is trying to escape, okay? Now he's going to change tactics. He asked his partner to move away. The sun was setting behind the horizon, coloring the sky red, so the energy source that glowed red and moved across the sky was almost invisible to the human eye. He repeated his partner's entire route over the past few hours until he reached the right house. Finally, the summoned stream of energy reached the master. Ye Mingjun opened his eyes and ordered to take the culprit. Obeying his will, the unusual glowing mass picked up speed and headed toward the door, smashing it into splinters. A great wave of dust rose up. The men coughed, but still the goal was reached. There was a gaping hole in the doorway. Having finished its task, the energy source returned to its master while the men looked around in surprise. An unusual picture appeared before them. An almost completely naked man was creating a hole in space, trying to escape into it. The criminal laughed smugly. Do they really think they can catch him? Chanpal and the energy flow controlled by Ye Minjun simultaneously rushed towards the fleeing criminal. The policeman noticed the quick movement with the corner of his eye. Chanpal flinched and stopped. Still, the hero managed to stop the fugitive. The energy obeying him managed to grab the man's ankle with a thin vine as he was about to disappear into the portal. The criminal didn't expect it. He only managed to let out a surprised sigh as the energy completely enveloped him and started dragging him back. The man tried to resist, so the vines completely entangled his body, immobilizing him completely. His appearance something like a mummy. Eventually, an unseen force pulled him out of the portal, leaving him lying on the parquet, shivering with fear. Chanpal watched the restrained criminal with admiration and fear, while the hero exhaled in relief. After a couple minutes, the men released the fugitive, placed him in a chair, and tied his hands behind him. Chanpal discerned an interesting tattoo on his chest. It looks like he's a member of the Society. Societies, if he is not mistaken, which is a criminal organization composed of able-bodied arrestees. In short, the gathering place of the scum. While the man was out, the policeman went through his phone. He gave his verdict. The man was completely clean. Ye Minjun examined his room. There was nothing special in it either. Since they confirmed that the man is a member of a super powerful criminal organization, according to Article 4 of the Provident Constitution of the Republic of Korea as a citizen, the policeman read out the statement when he was interrupted by a spit in the face. The perpetrator sent him off with gusto. The man continued to insult the orc. In his opinion, the man wasn't even human, just a bastard who thought he was human. Chanpal could barely contain his anger. The fugitive didn't pay attention to his embittered expression. He thinks he's put on a uniform and become one of them. He's moved on to threats. He's so angry he just wants to tear the orc apart. Yeminjun stated, "It wouldn't help him if he said something like that," Chanpal agreed while gritting his teeth. A whistle sounded. The hero looked up. Why did his partner pull out a hammer? This is just barbaric. Let him better clean it up. He's got something better. The man pulled out his magic knife again with a satisfied smile. Yemingjun pointed at his hand with his eyes, let his partner take a closer look. He left a light cut on his knuckle. A second later, a pustule formed there, a bit nasty looking. An even worse sight unfolded next. It burst open and an insect flew out of there. The criminal could not calmly watch what was happening. He felt an intense panic sweep over his limbs. Curses burst from his lips. There was sadism in the hero's voice. Great, he'd already figured it out, hadn't he? Well, then maybe he'll share it with them. The fugitive was silent, pouring sweat from fear. The investigator called him an idiot. Since the criminal didn't speak, Yeminjun moved his hand with the insect closer to his face. The man instinctively tensed up and tried to recoil back. But that didn't save him. The insect quickly penetrated his body. Yeminjun asked his partner to hand over the recorder, getting the feeling that this wasn't the first time he was doing this. The policeman obligingly and happily handed him a tape recorder, while the man made sounds like moans of fear and pain. The sensation was unbearable. He bit his lip bloodily, and tears flowed from his eyes. Hunter ignored his reaction. He pressed a button, turning on the recording. Then he began to recite the spell again in a measured, droning voice. The man began to jerk his legs in panic. Chanpal asked his partner what it was, to which he received the answer, a happiness bug. It goes directly into your opponent's brain and causes dopamine to explode, causing a surge of happiness in the body. The spell he wrote down, so now he can use it for a while. While the investigators were waiting for the moment when the criminal came to his senses, the sun was sloping faster and faster to the horizon. The fugitive's apartment was colored in gold thanks to its rays. The leaky faucet drummed drops on the sink every 10 seconds, this measured clatter both soothing and unnerving. It was he who gradually woke the man up. The perpetrator blinked a couple of times, then gradually began to regain consciousness. A scream escaped his throat. He begged to be let go. He couldn't stand this place. He needed to go back. Fine, then again. A voice came from the side. It was Yeminjun. Is this spell controlling Bug's happiness? Does he want to go back to his happy memories? The hunter promised that he would let the criminal go if he would tell everything he knows. The man opened his mouth. It was hard for him to breathe. His chest was heaving rapidly. He had no idea where Yang Taejun was at all. He just had to find the secret vault hidden in his house and use magic to bring all the contents to the customer. Ye Minjun picked up an important new detail, but he didn't see any secret vault when he studied the house. He could deal with that later. The man moved on to more pressing matters. Who was the customer? The criminal spoke with slight pauses as his breathing became very labored. He did not know the name of the customer, but he was sure that The man uttered words that shocked the investigators, though it was definitely important to the investigation. Chanpal lost his temper and shouted, "That freak continues to lie even now." He was about to hit the fugitive, but the man roared that it was true. He was acting on the orders of the center. The policeman turned to his partner. What are they going to do now? Is he going to continue? It's too dangerous, he knows, right? Still full of rage, Chanpal squeezed the man's neck with his powerful and wide arm. Despite the shocking testimony, Ye Minjun tried to remain cool-headed. Things are only getting more complicated, especially if the customer is a dragon. Ye Minjun was so thoughtful that he didn't react to Chanpal's voice for a while. Dragons are creatures that can become upper-class beings in just one generation. They have more than one or two people who have disappeared because of something that did not please them. They are powerful beings ruling society. They are immensely wealthy, have immense power and control everyone like puppets. They are dragons. The policeman called out to his partner again. Finally, he called back. He still had more questions. About half an hour later, a police squad reached the scene. They seemed to take the hero's words to heart. Right now, Ye Minjun was arguing with them. If they didn't want to listen to him, then let them at least listen to the recording. They should follow the rules. Chanpal squinted to the side. Would they leave that guy like that? The hunter, on the other hand, didn't care about him. Let him enjoy the happy bug. Denouncing the police was indeed the right thing to do. When the perpetrator was taken away, he remained in a state of shock. He seemed to have no perception of reality and his eyes were blank. Usually they just die, but if he gets decent treatment, there's somewhere around a 50% chance of survival. But it all depends on the effect of the magic potion. Finally, the partners were done with their business. They could go to the bureau in peace. Ye Minjun turned on the radio again. The announcer's voice rhythmically mumbled the latest news. For Princess Bernice's visit, a decision was made to Korea. The words gradually drifted away. Somewhere in the distance, Ye Minjun was immersed in his thoughts. Most dragons didn't bother to do such a thing. He thought there were only approximately 4 culprits in total. However, he still didn't understand their motives. Who the hell were they? Hassan Industry has put a price cap on the news of the government's stock purchase, the radio muttered. As well as having a 15% market capitalization, a record for Hessen Industry. Even though Ye Minjun was immersed in his thoughts, his ears caught the most important thing. He repeated aloud, Hessen. Finally got to know which company is being talked about. According to the news, it's already Yang Taejun's boss's company. It's a common occurrence for such bigwigs. Would they cope while their boss was away? Chanpal suggested that he probably approved everything before he even disappeared. The interior of the car fell into silence again, both men wondering how things really were. Ye Minjun felt his stomach rumbling, so he offered his partner a quiet bite of sandwich and Cassie's ham and cheese. The policeman cautiously asked if she could cook. Ye Minjun shrugged his shoulders. This he did not guarantee. They're based on information that the guy said. Ye Minjun once again visited Yang Taejun's house to find the secret vault. But in the end, he still didn't find anything, and the skillet is also silent about it. So the partners returned to the office to discuss the way forward. Bottom line, after so many hours of searching for information and effort, they found nothing. Ye Minjun already had a headache. He tossed the papers aside. That's it. It was time to give up. He would lose before he even got anything. While he was quietly sharing his plans with his partner, the door opened abruptly. Startling both men, Cassie came in. The girl froze on the threshold. She was surprised that Uncle Chanpal was also here. The policeman got angry. Why is she calling him uncle? The girl parried. Did he see his face? The assistant quickly scurried over to the table and reached for the skillet. What's she doing here? They too wanted to cook something delicious without her. Ye Minjun was in no hurry to stop her, but he still warned her that if she touched the skillet, she would want to wash her hands. Cassie was surprised, but still didn't realize anything, and the object was already in her hand. At this moment, the magic item made a funny face and said hello to the girl. The aide's astonishment was unparalleled. How is it, she says. Frying Pan suggested that the girl call her silly. Out of inertia, she was about to address her that way, but stopped halfway through. Wait, doesn't she have another name? Is it okay to call her retarded? The pan displayed a wide grin on the plane and introduced himself. Dignov Alchateku. The girl seemed to really enjoy chatting with the subject. The man noticed this and warned her. Let him not even dare to take her for himself. Cassie accordingly nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Ye Min-jun shook his head. The girl had a feeling that something was definitely going to happen. She's glad she took it with her after all. No wonder she was so eager to have a drink. The partners immediately groused. Ye Min-jun was not in the mood, and John Pal was driving. Cassie let their words pass her ears and happily pulled a bottle out of her bag. It was 37-year-old Kingsley Aston, Maestro Dwarf Collection. Seeing the bottle, the alcohol was good. The men immediately changed their minds. They got up from their couches and went to the store for snacks. Half an hour later, they were back in the office, the table bursting with appetizers and other kinds of alcohol. Ye Min-jun was peacefully enjoying the wine. It was a good end to a hard day after all. All three were drunk, but while the man sat quietly by himself, the other couple argued with each other. When the friends dispersed, it was already late at night, the street lamps faintly illuminating the street. Unfortunately, all three were too drunk to clean up, so the table was left a veritable chaos. Ye Min-jun was left lying on the couch. He didn't have the strength to make it home. By the feel of it, it felt like he had been dead for a long time. He closed his eyes. Everything around him rocked as if he were sailing a small boat on the open sea. Had he been poisoned? No, I think it's just a slight hangover after all. The hunter seemed to be having a strange dream, yet he was still conscious, hungover, but why had he been drinking? Crown Prince Graham made him? He froze. Wait, that was 250 years ago. Is he going to do this alone simply because he is the necromancer on whom the spell rests? Yes, that was a long time ago when he was weak and just starting out, yes, but now he's here. Ye Min-jun reached out his hand towards the bright light that shone through the narrow doorway. He is here on Earth. The man opened his eyes. Gradually, he was coming to his senses after this hard night, and he, Ye Min-jun. Suddenly, Danshul loomed over him. The boy greeted the man with a smile. The hunter slowly realized reality. With his back, he felt a hard surface. It looked like he had slept on the floor all night, and even worse, it seemed to be long past morning. Danshul delivered the letter to him. The man gradually came to his senses and went out to the balcony to read it and get some fresh air. Turns out it was Jenkinson Group's request for a visit. There are a couple things to correct. The company asked him to visit HQ as soon as possible. Something must be going on. The hunter quickly cleaned himself up and made his way to headquarters, where he was met by guards. The Jenkinson Group building was impossibly tall and huge, and work was in full swing. Ye Min-jun tried to speculate, for what reason was he summoned? Was it because of what they discovered yesterday with Chanpal? Ye Min-jun was directed to the general manager's office. The man knocked, followed by a voice saying, "Come in!" Hunter pulled the door handle. He was greeted with a smile by the head receptionist of Jenkinson Corporation, Blair. She had already waited for Agent Ye Min-jun. And also, this woman is also a dragon. The measured clatter of a knife against the kitchen board sounded in the kitchen. Ye Min-jun was cutting the potatoes that Cassie had bought. As the girl brushed her teeth, she stared at him in surprise. Ye Min-jun's assistant asked, "Why doesn't he get another knife?" But the man was adamant, in his opinion. This one was the best. Cassie said she had heard it was used as a relic for human sacrifice. The hunter gave the knife an affectionate look with a smile, he assured the girl. She could take it easy as he could neutralize it with magic. Cassie did her best to hide her discomfort. She gingerly stretched out. I see, and turned away. Ye Min-jun turned to John Paul. Would he like to look elsewhere today? The policeman frowned as he watched the TV. He agrees. Only he has one report to make today. The entertainment news was now spinning. The report was about an elf actress, Miss Rent Serafi. She had been chosen as the Xmas Muse and was now finishing filming a perfume commercial. Cassie was interested too and went over to look, while the man stared at the screen in embarrassment. But the girl quickly got bored of it. She sat down on the couch and stuck to her phone. The advertisement spawned a thought in her mind from the thought that had been keeping her in suspense. She turned to Ye Min-jun. Why doesn't he give off the scent of an elf? After all, he is an elf in his prime, is he not? The hunter hummed thoughtfully. It won't be felt if you're only a quarter elf. The principal crossed her arms on her chest and greeted Ye Min-jun. They had not seen each other for a long time. The man took a seat at the table and inquired, Is something wrong? The woman explained, the case of the disappearance of Chairman Yang Taijun, tamed hero, extremely interested Chairman Jenkinson. After being told the identity of the arrested HS member, she was assigned to contact the agent to whom the case was given. Although the woman spoke softly, her voice was cold. Who does he think the dragoness is? That she is not a member of a criminal organization. The company believes these three are the prime suspects. Blair picked up the remote and turned on the screen. The burning screen displayed 3 pictures of completely different-looking people, except for gender. No information was written about them. Ye Min-jun thought so, but he still has no way of understanding why the chairman did this. And why did he want to see him? Blair answered the question with a question. What does he know about Hessen Industries? Hunter suggested that it was just a pharmaceutical company. The woman nodded. For others, perhaps. However, Hessen Industry, say, which was led by Chairman Yang Taejun, has a secret mission, Hari. The man didn't care about these secrets. Well, it's a business. Obviously, they're doing something like that. Blair didn't back down. The new research has a bit of a problem. The fact is that they were doing dangerous research. This research was about the genetics of the 7 dragons. Ye Mingjun was surprised, but tried to keep a cool face. It's understandable. Dragons are immune to all poisons, and they're strong. So that's probably why they're interested in them. However, dragons are too proud to allow research to be done on them. Perhaps the one who attacked Yang Taejun is a dragon embittered by the research, and this dragonkin was extremely proud of his noble dragon family. Ye Mingjun allowed himself to be mocked by the woman, so she thinks the dragon man did it. As far as he knows, Jenkinson has always sought attention, so he doesn't think he would risk his reputation. What you were doing here didn't add up, the man thought, scratching his stubbly chin. What makes them think that Chairman Yang Taejun is an alien? Blair sighed and replied, they have no proof, as he suddenly disappeared from radar. Then he built a company. Too suspicious of his sudden success, the woman pressed the remote button again and opened Yang Taejun's personnel file. Ye Mingjun repeated, Yang Taejun is an alien. The government and the Migration Bureau already know this. They will obviously deny it. This is the best scenario for them. On top of that, the investigation will stop when Yang Taejun goes missing. Blair pulled a small device from behind her sinus. She placed it on the table and gently slid it towards the hunter. Ye Mingjun grabbed it, pressed a button. A projection opened before his eyes. It was some woman's private matter. Turns out it's the principal of Hassan Industries, Kim Enju. She's still doing that dangerous research. A cold-blooded and determined woman was looking at the man from the photograph. And with her strength, she could cover any trace. Ye Mingjun nodded affirmatively. She is also quite suspicious. Isn't Kim Yunju loyal to Yang Taejun, so why did she do it? Well, she won't leak all the information on him. Isn't that a tempting way to make money? Blair carefully adjusted his glasses and grinned. What if she wants to get his place? Is that why she decided to kill her boss? However, it's about something else now, because there are dragons involved. Even though there's still a possibility of this, Ye Mingjun should have originally given up on all of this. The man got up from the table and apologized. He should have said so originally. Before he could finish, the woman interrupted him as expected. If he was in doubt, he should read the letter. She gave him a cold stare, and he'd better do it right now. Ye Mingjun pressed his lips together. Damn, they wouldn't just get off him. Reluctantly and slowly, he reached for the letter. He realized he didn't stand a chance. The hunter nodded. He would read. Observing his torment, the woman smiled contentedly and favorably. A while later, Ye Mingjun walked out of the building. The roar of the cars in the driveway reassured him. He was finally out of this horrible office. At the appointed time, he met with Champal. Now they have a new case. The partners went up to the 10th floor of a tall building. There they were left waiting for her in the hallway. A couple minutes later, a calm voice came out. Are you waiting? A woman came into the room with her group of people and apologized for being late. Her face was familiar to Ye Mingjun. It was Kim Yunju. Chanpa was the first to rise from the table and greeted the people by introducing himself. Ye Mingjun remained silent for now, his nostrils catching a pleasant fragrance. The woman immediately took the policeman head-on. She was only going to talk to human police. The hunter, on the other hand, was bowled over by his musings. It's such a familiar feeling. He's in such a state now that it will be very easy to siphon all the energy out of him. Yes, and this woman is saying some very strange things. He blinked slowly, his eyelids seemed very heavy. In just a blink of an eye, half an hour had passed. But the entire time Ye Mingjun wasn't listening to what the people below him were saying. Kim Yunju apologized. She was about to leave. He said he'd heard another manager was missing, but for some reason she preferred not to mention it. On Kim Yunju's face for the first time, one could see worry. Perhaps he just left and is not contacting. The man addressed her by name again and informed her that he had a unique ability. Perhaps the principal has heard the acronym MPF? MPF is an interspecific sex pheromone, is an unexplained biological mystery. Mutants that can spread the pheromone that attracts other species are called MPF manifestors. The hero remembered one of the points. He would receive 50,000 Daylants for completing this special mission on behalf of the organization. Ye Mingjun smirked. This would be the easiest thing to do. The hunter turned to the woman again. What is her relationship with the dragon? Normally, MPF is only secreted by frequent contact with the species. The woman was shocked. She tried to interrupt the flow of his words, but she didn't know what to say, so she only gave a quiet mooing. He and Jenkinson had their suspicions. They viewed those three as prime suspects. There was definitely a dragon among them that could be related to Kim Yunju. It was none other than Edlinson. When did she start messing around with him? A couple of minutes later, the partners were sitting in the quiet interior of a police car in an underground parking lot. Ye Mingjun couldn't contain his indignation. He couldn't believe that Kim Yunju just left without answering anything. John Pal nodded. This is indeed strange. The policeman couldn't understand one thing, so he asked his partner, "By the way, how did he figure out the dragon?" Yeminjunu didn't know how to explain it. Suddenly, there was a prolonged sound in the cabin that knocked him out of his thoughts. With anger, the man cracked the frying pan on the seat. A tearful face was displayed on her plane. Dignova apologized. Just because the hero is heading to Heesan Industry, he wants to tell something and can't hold back any longer. The subject just thought that he knew the person Yeminjun was talking about. The man at the same time could barely contain his anger. Dignova Alchatekyu greeted happily. "Aha, it's Kim Enju!" Yeminjun's eyes widened in surprise. It turns out that the extraordinary subject knows the director of the company. She visited his master's house often until eventually she started coming everyone. 2 weeks for sleepovers. However, Hiro wasn't so gullible. He still doubted the subject's statement. Chanpa listened silently without interjecting into their conversation. But the policeman suddenly interrupted their dialogue. He heard something. Earlier, when John Pal was interrogating Kim Yoonju, Yeminjun secretly cast a wiretapping spell on her. The orb on the dashboard glowed, and a woman's voice came from it. The principal of the company right now was telling someone that 2 investigators had just come in. Panic and indignation could be heard in her voice. The woman was interrogating her interlocutor. The questions came one after another. Why didn't she say anything? What was she going to do now? How could she still not find one person? Kim Enju was definitely out of her mind. Her scream became deafening in the stone walls of the restroom. They must, at the cost of their lives, find him faster than the orcs. Is it a dragon if he can't even summon a spirit? The arrogant and cold voice on the other side of the wire called her an idiot. A hissing female voice explained, "Intimacy with spirits is a trait that dragons don't exhibit. That's why she's doing the best she can. At least she understands." How many elves have been looking for Yang Taijun? Yeminjun and Chanpal inquisitively looked at the orb, trying not to miss a single word or sound. The hunter remembered that there had been a recent case of a missing elf. That's where this scrap of string had led. The woman blames the elves for being useless. But one did become useful today, Kim Yoonju's interlocutor claimed. One old elf with amazing powers is hiding in a bookstore. A chill ran down the hero's skin. The description was too similar to his familiar, and this person came to catch this interesting creature. After saying those words, Yeminjun felt his throat constrict. The huntress. On the other side of the phone, grinned contentedly. She'd finally gotten where she was. Her shadow loomed over the unsuspecting Donchul, who happily said hello to the potential client. The last thing Yeminjun heard was the boy calling Lakefield, informing him that a customer had come in, after which Kim Yoonju's subordinate hung up the phone. John Pal grabbed the steering wheel and was about to start the car. They need to go faster, but the hero stopped him. If they drive 10 kilometers through all the Seoul traffic, it will be too late. The man addressed his partner by name. He should listen to him carefully. Yeminjun pulled out a knife so quickly that it seemed as if it just materialized in his hand. Then he stabbed his hand with all his might, causing the policeman to be shocked. Yeminjun was engulfed by a red mist. This is warp magic. Once he completely moved, Chanpal should immediately head to the Hassan. He needs to keep Kim Yoonju safe while the hero resolves some issues in the meantime. Have him lock her up somewhere until the hunter contacts him, since if something goes wrong, they can use her as a hostage. The policeman was too shocked he could hardly think hostages. Who was he going to blackmail? The hero was slowly dissolving into space. Who else if not the dragon? That was the last thing the orc heard. The thudding footsteps were clearly audible in the dusty store as Kim Enju's subordinate walked in, saying an informal hello to Lakefield. The elf answered nothing, casting the girl an appraising look, seemingly not a customer. The huntress grinned, showing off a sharp and protruding fang, eyes gleaming madly, and let him summon a spirit. Lakefield defiantly slammed down the book he had just been reading, covered his eyes, and sighed. For a spiritualist, spirits are his alter ego and soulmates. He will never summon any of them near someone he doesn't trust. A sharp-toothed and cocky smirk never left the girl's face. Using the informal address again, she asked the elf to take it easy and not talk nonsense. With one jerk, she tossed the papers in front of the man. Lakefield had already seen them. This was Yang Taejun's case. The girl had ordered him to find the creep as quickly as possible. Irritation was slowly but surely rising. In Lakefield's breast, did she not understand his words? Something unkind flashed in the huntress's eyes. Impulsiveness and madness oozing out of her neon light, and she bared her sharp teeth and let out a wry chuckle. Her voice became snarling and low, this lowly creature. A bluish glow enveloped the entire store. A powerful aura spread outside the store as well. It could be felt from afar. A roar filled with the magical power of a dragon. It literally shakes the body and mind. Donchel sensed something amiss and tried to run into the store to help the elf, but a powerful force prevented him from going forward. and the bright glow made his eyes water. A memory popped up in the boy's mind where Ye Min-jun had shared his thoughts with him and warned him sometimes some rather annoying customers could come in. Man has dealt with some, but they'll always find holes in the ship if those guys show up again. The little orc trembled, the huge explosion, the black book. We've got to get this over with. He repeated the hunter's instructions aloud. Take it out with your right hand gently. When you get it, take it down the ladder that opens up. The dragon had already grabbed Lakefield by the neck and lifted him above the ground. Satisfaction could be heard in her voice. Where do we start? The girl felt the aura in the store change. It distracted her for a moment, and she looked away. A golden glow engulfed the little store. Through force, Lakefield opened one eye. Is it really that? So, Ye Min-jun was leaving a bunch of plants here, covering himself, saying, he'll hold them here for a while. Did he prepare for this and create a barrier for special guests? The golden glow spread out, running along the shelves of books. But the space of the bookstore was too small for it. Gradually, the golden rays stretched beyond the doors. A scream rang out. A large amount of energy powerfully shot outside the store, disposing of the dragon. Wasting no time, the elf grabbed the boy. They need to move faster to the second floor. Finally, Ye Min-jun arrived in time. After taking a quick glance at the scene, the man praised the boy's work. Dancho was pleased with the praise, despite the tears that had accumulated in the corners of his eyes. A naive and childlike smile shone on his face. But it was not the end. The dragon was not defeated. The girl only lost consciousness for a while, bickering. She gradually rose to her feet. Her face contorted with anger, veins on her forehead, she would rip them to shreds. An eerie red mist was concentrating over the store. The dragon had no idea what it was. Ye Min-jun cast an appraising glance at the girl. He was ready for battle. The dragon continued to sit in a half-crouch, baring its sharp fangs like a cat ready to attack at any moment. The girl laughed with gusto in a low, dulcet voice, blood rushing through her veins in anticipation of a bloody fight. Is he the one in charge here? Ye Min-jun ignored her and didn't reply, which caused her a new wave of anger. The dragon roared, "Are you deaf or what?" The hero slowly lowered himself to the parapet in the building, continuing to stare down at his enemy from above, parried with only one word, "Not at all." Until that moment, it seemed as if he was completely overwhelmed by equanimity. But it turned out that he was not. Irritation and hatred spewed out of him. Curses burst from his lips. Hunter managed to dig up the girl's bio. Her name is Edelins. She's 64 years old. About 6 years ago, she received temporary citizenship and moved to the land. The girl didn't have a chance to get official citizenship because of measurement problems. Listening to this, she could barely contain her anger. How did that bastard know? Ye Min-jun arrogantly inquired, "She doesn't know who he is, does she?" His voice was full of hatred. She's acting like a scared child. Obviously, she's not even familiar with dragon customs. Adeline's temper was too explosive. She couldn't hold back a new wave of irritation. "Bastard!" came from her lips. The hunter continued to mock her. She doesn't want to show her real face. He's sure the older dragons would love a troublesome cretin. The girl froze. She realized she had screwed up. A bunch of people were gathering behind her. Ye Min-jun rushed forward at a fast speed and ordered the dragon to follow him. He knows a place. A grimace of satisfaction mixed with anger contorted the girl's face. She would make him regret it. When the pair of enemies finally reached the uninhabited place, where no one would bother them, and where they would harm no one, the sun had already set behind the horizon. The stars, here and there, glittered in the sky. Ye Min-jun smiled frighteningly. The elders clearly scare her. Since she was so scared and followed him, it was only worth it for him to stutter about them. The girl scratched the back of her head and laughed wickedly, giving the impression that he had trapped her. Her face creased again and became a grotesque wax mask. Now the hero must realize he's definitely fucked. One small wave of energy ran through the forest, followed by another, each wave gradually increasing in strength, until the forest was illuminated by a bright beam of bluish glow. As the girl transformed, a rumbling sound rose up in the surroundings. Rocks and branches flew around, the roaring, almost deafening Ye Min-jun. A sharp tug, a groan from the trees, a whistle of wind, and a bright flash. Edelins burst into the attack, smashing everything in their path and leaving behind furrows in the earth. Of course, the hunter managed to dodge. How much water had passed since his last dragon hunt, he recalled. While the creature looked around in confusion, anxiously he lowered his eyes to his bloody hand. Unfortunately, it's recovering too slowly. But that's not surprising. Warp magic costs a lot, since he's not using it anyway. Ye Min-jun waved his knife and cold blood scattered everywhere. He cut off his left hand. A sharp and powerful stream of magic burst straight from the wound. The man tried to ignore the pain. Finally, the dragon found the hunter hanging right over his head. A loud and deafening roar ran through the forest again. Ye Minjun was worried that his time was too short, but there was no way to speed up magic. Suddenly, the severed arm began to regrow, but it looked different, horrifyingly different. Ye Minjun was used to this kind of sight, so he didn't react in any way. Edelins would pay for all the mess she made in his territory. Meanwhile, near the ground, the dragon flapped its wings, raising a huge torrent of wind, and soared through the air, heading for the hunter. The creature's speed was tremendous. It reached the hunter in just a second and closed its mouth, spitting saliva and glowing with hateful eyes. Edelins felt a nearby movement and a cutting pain. Her eyes went wide. Ye Minjun managed to dodge, and he once again struck a gift at the creature. He struck again, gathering all his strength in his fist. "No mercy, even though you're a dragon," flashed through his mind. The forceful blow disoriented the creature. The hero took advantage of this moment and flew off into the far distance to avoid the counterattack. Edelins was coming to her senses quickly. She was tormented by the question, how could a person move like that? A wave of rage enveloped her again and gave her strength. Then she would be fast too. The creature opened its maw wide, concentrating its power in it and blinding with a bright blue light. Gradually, the dragon formed a sphere to attack. Ye Minjun was shocked. There's dragon breath here? Is she completely crazy or what? The man used transformation magic. In a second, he dissolved into thin air to loom over the dragon from above. He shouted in an attempt to stop her, for in doing so, the hum was unbearable. Does she really want to set the whole forest on fire? Of the dragon's 6 brains, thinking and magic, only the hindbrain is responsible for balance. Ye Minjun realized that the creature wouldn't listen to him, so he decided to aim right there. Then he would give Edelins a concussion, gaining more speed. The man stamped his foot into the back of the creature's head with all his might. Fortunately for Ye Minjun and the surrounding forest, it worked. The dragon lost its concentration and, by the inertia from the kick, flew down at high speed, crashing into the ground. The hero slowly lowered himself to the ground after the defeated creature. Edelins, unconscious in the clearing, steam billowing from her scales. The outer layer covering the dragon's entire body, it's now weakened due to the concussion. Ye Minjun soared upwards, intercepted the knife hilt more comfortably, and threw it down at high speed. The veil barely gave in, but the knife managed to pass between the scales and cut into the soft flesh. And that was because the outer veil was injured. Ye Minjun decided to cast a curse. Edelins came to her senses abruptly. From the flash of vivid pain that blossomed in her side, she woke up and growled. It was to the hero's advantage that the creature was very weakened. He slowly but surely approached, about to deliver a crushing blow. The weapon slowly extended in his hand. It was sharply sharpened and thin. It seemed like it could neatly enter even the hardest to reach places hidden by the scales. All dragons have a blind spot, through which they can cause paralysis in their lower limbs, which is exactly what the man was going to do. Ye Minjun took aim. He only had one shot. With a sharp and honed movement, he drove the spearhead under the scales right here. The pain for the creature was unbearable. Tears came to her eyes. Edelin screamed that she didn't want to die. Ye Minjun struck the blunt end of the peg again, driving it even deeper. Another painful groan sounded. His heart was cold to the suffering of the shivering creature at his feet that sprawled before him. If she was dumb and weak, she didn't deserve to live. His gaze was cold and calculating, his lips contorted in a grin. How dare she? Ye Minjun's scarlet eyes were splashed with bloodlust that he let out unnecessarily rarely. With a crisp movement, he pulled out the knife, making the creature feel even more pain. Hunter took aim again, about to drive it in again, but this time it would have to be the final blow. "Don't go on," came a loud voice in his head. The hero froze in surprise with the knife in his hand. He lifted his head up, looking around the sky, his bloodthirstiness replaced by interest, and the corners of his lips crept upward. Now his eyes were interested and calm. Someone was communicating with him telepathically. The mysterious voice wouldn't let up. Think carefully. The man continued to persuade him. He clearly wasn't going to back down. In an ingratiating voice, he requested that Ye Minjun stop there. To the surprise, the mysterious man wasn't even near the hero. He was watching from afar with the help of an information window, as if he was just watching a movie. Ye Minjun, although he felt respect for this mysterious person, he wondered why he had interfered, but he wasn't going to back down from his cause. It seemed he couldn't. The voice seemed familiar to him. He had heard it often, and more than once. It was Chairman Jenkinson. Ye Minjun explained, "This thing has invaded his territory, so he has no way back." This time, Chairman Jenkinson didn't try to butter him up. He just succinctly replied, "I understand." The hero clutched the hilt of his sword with anticipation and desperation, then let the man not stop him. The race issue, he had no choice. Chairman Jenkinson called Ye Minjun by name. He could feel the pressure in his voice. He shouldn't force him to be more petty than he is now. The chairman used an irrefutable argument. The hero froze, accepting his defeat. Should he bring up the Dragon Code? The Dragon Code overrides the laws of mortals. It states that only a dragon can kill another dragon. To violate it is to declare war on all dragons. The man sighed. It must be hard being a dragon, especially one like the chairman. The man suggested that the hero should talk plainly, since no one is bugging them. This made Ye Min-jun irritated. He gritted his teeth with force. His patience was breaking, anger spilling out beyond rationality. This wouldn't have happened if his boss had done his job properly. In response, Chairman Jenkinson could find no words. He made a sort of disappointed sound, but still remained silent. The man kicked the dragon carcass that lay before him with fury. He put his foot down on it in a masterly manner. He mocked the chairman, sarcastically repeating his question. It was his business. He was just dealing with whoever dared to touch what belonged to him. Chairman Jenkins squeezed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. In a tired voice, he turned to his subordinate again. He asks him, as an old friend, he needs to listen to him. Ye Min-jun once again furiously raised his face towards the sky, his brows furrowed. This would not quell his anger in the slightest. The man tried to keep his sanity. He decided to compromise. He would just take some of the creature's blood, then he would calm down. With regret, he looked over the dragon carcass. This might shorten her life, but still, she was better off dead. He turned to the chairman. How would he like that option? Chairman Jenkins crossed his arms over his chest. This wasn't exactly what he wanted, but he had to accept it. Better this than death. He would send a team of paramedics. By the time the brigade arrived, Ye Min-jun's arm had already managed to recover fully. The manager praised him. He did a good job. Now they'll deal with the consequences. Internal organs, lymph and skin are highly prized, but it is illegal to sell them. All the leftovers after the fight will be taken by the Bureau, leaving not a drop. Only the body parts will be worth a couple million. But it was all small things compared to the blood of dragons. Ye Min-jun looked thoughtfully at the flask of red liquid he had managed to beg. The hero requested account information. The longtime friend sent 10,000 delantes to his account. The man opened another information window, his current balance now totaling 31,500 delants. He got half of his entire balance for that case, already good. Finished with the important calculations, the hunter called his partner, a policeman. He asked the orc about Kim Yoon-ju. The policeman clearly followed his instructions. He tied her up and hit her, as he said. The man tiredly asked for the address. He was anxious to get this over with as quickly as possible. About an hour later, he arrived at his destination. It turned out to be an abandoned building. Ye Min-jun was pensively looking over the bound woman in the chair. Kim Yoon-ju wanted freedom and tried to pay them off. She offered them the phone records, but no sooner had she spoken than the hero interrupted her. A long, familiar fly sat on his finger. He would get her to confess anyway. Slowly, the hunter reached his hand closer to the woman's face. He yanked his finger lightly, and the insect obediently took off. It was the first time Kim Yoon-ju had seen such a thing. Panic splashed in her eyes. What is he talking about? However, the confession that Kim Yoon-ju gave out surprised Ye Min-jun, to say the least. After meeting with Edelins, the company's principal realized that she was under the influence of a pheromone. Studying her MPF, Yang Taejin asked the woman for a favor. He started taking blood from his deputy on a regular basis. Yang Taejin researched and determined the principle of the influence of the blood of the MPF bearer on the dragon blood. In the research process, he needed as much dragon blood as he took from the MPF host, i.e. Kim Yoon-ju. Ye Min-jun was confused. It's not like they had any connection. Then what's all this for? There was another fact that didn't fit in anyway. Where did Yang Taejin get so much dragon blood from anyway? The hunter's head lit up with an idea, and he turned to his partner. Where are the other houses of Chairman Yang Taejung, apart from the one in Hanamdong? The man began to remember that mixed-use building in Hongdae, the condo in Jechun, and the villa in Gachon. The car was carrying at high speed. There was not much time. Also, the chairman has a villa in Ganwon-do-Sokcho. While Ye Min-jun was on his way to one of the locations, he made a call to the company. To his surprise, the deputy picked up the phone. She explained that she was taking calls in place of the chairman for the time being. But the man didn't care. He demanded to be connected to the chairman urgently. He didn't care what he was doing now. He had to get in touch with him. It's an urgent case about an immigrant who shares a common ancestor with him. A short while later, Ye Min-jun arrived at his desired area of the city. The sea waves were quietly rustling the sand near the shore, and the breeze was refreshing. The quiet rustling of the wheels on the smooth asphalt blended in with the sounds of nature. The chairman's car pulled up to the meeting place. If he had only known that he would have to meet him like this, he would have originally gone along with him. Slamming the door, Chairman Jenkins stepped out of the car towards Ye Min-jun. His unusual eyes shone pink, like quartz in the rays of the setting sun. As Chairman Jenkinson belonged to the Fire Dragon class. Moreover, He was the senior dragon and owned the whole company. Yamingjin didn't care about the big shot in front of him. He cast a cold-blooded glance at the man. The men walked in silence, shoulder to shoulder, along the pier. Many questions occupied the hunter's head. Why only Yang Taejun disappeared exactly in the middle of the research? Was he using a valuable homunculus as a fake body to commit suicide? To everyone's surprise, the answer was too simple because all the research had long since been completed. The man had no need to seek out the dragon, for he could pump out his own blood in liters. Yamingjin had the instincts of a bloodhound, after all. He was able to find the missing person that was now peacefully fishing. Yang Taejun had set it all up, a race capable of pumping out liters of its own blood. That means Chairman Yang Taejun is not a human being. The man rose and removed the hat that hid his face. Doubtfully, he inquired, "They're not the customers he was expecting, are they?" A few nights before Yang Taejun went missing, the lights in his house were on and he was awake. The sleeping woman in his bed did not hear his words to her. Soon he would have to leave. He sighed. So she better start dating others. The man was already heading towards the exit of the room as his muttering woke Kim Yoonju up. Yang Taejun froze in the middle of the room, not answering anything. Tears came to Kim Yoonju's eyes. They've known each other for over a decade. Can he even tell when, where, and why he's leaving? There was no response. Yang Taejun continued to stand with his back to her, hiding his face in desperation Kim Enju by his hair. Who is she to him? It was around this time that she met Edelins, who was able to close the hole after this breakup. After all, he told her to date other people, she kept telling herself. A few months after the affair, she felt strange changes in her body and decided to take a test, hoping she was having a child with Yang Taejun. A while later, the woman confessed that she wanted to see her gynecologist today and was diagnosed with dragon-type MPF. The detection of MPF was a very unexpected result, but Yang Taejun reacted cold-bloodedly. He asked her for a favor. His words appeared strange to Kim Yoonju, as if her confession of treason meant nothing to him. He asked her to take some of her blood. Such a cold response infuriated her. The woman rose from the bed in a rage and asked again, "Her blood?" But she eventually relented anyway and gave him her blood. If only she could continue to be with him, she would give her any time she wanted. Yes, she could give him as much as he asked for. But just because of one fight, everything had gone wrong. Kim Yoonju found out that before he left, Yang Taejun had drained all of his Heesun Industries stock to a charity. Her heart was filled with anger and resentment after all. And Heesun Industries didn't belong to him alone. They were both invested in this company. But Yang Taejun remained still as cold and adamant. He sighed heavily to me and said as he cut off that he could not divulge the details. Kim Yoonju couldn't take it anymore. Her patience ran out and she decided to initiate a breakup. This time for good. What was she to him? A useful coworker or a doormat or maybe just a guinea rat that gave him her blood? In her moment of weakness, she always came to the one who filled her painful hole. Edelins was also cold to Kim Yoonju's experiences. She was fueled by the thought of revenge. That's what she offered to her partner. The girl came closer. Her body heat and charming smile were too tempting. She whispered in his ear that she would help Kim Yoonju with this. The wound of betrayal was still too fresh, so the woman accepted her offer. But she was never able to take revenge on Yang Taejun. He left. Ye Minjun once again addressed the man by name. The Immigration Bureau has already searched his residence. Everyone knows he used Kim Yoonju's MPF to create a virus that infiltrates the dragon's immune system and is fatal. Yang Taejun persisted in not looking into the hero's eyes, despite being restrained. He felt relaxed and only laughed at his words. It's the only virus that can penetrate a dragon's body, an unkillable body. For a second, it seemed as if mania had seized him, but he quickly calmed down. However, the research wasn't over yet, and he didn't have much time. Ye Minjun disagreed with him, even if unsuccessful. But this attempt is considered a crime, and it's very serious, because it can't be challenged. Even when declared mentally ill. Yang Taejun echoed, "Mentally ill." He was silent for a while, analyzing the hero's words. He let out another crazy laugh and asked, "Does the man think he's crazy?" Ye Minjun shook his head. "Not at all. Who would create a virus that killed dragons?" Yang Taejun raised his haggard face. His eyes stood out strongly and seemed like gems. What if he just hates dragons? He had thought long and hard on the subject and had come to the conclusion that dragons were pests, destroying the social ecosystem in all its layers. They are the cause of all misfortune. There was indeed hatred in the man's voice. The hero disagreed. There are such personalities even among humans, but he didn't voice it. And then there are those who argue that the Earth could be saved if all humans would just disappear. But even humans don't kill each other to reduce the population. That would be insane. This was the state of Yang Taejun's face right now. His smile was not at all welcoming, and his wide-open eyes were repulsive. Looking at his face, one would want to move farther away because of the feeling of unforeseen danger. Ye Mingjun exhaled heavily. He realized that the man had long since lost his mind. Yan Taijin continued to bend his line. Dragons are the pus of society, and no matter how everyone defends themselves, the dragons will still subjugate everyone. The other races are like multicolored paints, but will eventually blend together. Dragons are like butter, always rising above the water. Dragons suppress and dominate other races, polluting society. Isn't he right? The man raised his questioning gaze to Jenkinson. Until now, the man had only listened silently to his ramblings. He sighed heavily and covered his eyes. Now, Chairman Jenkinson was not interested in his inadequate thoughts. Ye Mingjun carefully and discreetly took out a knife from his belt. Trying to distract the distraught man, he asked if the man had earthly citizenship, or maybe he can provide a residency permit that allows him to be on Earth legally. Yan Tiejun showed no fear. A predatory smile spread on his lips. He openly admitted that he had none of these things. Ye Mingjun thought so. He abruptly slashed his knife at his clenched fist, inflicting a deep wound on himself. In an instant, a bluish dome formed around them, restricting the hero's combat capabilities and preventing Yang Taijun from escaping. Ye Mingjun roared. Chairman Jenkinson remained unfazed. He doesn't want to fight with his own kind. It's pointless. Relaxing the tie around his neck, he asked Yang Taijun who he was waiting here for. The man refused to answer. He didn't even look at his interlocutors. It seemed as if the vast wave of the sea attracted him much more. Chairman Jenkinson was prepared for this development. Since he refuses to answer, he has no other choice. Under the influence of his power, the sea raged, a bright beam of transformation magic striking the sky. Yan Taijin watched silently, his frantic state blending into the surrounding gray landscape. It was as if he was blending in, just as washed out and erratic. Lightning rumbled. The man completely transformed into a dragon. Yang Taijun in human form seemed like a pathetic bug in comparison. As expected, dragons are very ferocious. There was nothing left for him to do but transform the same way. With the power of the two dragons in one place, the weather abruptly deteriorated. It rained unusually hard, and the waves became huge in size, the wind blowing away everything in its path. Ye Mingjun sighed, but it was the satisfied sigh of the hound who was not himself in anticipation of the hunt. How long had it been since he had fought dragons? The hero stood up in a stance, gripping his knife more comfortably. What's to say about two dragons in one day? Chairman Jenkinson let out a thunderous roar and was the first to rush to the attack, Ye Mingjun following him with his knife at his side. The might of two dragons and a man armed with a demonic knife collided at one point, causing a huge explosion of energy. It was for this occasion that a non-existent storm had to be invented afterward. The news channels reacted quickly enough, with all corners, trumpeting the unidentified giant typhoon that had swept along the Sakcho coast, touching the entire country. The Korea Meteorological Service is currently investigating the causes of the typhoon. Residents living in the vicinity of Sakcho are urged to familiarize themselves with the disaster evacuation plan and refrain from walking. Kim Enju was absolutely shattered, but she knew that what was happening had something to do with Yang Taejun. His name quietly escaped her dry lips. But one resident was completely unaware of what was going on outside. She may not have heard the radio, nor did she look out the window as she was now doing yoga at the gym. She simply had no reason to do so. 42-year-old Jung Mian enjoyed warming up. She worked as a yoga instructor for the trolls. Suddenly, she heard a noise from outside. It startled her, and the woman flinched. She turned her head sharply, straining to look out the window, which was covered with dozens of rivulets of dripping water. Another bang, followed by a crack. The typhoon-crazed birds could hardly control their flight, so they crashed into the glass. Chung Mian broke away from her study because the picture was too disturbing what had happened. The woman moved closer. Finally, she was able to appreciate the full picture of what was happening outside, her mouth ajar in surprise. The natural anomaly went beyond all limits of normality. The sea raged and went beyond its limits, gradually covering the city. Flashes of lightning flashed from everywhere. Hurricanes flickered on the horizon in the distance. But in the very ocean of the storm, everything was quiet and calm, the sea waves swaying faintly while a light rain drizzled around. Ye Mingjun was slowly and unsteadily trudging forward. He was badly injured, and it was hard for him to keep his balance. For as the battle progressed, the man had managed to lose 2 of his arms. Now he was left to rely on his tired legs. The hero seemed precariously small when the dragon's muzzle bent over him. Chairman Jenkins reasoned that Yang Taejun was much stronger than he appeared. He is indeed worthy of the title of Elder Dragon. At this moment, the creature was planning on them, about to attack again. Ye Mingjun tiredly and without much desire activated his abilities, intending to regrow his arms. Chairman Jenkinson ignored his condition. He can't fall flat on his face. Therefore, he must continue to fight and show the power of a true elder dragon. The fire dragon flapped its powerful wings, once again stirring the water beneath it. It was clearly intent on defeating its enemy. The red dragon opened its maw wide and unleashed a blinding fire beam. But his opponent wasn't so stupid either. He opened his mouth just as wide, forming a blob of energy. The two projectiles collided with each other in midair, causing another powerful release of energy. Yeminjun took advantage of the moment and, ignoring his tortured body, went on the attack once again. Yang Daejin's gaze became blank again, as if he had entered his own world. Unbeknownst to anyone, Kim In-ju's name escaped his lips. Being in prostration, the man opened up and allowed the attack to be launched in his direction. But the dragon wasn't even paying attention. Mentally, he was elsewhere. In a place where there was silence, where the sky was clear, where the drizzling rain beat on the leaves of flowering shrubs. Involuntarily, Yeminjun was also there, his gaze blank and tired. This is the place where you spend your last strength before you die. The relaxed atmosphere gave time to sit quietly in silence. The hero reached forward to feel the cold raindrops on his palm. He wanted to start a conversation, but Yan Taijun interrupted him. "He's not in his body, is he?" Yeminjun saw no point in lying. He sighed heavily. No, not in his own. Dragon's eyes pierced through him. Fine. Let him decide then what to do with the information the man was about to tell him. The creature was silent for a while. Yang Taijun was gathering his thoughts. There was no rush for them anyway. Last time, the will was in the private safe of the Chuncheon Main Bank. In the middle of the fog loomed a green bus that gradually approached the stop, ready to pick up new passengers. Tucking his hands into his pockets and shivering from the damp and chill, Yang Taijun walked to his door. He really hoped the man would still familiarize himself. Ye Min-jun didn't want to let him go so easily. Before he left, the hero wanted to know one more thing. Who was helping the man with his plan? The dragon didn't turn around and replied in a level voice. He doesn't know them. He just accepted help from them. So that his virus could spread without reaching the periphery. After saying those words, the bus swallowed up Yang Taijun, leaving Ye Min-jun alone at the bus stop. The brief but still useful conversation left a residue on the man's soul. For the first time in a long time, he felt loneliness, but along with it, relaxation. Yan Taijun was defeated. The seawater was gradually dyed with the brown color of his blood. The next day, the city shone in the bright rays of the hot sun, as if nothing had happened the night before. Yeminjun once again headed to the flower store to replenish the shelves in the bookstore. He was glad for the coolness of the air conditioning that met him at the entrance. The man turned to the flower vendor. "How much is this flower worth?" He listened to the muttering radio. The news was talking about an unusual storm that had hit the entire Socho coast last week, the government justifying it as a natural anomaly. The merchant also heard this and was outraged. "Oh my God, who believes in this nonsense? What kind of natural anomaly?" Yeminjun tried to suppress his disappointment. As expected, he still couldn't hide the consequences of this battle. Yang Taijun, he revealed a secret to him before he died. He infected the homunculus body with the virus, which was disguised as a corpse. But the virus itself was not simple. Magic works when it comes into contact with temperatures of 500 degrees or more. And if the corpse was cremated, the virus should have started to multiply. Yeminjun walked out of the store towards the hot rays of the sun and stopped a brightly shining cab. The next stage is for the virus to mix with the dust and spread everywhere, but that's not going to happen. After all, Yeminjun carried the corpse to the immigration office. They'll start studying the virus after they finish examining the body. However, as the man was writing the report, a question popped into his mind that kept him on his toes. Before he took the body to the bureau, a hunch flashed through Yeminjun's mind. It was better for him to keep the body. Though he rarely relied on his gut, 800 years of experience told him, now was the time to act on his gut. This virus only affects dragons. How could it be of any use to him? The human scent gives you away, Yang Taejun's voice echoed in his head. The chairman had been wondering if Kim Yoonju was okay, and he hoped the hero would clear things up. Yeminjun didn't go into details. He was too tired and didn't want to spread out. So he succinctly replied, well, it'll do. Yang Taejun felt a prick of guilt and looked away. She was always disturbing. Dozens of scenes flashed through his mind of Kim Yoonju crying. She was always afraid of being alone. Perhaps that's why he confused jealousy with manipulation. The man raised his eyes to the sky. She had stabbed him in the back 3 times. The first time when she admitted to cheating on him with a dragon a few months ago. The second time was when she tested drugs on him, treating him like a lab rat. The third time was when she called him greedy. Greedy for other people's good. And she almost kidnapped him once, along with that stupid dragon. Yan Taejun sensed the irony of the situation and chuckled. It seems he is a terrible man since she wanted to kill him 3 times. Yeminjun was slowly getting closer to the conclusion of his report. Time to summarize. Yang Taejun intends to donate his shareholding in Hessen Industries to a charitable foundation, heiress to his entire estate, including accounts, mutual funds, artwork, jewelry, patents, real estate, and so on. A human woman who kept in touch with him until his death. Ye Mingjun tiredly and disdainfully exhaled. This matter had finally finished him off. What kind of idiot is this person? He's pathetic if he can't express his feelings, because nothing will matter when you die. Kim Yoonju received a will. She couldn't believe until the end that the man she loved was dead. Her hands trembling and her legs barely holding her up, he left her. Forever, the woman bent down to pick up her hat, which was nailed by the sea surf. Putting her to her breast, she clutched her in her arms. Though she hated him, though she tried to kill him, she never stopped loving Yang Taejun, her boss. In the room, a television was muttering quietly in the background, and cards were scattered in a certain order on a green-tinted table. Ye Mingjun looked at them pensively and commented, "Why is he so unlucky?" While the man was busy guessing on grip cards, the TV was reporting the weather forecast. It would be too hot without rain. Beware of sudden storms. The hero looked at the first pile of cards. This is the result of divination on relationships. There is a possibility of reunion with a person he has not seen for a long time. An unexpected program on television caught his attention. The International Federation of Alchemists had agreed to increase the sale of gold to 10 tons a day, causing the price of gold to drop by 7%. Next, weather forecaster Lee Yuna will tell us about the weather. A cute girl appeared on the screen. She told us about the rain that, from the afternoon onwards, it will be raining all over the country. Next, she moved on to the topic of natural disasters. A magnitude 2.6 earthquake will pass through the neighborhoods of Kensan Pukto, Yenshin. Weather addicts should prepare. The man clucked and whined, "Damn drought, it's going to rain after all." The health forecast might not be right either. Before he came to Earth, he predicted the future with divine power. It's from another star, where it's used for research. So things may be a little different here. Ye Mingjun stacked all the cards in a stack and stared at them thoughtfully. On top lay the card that was the result of a relationship divination. The prediction that he might be reunited with someone he hadn't seen in a long time flashed through his mind again. After the bad weather, the roads in town were flooded with water, which was now splashing with small bursts from under the tires of the red car that was speeding down the highway. Ye Mingjun felt uncomfortable from driving at high speed. Meanwhile, Cassie was thoroughly enjoying the ride. The girl obviously had a lot of driving experience. Despite the high speed, she managed to park carefully. Cassie shook her head to arrange her disheveled hair. With a smile, she turned to her partner as she fought nausea. "They are on the spot." There was indignation in his voice. "Can't she drive slower?" His subordinate nonchalantly waved her hand. If something didn't suit him, he was entitled to get his own license. Cassie turned around with a gasp and asked him, "They have shopping plans today, right?" The man and his subordinate headed towards the Witch Corporation. It was the Eastern branch. They were greeted by a banner with a beautiful elf from a perfume advertisement. The friends passed the entrance. The mall was quite extensive, with people scurrying everywhere, looking at the goods offered to them. Two green-haired girls who looked like twins greeted them. They were expecting their visit. The goods they ordered were already waiting for them. The man silently followed the girls. The attendants led them to the VIP room, which elicited a surprised and delighted shriek from Cassie. From top-grade stones to fossilized mold enzymes and dried brain mucus, snail nymph secretions, and even fairy tree sap. Aren't these powerful magical catalysts to keep the spell going? The secretary's delight could not be taken away. Are there any other things like this besides what he already wanted to buy? Ye Mingjun quickly besieged her. He was thinking of something more ordinary. Hunter exhaled tiredly. A thought running through his head, it seemed Cassie couldn't even imagine something like this. Recently, he had been pondering how much fresh dragon blood he would need to overpower her. The cashier obligingly offered she would help the hero with a payment of 3 billion won. But the man said that wasn't all. He would like to trust them to handle some items. The woman nodded obligingly and warned, the process would take about an hour. Would he like to wait in the lounge area? But Ye Mingjun refused. He would like to look around. While the hero was strolling through the corridors, one of the visitors noticed him and stared at him with all eyes. Adoration was written on the man's face. He inquired, "Is this Agent Ye Mingjun by any chance?" The man confusedly confirmed that it was him. He seemed to have seen him somewhere before, only where. In order to smooth the atmosphere, the hero asked what the name of his interlocutor was, and received the answer, Jung Namgyu. Ye Mingjun rolled that name on his tongue, repeating it thoughtfully. "Oh, so this is the lawyer for Yang Taejun's case. Because of Yang Taejun's will, this lawyer helped him write those reports." Jung Namgyu apologized and handed the hero a business card with a smile. He couldn't give the man enough time due to his packed schedule, but since fate had brought them together like this, he might want to have a little chat. The men made their way to a table that sat comfortably by the window, settling into an armchair. The lawyer struck up a conversation. So he's an immigration bureau agent? Ye Mingjun nodded affirmatively. Chung Namgyu's eyes read interest. Doesn't he do private orders? Ye Mingjun raised his eyebrows. He was surprised at such a suggestion, but mumbled an apology, unless it was some special case. He would have to refuse him. The lawyer seemed to feel awkward. He quickly nodded and apologized. He didn't know that. In fact, there is one problem. Just not him and his client. Ye Mingjun shook his head, apologizing again. Chung Namgyu waved his hands in embarrassment. It's nothing. He can just forget about it. The man looked away. He still has one more thing to do on the third floor, so I guess he'll go. But still, the man was determined not to back down. He once again held out the business card. If Ye Mingjun still changed his mind, let him contact him. Looking after the retreating figure, Ye Mingjun felt a realization hit him. Wait a minute. Could this meeting be what he said it would be? He brushed the idea off, though maybe that wasn't it. After all, he had only met this troll a few days ago. When he returned to the store, the woman was waiting for him, a briefcase in her hands. He had finally returned. With Cassie still wandering around the still store, Ye Mingjun found her and told her that it was time for them to go back. The girl squinted at her boss with interest and impatience. The briefcase in his hand was too eye-catching, mysterious, shiny, and so serious. But she was more interested in its contents. Cassie glanced at her supervisor and, without turning her head, called his name. When she voiced this outrageous question, there was doubt in her voice. He hadn't committed any crimes or engaged in identity laundering before, had he? Ye Mingjun went into a mental state for a while, partially, but it was still true. The character portrayed nonchalance, his lips even contorted in the semblance of a faint smile. Did he look like someone like that? With embarrassment, the girl reported that she had considered both of these options. Although there was one more. Either the hero had lived a completely innocent life, or had never been involved in any serious incidents. Cassie concluded. She thought he was quite ordinary. The man mentally noted that she had pretty good intuition. He recalled his information card. He was on Earth, had employment based on forced labor upbringing, and selective deletion of memories had been used. His subordinate put a hand to her chest and called his name. A look of doubt on her face. Could he say something? Ye Mingjun tensed up and felt uncomfortable. He felt that he didn't want to answer the question his assistant was about to ask. Cassie bit her lip, trying to deal with the embarrassment. Before voicing her question, it confirmed the hero's suspicions. The girl gave in forward with assertiveness. Ye Mingjun instinctively retreated. She blurted out, Speaking of which, he's not a woman, right? What? And this is something the man didn't expect her to inflict? Cassie clarified her position. He's just hiding a lot of things. The girl grabbed her hair. She needed to hear the answer. He really isn't a woman if he's seriously changed gender. The secretary is completely gone. The drama has completely engulfed her. Then this is going over the top. Ye Mingjun was slowly starting to boil. Yeah, what is she talking about anyway? Suddenly, a lot of security guards piled up at the entrance. Someone even started rolling out the red carpet. Guards are assigned to their posts, Delta Team ready, Alpha Team standing by. The leader of this whole group was shouting into his earpiece that the chairman would be here soon. The hero listened. What chairman are we talking about? A moment later, he received a reply. An old man was strolling slowly down the red-lined walkway with an unsteady step, leaning on his cane. The two familiar green-haired attendants bowed and greeted the chairman. While Cassie was still in her inner turmoil, Ye Mingjun watched with boredom. The old chairman's face was wise and thoughtful, his large eyes glistening moistly, reminiscent of the eyes of an old dog. Suddenly, they swung open, growing even wider, recognition appearing on the chairman's face. With a swiftness that no one expected from an old man of advanced age, the man headed towards the unsuspecting and shocked Ye Mingjun and Cassie. The hero felt confusion. What was going on? Why was some old man paying attention to him? Suddenly, the old man stumbled, in vain after all. He had thrown his walking stick away. Then he stretched out on the floor, right in front of Ye Mingjun. All his subordinates opened their mouths. They were shocked. What happened to the chairman? Not knowing what to do, the guards decided to attack Ye Mingjun, calling him a brat. The man angrily shouted, What right does he have to do this to the chairman? On trembling legs, the chairman rose. He waved his hand for his subordinates to stop. The old man remained in a strange position, making the situation even more awkward. The old man inquired, Isn't this Mr. Ye Mingjun? After the hero nodded, the gray-haired man stretched in a smile, wrinkles completely hiding his eyes, leaving only joyful slits. He affectionately addressed him, Sis. Cassie glanced shocked at her boss. Was she really right? Meanwhile, there was a call at the Jenkinson group, which sent a wave of irritation through Blair. It seems she had asked not to be called when she was at work. She tore her eyes away from the papers and raised an irritated glance at the fairy that flickered in front of her. It was Larissa Andreeva. She was the head of the real estate security department of the company. Continuing to flap her wings, the girl folded her arms behind her back and lowered the corners of her lips unhappily. Still, the girl was tired of flying, so she carefully lowered herself to the edge of the table. Larissa continued to remain silent. She reached over and pulled out her smoking pipe. Blair squinted unhappily at the bubbles that were flying out of the tube. So what was she doing here so suddenly? The fairy exhaled a couple of bubbles again. She found someone's footprints. Someone had entered the B39 vault of the Bukan Mountain. Blair felt both panic over the situation and shame over people like that who dared to do this. What kind of idiots would infiltrate the Elder Dragon's territory? Larissa wasn't happy about being yelled at. She turned away. Apparently, they are very confident. That's why it's quite dangerous. If they did this while the chairman is absent from the ground, then they will definitely get into action soon. Blair rubbed the bridge of her nose with irritation. She would be sure to relay this to the chairman. In the meantime, Larissa should increase the guards near the vault. But the fairy resisted. She felt it wouldn't be enough. The woman glanced in her direction. They had someone to turn to for help. Cassie grabbed Yeminjun's jacket and started to rub him. Wait, sis, why, sis? Seriously. The old man kneeling in front of them grinned and apologized. He was so used to calling the teacher. The guys used to call each other sisters all the time about 30 to 40 years ago. Yeminjun bowed his head. He hadn't seen Teacher Omansic in a long time. How's he doing? The man put his hand over his heart and laughed contentedly. This was how he remembered him, after all. Now he was just running a small alchemy store. He wondered, do heroes really still study magic? Hunter covered his eyes. He quit teaching. Now he just works at the immigration office. The old man surprisingly exclaimed, "Oh my God, just to think. Teacher Ye Mingjun is now an agent. A person that wouldn't offend a fly, doing such a cruel job." The woman standing next to the chairman looked up at the hero and looked sympathetically in his direction. She wondered, turns out he's an agent from the bureau. Does he take private orders or only from corporate entities? Calling her his daughter, the old man was indignant. How could she ask such questions? In response, the girl mumbled something unintelligible, not knowing what to answer. The old man headed onward. It seems he had some unfinished business on the third floor. Time to get started. Yemingjun relaxed and was already heading towards the exit when the old man once again called out to him. He smiled genuinely with his toothless mouth and said it was good to see you. They should have tea together sometime. As the hero and his secretary headed back, the man told the girl his story. He worked at Korea's first modern educational institution, Gosung School. The girl couldn't believe it. Turns out he worked as a teacher with this Mansic. The man once again tiredly confirmed it. There was such a thing. Cassie really liked the idea. How romantic, the life of a teacher by day and at night. Secretly catching illegals. Yes, a book should be written about him. This hero. Young Min-jun was sure that the government wouldn't want to bring up his past. The girl immediately grasped the thought, oh, so is that why he doesn't like to talk about his past? Since it's a past that the word government doesn't want to remember. A hero who laid the groundwork in Korea's able-bodied kids and protected the land from dangerous criminals. And he's not so simple. While Cassie kept her eyes on the road and voiced her theories, the hero examined her profile thoughtfully. There's one truth that neither Cassie nor anyone else knows. Earth has already been taken over. Some people say that the darkness that consumed the Earth came about because of dragons. But the ones who actually control the Earth, controlling these dragons like chess pieces, are the Committee, the secret organization, ruling this planet from behind the scenes. October 24th, 1945. The creation of the United Nations. This day was the first time human aliens made contact. That's right, the committee waited a long time to create a UN for the Earthlings. The committee reached out to the leaders of Earth to accept a huge number of aliens from other dimensions. To accommodate so many immigrants, they had reconfigured the concentration of mana on Earth. Cassie had read about it in a book somewhere. Due to the reconfiguration of mana concentration, very capable individuals began to be born among humans. Using magic and controlling spirits, they were able to advance the Earth or something. Yeminjun didn't quite agree with her words. He thought deeply and mindlessly repeated, promote. Must have omitted the bad parts in the books. The girl beautifully parked again. They arrived. The hero got out of the car and was greeted by Don Schul and Lakefield in a chair. The first target of group immigration were elves. Humans invited elves for their looks and knowledge of magic. But the path they traveled across the land was used for more than just its intended purpose. Criminals from other dimensions began to use this distant planet, Earth, as a safe haven or simply thought it was a new gold mine and began to come here. Before entering the office, Ye Minjun turned to his assistant. Could she finish for the day, or did she still have things to do in the office? But Cassie's interest never waned. She wasn't going to leave because she wanted to hear more of his stories over tea. The hero exhaled, well, let her take the cup and go. With a quiet zing, the girl lowered the porcelain cup onto the saucer. Would the hero tell her nothing more? Yeminjun turned his back to the window. No, let him finish his drink quickly and leave. The man cherished and nurtured his dream of silence as suddenly there was a knock on the door. His heart was gripped with disappointment. Who was there? He waited for no one. As the hero grasped the doorknob, he was seized by an incomprehensible premonition. Oh, so that's what the card said. It seems like it's been about 100 years since he's seen him. A young man of pleasant appearance stood on the doorstep. He saluted and said, "Hello, they long time no see. This is the Earth Dimension agent from the American branch, Bradley." There were now 3 mugs of tea on the table, and silence and solitude were out of the question. Cassie took charge of the situation. She introduced herself. Her name is Cassie Kang. May she know the purpose of the visit? Ye Minjun answered for Bradley. He used to work with him once upon a time. Bradley's penetrating eyes were blue and very bright. With a smile, he called the hero stale. He doesn't talk about others. But for once in his life, could he call him Bradley? Speaking of which, did that girl call him? Yeminjun had no idea which girl his acquaintance was talking about, so he asked, "Which girl?" Bradley felt awkward. His smile faded. Had she never once contacted him? The man couldn't believe it. Come on. There's no way she didn't call out to him once. Yeminjun didn't let him finish. He repeated that he had no idea who Bradley was talking about. The man cried out, "What do you mean, who?" "Dell, he's talking about Dell." The hero's eyes widened at the mention of that name. His mood finally soured. The hand that was passing the tea shook. Why would she even call him? Cassie felt the atmosphere had gone bad. She asked her boss, "Is everything okay?" Yeminjun uttered words that the girl never expected to hear in her life. She used to be his wife. Eventually, after Cassie went home from the office, the former partners took a walk through the streets of the city until they stumbled upon a bar. Bradley ordered a double gin and tonic. Yeminjun asked for the same. He's not that picky. Creaking, the wooden branch slowly but surely reached for the bottle she needed. The bartender turned out to be a tree with a consciousness of its own, and judging by its skillfully honed movements, it had some skills after all. Upon receiving his drink, Bradley exclaimed excitedly, "Tree bartender, how interesting!" The man made a brief toast, "To Mother Nature," and swigged the contents of the glass, the warming liquid spreading pleasantly inside. A moment later, he felt a strong burning sensation in his throat, after which he coughed and spat out the drink. Looking into his glass, Yeminjun smiled nostalgically. Wasn't it reminiscent of the old days, the previous dimension where they worked together? Bradley exhaled heavily, gathering his wits. It's true. All the alcohol in there is like that. It's so strong you can't tell the difference between it and the stale stuff. The hero snapped his fingers, activating his abilities. Since he had a drink, he could begin. His interlocutor looked around with a slightly intoxicated look. Had Yeminjun created soundproof barriers? Bradley faced Yeminjun's cold and impenetrable gaze. It was a very stark contrast to the way he was acting a moment ago. What on earth was a U.S. agent doing in Korea? After a few minutes, the agent shared his story. The atmosphere became relaxed again. He was only escorting the princess. Bradley smiled drunkenly. Yes, the same Vermi princess from the Galanko dimension. Yeminjun remembered this. I think it was broadcasted on the radio a couple days ago. Something about the princess honoring their dimension with her presence. But there was one inconsistency. Why is the U.S. Bureau even involved in escorting a diplomatic shipment of Jalankos to Korea? Bradley didn't know for sure himself, probably worried that their Galanko guards wouldn't be able to handle it. Rumor had it that they'd gone to Earth's Immigration Bureau for help. Therefore, the reason why the Korean government sought help from the States is because the number of escorts requested was so huge that the entire Korean branch was not enough. Bradley threw a sly and conspiratorial look at him, and there's also a rumor that it's to pave the way for the 8th group to immigrate. Ye Mingjun wondered, his tongue lashing out, is it already the 8th? But it had only been 40 years with the witch? There was one more thing that really stressed him out. Wait, but the height of the Vermi princess race averages about 3.5 meters. So the immigration of the 8th group probably won't happen. They're even taller than trolls. Even if we take into account in the height of the Earth buildings, it will still be hard to realize. That's why there are rumors that the committee is preparing intensely. Isn't it interesting? The hero nodded, yes, but he would be more interested in hearing a little different. He was tormented by the question of what was up with Dell. Bradley scratched his chin thoughtfully. He's not good with details, but when they completed their mission in the previous dimension, he and Ye Minjun were sent back to Earth. But Dell was sent somewhere alone to a completely different place. If Bradley's memory serves him right, her payoff amount is somewhere around 500,000 dalants. And he has absolutely no idea how she got her hands on all that money. All he knows is that they missed her in the dimension and she was released a couple days ago. Since she paid everything back and got out, Bradley thought she would try to find Ye Min-jun. The hero couldn't believe it. He even jumped up from his chair. It was that rare occasion where he showed at least a tolk of emotion. How was it that she was released? There was no way she had already given 500,000 dalants. Bradley besieged him. It's just his guess. Maybe she made it to the top there and got out on parole? Ye Min-jun's heart skipped a beat due to the anxiety that had built up. What heights like Tisia? Bradley remained silent. He was visibly upset, for he had not expected his words to have such an effect on his friend that he would bring it up. Panic was already dancing around in the hero's head. Wait, so Dell had already gotten her memories back. Bradley tried to comfort him by squeezing his shoulder. What was he, worried because she was his ex-wife? He couldn't miss the opportunity to let a stiletto slip towards his friend. This woman liked Ye Min-jun so much that he immediately married her. The man clenched his teeth. How could he know that this would be the case? For the first 80 years, she was normal. Hunter threw her head back, trying to calm herself. She loved so much she wanted to kill, saying only that it was the only way to be free. The inmate is the property of the committee. The act of damaging the property of the committee is punishable under the Property Protection Act. But if she had killed a prisoner like himself or herself, she would have added property damage to her charge. Plus, she would have been sentenced to soul execution. And Dell, who believes in the rebirth of souls, clearly wouldn't want that exodus. Bradley's voice grew higher and thinner due to his overwhelming emotions. Then the first thing she should do is get rid of her prisoner status before she tries to kill him and then get locked up again. Ye Min-jun continued to stare at the ceiling. Right now, he didn't want to look into his friend's eyes. He would never forget what she said to him when they parted in the past dimension. The girl's cold voice was still standing in his ears. He must wait for her. She would come to him soon. Bradley continued to reassure his partner. How about you think logically? She could have died like Tisia died, right? Ye Min-jun didn't reply anything. He continued to lie on the bar, spreading an aura of depressedness around him. The man didn't want to continue this conversation any longer. He got up from behind the bar. It was getting late. Time to go home. But Bradley kept replaying in his head their recent conversation. Speaking of Tisia, by the way. He wanted to say that the hero would definitely not end up like her. Ye Min-jun thought it was ironic. He chuckled and sarcastically thanked his friend, waving goodbye. After that, he turned around and headed briskly toward a nearby alley. Bradley's last words echoed in his head. He definitely wouldn't end up like her. A republic that occupies the territory of 36 planets and 145 space stations, Ashtal. This place has long been ruled by a dictator, a man who inspires only fear. He trampled and killed anyone who disobeyed him. Take even the most famous case. There was a tragedy on the industrial planet XE-21 that was under his control. When the dictator learned of the government's hostile disposition, he halted the food trade on planet X-21, which was 99% dependent on imported food. People dying of starvation began to eat each other, and a hell began in which people hunted others like them for survival. And when the events on planet XE-21 became known to others, people from all over the Republic could take no more and staged a coup d'etat, swearing the cornered dictator pressed the button after the coup de grace. And then, there was a tragedy that many people could not forget for a long time. Over 90% of all Republic power plants have exploded in scattered ashes across the galaxy, and the highly advanced Ashtal civilization suddenly turned to a primitive state, whereas the citizens who finally escaped from the oppression of the cruel ruler still could not escape the suffering of destruction and warfare. Dozens of weary and hungry faces that howled in hunger and pain flashed through the hero's mind. And while the inhabitants of that planet were dying of despair, the committee sent a group of prisoners to rebuild the destroyed dimension. And these prisoners rebuilt the Ashtal in 300 years. The hero, however, was able to join the reenactments near the end, which is where he met Dell. And the inmate that made a lot of progress during Ashtal's recovery was the mother of Ashtal's citizens. Her name was Tisia. The woman worked in spatial intelligence on the resettlement committee. Her payoff for her release was 1,200,000 dalants. A thin and wiry man held a cleaver in his weakened hands, its blade splattered with blood. On unsteady and wobbly legs, he walked up to his daughter and apologized. It can't be helped. They have no other choice. The girl was without strength. She could hardly move or understand what her father was saying. With trembling hands, the man brought the taisak over her head. They have nothing to eat, so they don't need the extra mouths. Tears rolled down his haggard face. His stupid father. She could blame him even after death. This place is the Earth. Tisia could barely stay conscious. It was hard for her to see the picture of the girl's crazed father dismembering her right on the street. Gradually, the rain eroded the trickles of blood on the pavement until the bloody water reached the girl's feet. In the early stages of dislocation, people killed each other just so they could have lunch. Tisia was plunged into chaos and despair. She couldn't watch this every day. What should she do in a place like this? She couldn't see how she could help all these people. But it was in bitterness that the great hope was found, as the gaunt children happily stuffed their cheeks with the food she gave them, or when the cured beggar kissed her hands while tears of gratitude flowed down her cheeks, and even the moment when they rescued a family who had been captured by bandits, and those desperately shouted each other's names. For this, the people give Tisia eternal gratitude. The people chanted her name enthusiastically, calling her their mother, and in return, Tisia loved them with all her heart. When Ye Mingjun returned, the intoxication gradually began to wane. After such a heavy conversation, the man definitely didn't want to sober up. He pulled another can of beer out of the fridge. Ye Mingjun leaned back on the back of the sofa and exhaled heavily. How he wished his head would empty at once right now. But the inner voice murmured Talisia's name. There was no way he could get the horror he had seen at that time out of his mind. She was not just an outstanding warrior or engineer. Her abilities lay in exceptional administrative skill and politics. She commandeered control of the committee, getting more resources and personnel from the central region, and quickly rebuilt Ashtal's economy. Not only that, but the barrier that protected the planet from alien brigands was destroyed by an explosion that the dictator set off. The woman also demonstrated her superior mercenary skills with the help of the prisoners. They were all fighting desperately in this war. She took Adele trying to dislodge the creatures that had invaded Ashtal and tried to completely destroy them in order to protect the refugee evacuation line. Then the hero doubted her. But Talisia's management abilities were more awesome than anyone else's. Treating every citizen as a member of the family made a lasting impression on many, and all sincerely respected, loved her for it. However, something momentous happened 300 years ago. Thanks to contributions to Ashtal, she became the holder of a special amnesty. And as a special amnesty holder, she was immediately released regardless of the remaining payoff amount. The subordinates praised their supervisor wholeheartedly. It was the first time they had seen someone actually receive such a status. Tisia herself was shocked and heartbroken to the core. She would never forget them. Even if she leaves Ashtal, she will definitely come back sooner or later, as she would like to live here. But now it's time for her to go. Duty calls. She's ready. The inevitable process, which everyone eventually regretted, was underway. In the first stage of release, the prisoner regains his or her memory. Talisia's legs gave a jerk and she slowly fell to the floor. The woman was silent, only her shoulders shook weakly. Someone called her name, but she didn't respond. Only unintelligible scraps of words escaped Talisia's lips, sweat beading on her thin, almost transparent skin. A moment later, the prisoner regretted the return of her memories. Her arms were covered in blood up to her elbows. Finally, the woman squeezed out a weak no. How could she be such a person? All her hopes and dreams, all her cheerfulness and optimism had been swallowed up by depression and despair, all gone to waste. The realization of what kind of person she had been had cracked and destroyed her to the core. Tisia grabbed her hair. A hoarse scream burst out of her throat. Ye Mingjun was the first to run closer, trying to help her. What happened? He moved even closer, reaching out his hand, going to reassure her. Was something wrong? But the woman was completely caught up in her own worries and feelings. Her gaze was blank, and tears rolled from her eyes. She only frantically repeated apologies. Ye Mingjun put his hand on her shoulder, but the girl pushed him away and roared, "He mustn't touch her!" Tisia screamed and begged to be allowed to leave. Stumbling, the prisoner rose to her feet and ran toward the exit, sobbing incessantly as she screamed for her release. The committee honored her request, but was it worth it? Tisia left the Ashtal in a hurry. She never looked back or said goodbye to anyone. And a few days later, the ex-convict committed suicide. Although the committee never once told the group of criminals what exactly the memories were that overtook Tisia, what crime she had committed, and why she had become a criminal, everyone had some idea of what it might have been. Ye Mingjun's mind conjured up an image of the life of the joyful Tisia. Perhaps it was better for neither of them to know their past and their mistakes. What he had been suppressing and trying to forget for so many years broke free. Hero didn't realize what he was feeling. He had been suppressing his own emotions for too long. His brain once again treacherously tossed up Bradley's words. He would never become like Tisia. Ye Mingjun felt weakness and pain in his chest. He tried to get up from the sofa. The amount of Talisia's payoff was 1,200,000 dalants. Ye Mingjun opened his information window. At the very bottom was listed at 5 million and almost 125,000 dalants. It was several times more than Talisia's. What had he done? Mentally, the hero turned to his friend. Bradley shouldn't worry, no matter how terrible his memories. Ye Mingjun repeated these words, rather convincing himself, he will not repeat Talisia's fate. Certainly this he promises. At that moment, a spaceship was approaching the Earth at a tremendous speed. His only passenger is a woman who used to be tied to Ye Mingjun by the bonds of marriage. There was joy in her low voice, he should wait for her. It wouldn't take long. Gold prices have dropped 20% in the last year, and the visit of the Vermi princess is expected to lead to a mass emigration of the Sultan tribe. This seems to be due to the fact that the Sultan are producing gold by biogenic synthesis, the news channel announcer mumbled. The man who was watching the news on his phone exhaled irritably. It's those damn immigrants again? Soon there won't be any normal people left. Everywhere you looked, there were immigrants. Man was indeed surrounded by beings of a different race. The light turned green, so he tucked his phone into his pocket and whined, adjusting his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Suddenly, the creatures around him began to shout in surprise, staring in one direction. The young man turned around perplexed. His eyes went wide with surprise as they encountered an unprecedented sight. Mount Pukensan was enveloped in a beautiful multicolored glow. It was so extraordinary that it was hard to take one's eyes off of it. What the hell is this? Blair and Larissa stared at the floor and folded their hands respectfully as a cold voice with a hint of anger in it said, "So," Chairman Jenkinson's hand held his forehead. It felt like the elder dragon had developed a migraine about the treasure of the area in 39 Pukshansen. Did they lose everything? His thin lips trembled with anger, sharp fangs bared. The culprit left no trace, and he is untraceable even with the help of fairies. Is that certain? Normally, both women were quite confident. But now, listening to the words of their chairman, both felt anxious. A shiver ran through the body of each. Chairman Jenkinson could hardly keep his temper. He was overwhelmed with anger. He squeezed one of the papers, and it instantly caught fire. The man rose abruptly from his chair. Don't they understand why he personally came to the committee headquarters and has been puzzling over all this for days now? All because of the materials stored in that warehouse. They're very important. And in the end, they lost them. Chairman Jenkinson's eyes memorialized two smoldering embers. They were overflowing with anger and bloodlust. They concentrated on Larissa Andreevna. Did she know how much money he was spending on her? The fairy shuddered when she heard the sum of 10 billion, yes, and up to this point, the man did not consider it a waste. Larissa believes that she can boast with her knowledge of spirit research. A growl escaped the chairman's throat. How hard it was to hold back from disregarding the doctor's advice. Very hard, but fairy. Not quite understood what he meant. The dragon explained that his doctor had advised him to refrain from eating protein to live longer, and it had been a long time since he had heard those words. Hearing that, the girl pictured a frightening picture in her mind. If he started eating meat again, Faya as a first course would be very helpful. Larissa's limbs weakened from fear and she collapsed to the floor, apologizing haphazardly. This won't happen again. But the chairman wasn't enough. He shifted his gaze to Blair. Elves don't trust creatures beyond the line they themselves had drawn. But he still hoped the woman would be taller than her kin. However, even in such a situation, the chairman would not mess with him with elven methods, even if he is his most useful ally. If a woman can't jump above the head of her race, then there's no point in him leaving her. Blair's heart was overwhelmed with shock and resentment. Her lips quivered and she pressed them tightly together. The corners of her lips pulled down so it wouldn't be visible, the shame consuming her completely. Chairman Jenkinson may not know the motives of the criminals, but one thing he is certain of, they are all trying to leave Earth as soon as possible. So he will inform the committee immediately, so they will close all spatial exits on Earth. The older dragon gave the woman one last irritated look. Have Campbell contact him and tell him he's agreeable to any terms. Jenkinson repeated with pressure, let her mark it to herself. As soon as they finished their dialogue, she should contact him immediately. With a trembling voice, the woman confirmed that she would do everything properly. The connection was momentarily cut off, and the chairman exhaled tiredly. What a pain in the ass. He didn't want to burden him even more. When Yemin-jun was playing Go, suddenly his nose itched, so who remembers him? He glanced at the board. Now it was his turn. The man carefully placed a black chip on the intersection of the board lines. Chanpal was telling him about the new traffic control system. The man's indignation was unbounded. Even if Princess Vermi is strong, why control all of Seoul? They hid the details of the princess's movements to make it hard to trace her. At least, that's what the policeman thought. The orc felt slightly annoyed. Yemin-jun had already been looking at the board for a full minute and hadn't made his move. What was he doing there? He was only stalling for time. The hero leaned back irritably on the back of the couch and reached for his wallet. Is he really going to play Go all day? Isn't he going to catch criminals? When did he learn to play so well? His friend couldn't resist letting a spiel in his direction. Knowing his age, the hero had had plenty of time to catch up in the game. Jonpal satisfactorily snatched the bill from the loser. He will go and get another beer, Ye Min-jun wants. A gloomy atmosphere hovered in the kitchen. At first, the policeman thought it was the gloomy aura of Ye Min-jun's loser, but a moment later he smelled the odor of burning. Cassie stared intently at the skillet where something was frying that was giving off that horrible stench. The picture was so frightening, Chanpal froze, not knowing whether to leave it alone or try to step in and help. The policeman took a closer look at what was in the skillet, the kind of thing you wouldn't wish on an enemy. Sweat was rolling down his forehead, and he realized that nothing could help him. Unfortunately, he couldn't take his eyes off this nightmare, so he continued to watch the girl stirring this something rhythmically. An odor hit his nostrils with an intensified wave. Chanpal was already on the verge of fainting. The policeman promptly ran out of the kitchen and suggested to his friend that Cassie keep that skillet. There was no way to clean it anyway. Looking at her, the girl felt an extraordinary urge to try cooking something new. But she had completely forgotten that her cooking skills were simply terrible. Ye Min-jun ignored him, overwhelmed with a sense of excitement. He took out the chess, enough talk. It was time for the legend. All sense of fun was spoiled by a call from his jacket pocket. Who's calling at such a crucial moment? Chanpal wondered who it was, to which he got a vague answer. A misbehaving elf girl who'd gotten herself into something again. After about an hour, Ye Min-jun was at Mount Pukansan, accompanied by Blair and Larissa. The girls swung open the gate of the block, V39. Unfortunately, they couldn't see anything themselves. Ye Min-jun disappointedly exhaled. As expected, even a fairy who can directly contact the spirit world is unable to find clues. Larissa was filled with despair. Don't they have any other options? Ye Min-jun turned to the elfess. Have they tried anything else besides talking to the spirit? Blair tried to stay calm. Not much time had passed since the fire was put out, so she didn't have much time to do anything. Her tone of voice changed, but she did summon one person with psychometric abilities. But that didn't help either. Ye Min-jun ignored this sarcastic outburst. Residual thoughts could easily be erased with magic, especially with such large-scale spells. The assistant chairman stared blankly at one point. Yes, why is she trying to get in touch with the spirit world, if they even called psychokineticists, and they still have no idea? Looking at this protective barrier, one would think that spirits couldn't even come close to this place. Even if they existed, they would be swept away by this spell. Last night it raged on Mount Pukansan for about 6 hours. Maybe it's another argument between the family and the Jenkinsons, but as it turns out, it was a ritual to create a powerful spell. The spell ended up being so powerful that it not only destroyed the barrier, but also absorbed everything material. Ye Min-jun ran his eyes over the gate again, as well as the spiritual, as if nothing had happened. Larissa Andreevna overcame her despair and brought another idea to the table. Maybe they should go to the druids. Since they are associated with mountain animals, maybe they have seen something? The idea was good, but still not enough. In situations like this, all surviving animals run as far away as possible. Even if they call for them, they still won't come. Suddenly the hero froze. Another idea popped into his head, not sure if it works, but it's worth a try. The surviving animals have fled and there is no one left in the neighborhood, but what about animals that are already dead? Ye Min-jun took out his demonic tool from its sheath and gently slashed his arm with it. A huge and powerful amount of energy burst out from such a small incision. The women accompanying him were not prepared for this, so they reflexively clenched, trying to protect their face and body. A silhouette of some sort began to slowly form in the red, gloomy fog. Ye Min-jun's plan seemed to work after all. He managed to summon the spirit of the deer that had died in the forest the other day. Blair and Larissa had never seen this kind of magic before. What was it? Ye Min-jun remained just as focused. This was the spirit that received all the pain and resentment from the souls that died in suffering. Even if there is magic involved, sweeping away the remnants of thoughts and even souls in its path, they will always remember the moment of their death. There was a fury in the eyes of the summoned spirit. They would never forget. The hero received a vision. At the gate of block 539, a group of people in hoodies gathered at the gate. They were muttering something about the last installation. One of the humans nodded. Okay, finally all the preparations are finished to drive the dastardly aliens from Earth. The man called everyone present his brothers. Time to get to work. A pentagram formed over his hand. The stranger's voice was overflowing with delight and excitement for the peace of all men. So what happened a few days after that? How I miss the days when only the human race was called humans. He listened to the podcast while he worked. The client suddenly howled when the needle dug too deeply into the skin, but the tattoo artist ignored him. He was more interested in the indignant voice of the podcast. You're sick of your tolerance. Who's going to fight for our rights? For human rights? When the session was over, the client obediently handed him some bills. But the man was not satisfied. The tattoo still hurt. As he headed for the exit, from his lips came curses, they call it, for the sake of a unique sketch. He turned around and gave one last fist threat. If there was an infection, the responsibility was on him. But the tattoo master remained serene. Duenseok's lips stretched in an artificial and insincere smile. He recited like a mantra. No smoking, drinking, or sauna for a week. You must also apply the ointment he gave. The man was annoyed that his threat had passed his ears. Kicking the door violently with his foot, he finally walked out of the studio. Human rights should exist as a word for human beings only, were the exact words that accompanied the lowered corners of Do En-seok's lips, and a hate-filled scolding, filthy animal. When a client left Do En-seok's tattoo parlor, the sun was already sinking behind the horizon, coloring the city with golden rays. In a neighborhood nearby, a police squad was buzzing. Buses were parked one after another. People were scurrying everywhere and shouting was going on. The terrified goblins fell to their knees, begging for forgiveness. The enraged policeman threatened with his baton, swinging it. He barked for each of them to quickly hustle to the bus. The creatures only continued to apologize, and the man continued to yell at them. Chanpal came up behind him and put his palm on his shoulder. "What is he doing?" The private's tone immediately changed and became softer. The inspector misunderstood. He had heard that goblins were like young children. Chanpal exhaled tiredly and cut his speech short. He squatted down and gave his subordinate a strange look. He shouldn't say things like that anymore. He's a cop. The private felt ashamed and grabbed his neck. But Chanpal had already switched to the goblins. He had already convinced them that it wasn't that scary, really. They could get to the camp by bus. There was free food there. He reached out and the little creature carefully touched him. Then they could return. Finally, the bus was loaded and they were able to leave. Chanpal and his assistant watched the departing bus, its bright coating shimmering in the sunlight. Even if it's because of the Vermi princess, yesterday they regulated all the traffic from the terminal to the hotel. And now they have to patrol even the outskirts, and it's getting harder every day. Suddenly a phone vibrated in the orc's pocket. He was surprised as he wasn't expecting a call. In his haste, the man pulled out his phone, glanced at the screen. His Henem was calling. Ye Min-jun asked if he was busy, but Jean-Paul replied that he wasn't really, if he just wanted to chat. Hunter reminded him of the day they'd visited the orc neighborhood. Back then, they'd still caught that bastard. It seems that among all those intruders, there was one with a tattoo, wasn't there? The hero couldn't remember his name. It seemed to be something like Kang Kamchen? Chanpal corrected almost. His name was Kim Yushin, but the inspector didn't understand what his friend was getting at. Ye Ming-jun was more interested in this orc's tattoos. He needs to find out where he got them. Chanpal nodded. No problem. Well, what's wrong with his tattoo? The hero's tone suddenly changed. He was uncomfortable talking about it. It's an inscription in one ancient language, and translated it means... Ye Min-jun didn't want to say it. Damn orcs are only wasting oxygen. As soon as Chanpal heard this, his face involuntarily creased in disgust. Despite the end of the day and the lack of clients, Do En-seok remained in his studio. The man basked in the setting sunlight and pondered, staring up at the ceiling. Maybe he should close the salon early. He exhaled thoughtfully. Yes, today is a big day. A short while later, he lazily rose from the couch, gathered his belongings, and locked up the rented room. Turning his face to the street, he was angry, damn crows, flipping all the trash again. Du Yen-sok quickened his step and headed towards the birds, dispersing them, the most horrible curses coming off his lips as he did so. It seemed that this man was overflowing with hatred. Do Yen-sok always found an excuse to reprimand and someone to snap at. He never took a second off his podcast because it was the only thing that gave peace to his racist soul. Immigrants from another space only take jobs away from our citizens. You have to remember that immigration policy is designed to support slavery as an important economic factor. And of course, remember that those who choose to move in with us have a home somewhere. But Earth is all people have. And if we lose her, I'll have a place to come back to. Frightened by the passing man, the crows scattered in all directions. A man's hand deftly grabbed one of the falling feathers in midair. Ye Ming-jun gazed at it thoughtfully, watching the iridescent shimmers on the black plumage, twirling it this way and that. And as long as we have more and more allies, we can fight this propaganda. Du En-seok was completely immersed in listening, not paying attention to everything going on around him. And so far, the biggest threat to us are the two races, the dragons and the orcs. The tattooed man nodded. That's right. The broadcaster hit the podium and shouted, words clawing at his heart. Dragons, those scaly creatures, they are a social disaster. We are all dancing to their tune. We must resist. overthrow, and expel them. Orcs are a biological disaster? They're just animals that breed like cockroaches and must be exterminated. They recently got news of another race that is just as good as those two. When the anchor first heard about the 8th mass immigration, he couldn't contain his surprise. His tone became overly dramatic. He grabbed the remote and pressed a button. Did any of them know about the biological traits of this race? Shutan, they lay eggs almost every day, more than 10 at a time, and they can also reach 3.5 meters in height. And how much of their taxes will go to build infrastructure for them? What if they are just like orcs? What if they're just as strong and they're committing crimes on every corner? The presenter's voice became confident and charismatic again. He called for action, so their association would use any method to stop the committee's planned immigration. And the first thing they have to deal with is one alien. He threw his hand up in the air and shook his finger instructively, and Bradley met the attendant outside the hotel and greeted her. He looked forward to working together during their stay. The gnome woman introduced herself. Her name is Olga, and she is a translator. After they met, the woman urged the agent to follow her. To lighten the awkward atmosphere as they made their way to the room in silence, Bradley asked, "How is Princess Vermi feeling?" The woman was silent for a while, giving no answer. The agent became agitated for a second. Olga sighed. "Honestly, the princess is really worried right now. Bradley should be aware of an important event between the Korean Committee and the Galanko Kingdom regarding security levels. But the organization is very happy that they can appoint a professional like Agent Bradley as the chief of security." Bradley let out a hysterical laugh. But she still thinks that the guards are still not enough. Olga folded her hands behind her back. The main thing is not to think badly of her. The woman led him to the door at number 1025. Here she has to leave him. The princess is in this room. Before leaving, the woman obligingly knocked on the room. The door swung open, but Bradley couldn't see. Where's the princess? A moment later, he noticed a silhouette, completely wrapped in a blanket. It blended too much with the coloring of the room. Suddenly, the creature that was wrapped in the blanket turned around sharply, golden irises glinting brightly in the fasting green, fleshy skin and sharp fangs. In one motion, the creature threw off its blanket and roared, sputtering saliva. Bradley couldn't believe it, but it was the Vermi princess of the Shutan race. The man did not expect anything. But ignoring the spitting Bradley and wiping his face with a handkerchief, Olga explained that this was the princess's way of expressing her joy at meeting him and hoping to work together in the future. The boy looked over the princess's unkempt crocodile face. Yes, she could assure her that she had nothing to worry about. Before Jensok was in the abandoned building, the trustee stated that his inspection was almost up. If the guy successfully completes it, he will become a member of the fraternity. The tattoo artist gulped excitedly. She had waited so long for this. The mysterious man slid a few pictures toward Do En-seok and froze, but before he did, he wanted to tell him something. The guy grabbed the pictures with interest and started looking at them. He didn't understand why he needed them. The pictures were of his customers, mostly orcs. These are inscriptions in an ancient language that literally mean slave, genitalia, animal, bastard, excrement, and so on. Du Yensok confirmed. And of course, his clients don't even realize it. In the past dimension, they were treated like slaves, and the illiteracy rate among them was 99%. Du Yensok hesitantly and excitedly hummed, "Because of this, there might be difficulties in joining the Brotherhood." His handler admitted, "Honestly, there were suspicions that they might get caught because of it, or someone would find out about it as easily as he did." However, everyone ended up agreeing that it was pretty funny. The curator summarized, well, from now on he should leave no more evidence, and the saloon would have to close, but he could open it elsewhere. The Brotherhood had decided to help him out with some much-needed equipment. Du Yensok exhaled in relief. He was glad it had all worked out. The mysterious man got up from the couch. "Then it's time to get started. The gates have swung open. It's time for the final step of joining the Brotherhood." Before Yensoku couldn't bear to wait for an opportunity where he could vent all his hatred and anger, he smiled happily. The abandoned place lit up with a pinkish glow, which attracted small rodents and insects. As the men passed, a seal formed on the gate of the abandoned building. It was the source of the light. Du Yensok moved to another room. His eyes took a long time to adjust to the lighting. He was no longer alone. Suddenly, his heart was gripped by anxiety. It was a small, dark room, illuminated only by the light of a few weak candles. And in this light, the many instruments of torture that were spread out on the shelves looked rather grotesque. Du Yensok squinted. With his poor eyesight, everything was like a blur. The candles were not in candlesticks, but standing on orc skulls. It was a terrible sight. In the middle of the room was a folding cross to which a small orc, still a child, was tied, and a pentagram was skillfully drawn on the stone floor. The curator held out the knife to him with a predatory smile. He understands what needs to be done, doesn't he? Duenseok grabbed the knife with trembling hands, the curator continued. He must show his wrath. Let justice be done. As the guy on woozy legs slowly approached the center of the room, mentally he just kept repeating, convincing himself, I can do it, I can do it. The little boy tried to break free. His screams were muffled by the gag. Duenseok kept convincing himself, it's a simple matter, like slaughtering a rooster. Orcs aren't people, orcs aren't people. They themselves had nearly killed him several times, his face seized with a phantom pain from blows that he had received long ago. Her face continued to throb with pain, her teeth clenched and gritted. Everyone would be better off without them. Duenseok is shaken up, now is not the time to falter. Tears were rolling down the child's face. It was completely swollen. He was hysterical. It was impossible to listen to these cries. Duenseok opened his eyes. The picture was intimidating. He would just repay them in kind. Screaming frantically, the tattooed man grabbed the knife with both hands and brought it above his head, about to strike. His gaze became completely blank and unfocused as he abruptly lowered the knife. Splattering, blood dripped onto the floor, but the child was completely unharmed. Still not understanding what had happened, Duenseok lowered his gaze to the bloody stumps that were where his hands should be. Pain shot through his entire body, and he screamed when he saw his own hands on the stone floor in a pool of blood and a knife nearby. The rest of the fraternity remained silent. Someone's heavy footsteps sounded in the room. Panic gripped the people in the hoodies. Who did this? The curator didn't notice a single crack in his protective field. He couldn't even guess who it could be, but he knew for sure it was a high-ranked wizard. He turned to the man. Since he was able to track them down and break down the defenses, he seemed to know a lot about them. Then, he should be well aware of what would happen if he decided to do them an evil trick. Ye Mingjun gradually emerged from the shadows, a sneer evident in his voice. So what's going to happen to him? Now, the hero is overwhelmed with lust for murder, as well as hatred and disgust for the people that had gathered before him. He only does what he has to, Blair bowed respectfully. She understands him perfectly. That's why she asked, you can't trust anyone right now. His subordinates are still alive. Jenkinson seems to have lost his grip. Even a dragon can't control time. Don't women know what kind of people they are? Even the elders failed, and they want Ye Minjun to take on them? Blair stuttered. No. She only wanted to ask him to find their traces. Also, she hopes that the hero can do it before the chairman returns to Earth. He's coming back in about a week. The space terminals may be shut down for the day, but they can't let them get rid of the evidence in that time. Ye Minjun was surprised. He hadn't heard anything about the terminal being shut down. The gears in his brain moved quickly. Does that mean fighting for human rights? A party by and for the people? Originally, there were people on Earth. Ye Mingjun recalled a recent vision as he realized from the spirit's memories they called themselves a brotherhood. Based on their actions, they are convinced that the Justice Association is a collection of terrorists with Nazi tendencies. Justice spread around the world, organizing many branches. The last straw was the failure of the operation under the leadership of the dragon, and after that to find their top became almost impossible. Ye Mingjun nodded, he understood, but they should also realize that it wouldn't be easy. The women chose to ignore the last part of his sentence. They smiled radiantly, confident that everything would end well. Ye Mingjun cast them an arrogant look. He is sure they are aware that he is demanding compensation. Blair pulled a box out of her jacket pocket in joy. Of course, she had everything ready. Opening a small box, inside of which was a piece of paper. Though small in size but valuable, the Elphus explained, it was a blank check. He could use it for both Earth currency and dant, and it was already signed. The hero couldn't contain his shock. His mouth fell open and his eyebrows flew up. A blank check and already signed? Does Jenkinson really trust him that much? While the women rejoiced that the situation was halfway to resolution, the man was tormented by doubts. He would not be able to take advantage. Ye Mingjun was about to leave as a farewell. He said that he would contact the women as soon as he found something. Blair bowed respectfully. Finally, the hero was able to exhale. Okay, it's not that bad. He didn't know who they had in charge, but this guy had definitely caught his attention now. Okay, he'll pay him a visit and see if he can find out anything. And the more he finds out, the better. The people in the hoodies are freaking out. Who is he? Ye Mingjun grinned, casting his victims a hungry look. The more he found out about them, the more zeros he could draw on a blank check. The hero raised his hand, activating his abilities. A blood-red mist surrounded him. The boy continued to lie on the pedestal. His panic had subsided, but he was still in great fear, the fog slowly creeping up on him. With a sharp movement, Ye Mingjun clenched his fist. The boy's eyes flew open. There was a rustle of some sort, and his bonds burst. The little orc looked around in panic. He still couldn't come to his senses and realized that he was free. Mingjun cast a fleeting glance at him and informed him that the boy could go. The people from the racist cult continued to stand still. What was this spell? Was such a thing even possible? Mingjun started to read out spells as the curator panicked and started to analyze the situation. He seems to be a master at this. He's not sure if they can win, even if they pounce all at once. However, he had one option. The man smirked evilly. This man would still regret crossing him. They have secretly obtained a magical shield from the community, apparently, and with it they can reflect any spell back at the attacker. Whatever spell he cast would hurt him, the curator was about to say, when his subordinate's head exploded. The man looked shocked at the corpse that still stood beside him, his hoodie and face splattered with his comrade's blood and brains. Mingjun went on the attack. One mouthful would be enough for him to get the information he needed. Blood flooded the stone floor and splattered the walls, gradually staining the room red. The body of the slain sectarian collapsed to the floor, drenching him with more blood. The artifact that these people had gotten from the witches fell out of the hoodie. It was of absolutely no help in this situation. The curator felt a great panic. Could it be that his opponent was able to break the witches' defenses? If he's not a dragon, they can definitely defeat him, right? Or is it still possible that the person standing across from him is a dragon? Olga's measured voice read out the princess's routine. She consumes about 20 kilograms of raw meat in one sitting, 6 times a day. Also, the head of security has to check if the princess's food is poisoned. She and Bradley will have to stay in a hotel for a few days, so she can rest from the road. And there was one more thing left. Olga paused. It was a rather subtle nuance. On the day when the princess lays eggs, there should not be a soul within a radius of at least 10 meters around her. At this moment, the princess is emotionally unstable, and this should be kept in mind. Bradley already knew this information since he had studied the case of Princess Vermi, but he decided to clarify beforehand. It usually happens around 8 o'clock in the morning. The interpreter did not give a precise answer. Due to the time zone difference, everything can happen irregularly. As he must know, females of the Shutan race regularly lay unfertilized eggs if they don't have a mate, and their shells can be used to make metal with a high level of ductility and malleability. In other words, it's a sacred ritual to produce gold. Olga looked up at the American agent. Did he get it? Bradley nodded and grinned contentedly. He understood and would be careful. At the same moment, a group of sectarians decided to act. One of them decided to buy some time for the curator. Magic is so much more powerful when the caster fuels it with his own pain. The man was determined that he would get out no matter what it cost him. With a loud scream, he sank his sharp teeth into the bandaged arm. Apparently, this was not the first time he had done this. The most powerful black magic is still self-sacrifice in its original form. He bloodily pulled out a piece of his own meat. For the sake of freedom, he was willing to give years of his life in exchange for salvation, a curse from his flesh and blood. Mingjun shifted his cold eyes to the man. Well, since that's the case. His dry lips began reciting spells loudly, the frightening throaty sounds echoing off the stone walls. The sectarian tensed and froze. He felt a strong pressure in his head. The man had no time to do or say anything before he repeated the fate of his comrade, his head exploding. The curator could no longer remain cold-blooded. He reached for the defeated body of his brother with a scream. His voice trembled violently, his whole body stitched with fear. Impossible. How did he do that? Mingjun didn't miss the opportunity to let out a sarcastic comment. Well, he was already going to breathe fire, so he just cursed it to make it more flammable. Panic completely engulfed the curator's body. Yes, he's crazy, but his brother still bought him some time. He slapped his hand sharply on the floor, forming a pentagram. Finally, he was able to complete his last spell. He spread his arms out to the sides and laughed evilly. The hero must know about this spell since he calls himself a mage. He has summoned a terrible monster that consumes all material and spiritual things. The shadow monster. The man continued his embittered tirade when something dripped on him. He looked up and saw blood. An unknown force melted and dissolved his shadow monster like acid, hitting the nearby sectarians and killing them in the process. Mingjun felt satisfied that this clowning was finally over. It had finally reached the man. Now they could talk. The handler's eyes darkened. A while later, the curator woke up. His head was spinning, and his eyes could hardly make out anything. He heard someone's cold male voice. Oh, finally awake? Mingjun finally removed that stupid hood from the sorcerer. Underneath the mask of the evil magician was just a frightened young boy. This was not how the young sectarian saw the situation. He asked an incomprehensible question. Why was the Oslo school principal against the Human Rights Alliance? Mingjun raised his eyebrows in surprise and subdued him with a disdainful look. What does Oslo have to do with this? Theo Christiansen, an outlaw wanted by 26 states and 8 elders, master of the Oslo school and infamous black magician. It seems that the kid confused Mingjun with this person. Well, Everyone has the right to make a mistake. A fly of happiness flew off the hero's fingers at high speed and penetrated inside the curator's body. His body involuntarily trembled as the hero silently and boredomfully watched this. The young man sneezed, something coming out of his nose. It was the same fly of happiness, completely defeated and destroyed. Yeminjun made a slightly surprised and disappointed face. And he is stronger than the members of the society? Even the happy bug doesn't work? The curator didn't want to yak with him. His voice became irritated in an instant. Let the man waste no time and just shut him down. He might not be as strong as Ye Mingjun, but he's still a dark mage as well, and he won't even speak by trying. Ye Mingjun stood up thoughtfully and ostentatiously shook himself off. Is that it? Then he should torture him so that he would talk after all. Though it would have been much easier to put a worm in his brain and let him die peacefully. He pulled out his knife and ran his finger along the blade. Well, that was his choice. The young guy was scared, but he tried not to show any sign. Let him bluff all he wants, he still won't open his mouth. The hero pointed his knife blade at him. He had recently met one dragon. This 1,000-year-old gentleman tried to escape to another dimension when he was being chased, but he died because he was only 1 day late. So the hero thought he was the most pathetic creature in the world. He walked up to the handler closely and loomed over him. The kid instinctively tried to distance himself. Why is he telling him this? But Ye Mingjun exaggeratedly sighed loudly, and his eyebrows arched sympathetically. It seemed like the person in front of him was about to take this title away from him. The hero raised the knife to the young man's face so close that it almost touched him. The guy's face contorted in panic. What kind of expression was that? Ye Mingjun aimed the point at his eye. He would regret being born. A couple hours later, the hero was riding in a cab. He made a call, about to report his recent actions. Unfortunately, he was unable to obtain any information about that incident in the V39 vault. Due to the nature of the organization, he would not be able to learn the details of operations in which he was not involved. But today has borne fruit. The advocacy community is about to throw something out. The man isn't quite sure if it will be murder or kidnapping, but their next target is a Vermi princess, as their community is about to prevent the 8th mass immigration. Their important bigwigs will also be involved, and among them there will clearly be a vault embezzler. The expression on Blair's face changed several times. As she listened to all this flow of information, she was a bit confused. She addressed the agent by name. Ye Minjun tensed up and mistrusted the tube in her hand. Could she ask him something? It seems their requests are getting bigger and bigger. Well, then he'll just start charging more for his work. And if he doesn't have enough money, he'll just borrow from someone. A while later, the hunter reached the rendezvous point. Someone called his name. The man turned around. There was a female dwarf standing in front of him. She introduced herself. Her name was Olga, and she was a translator. The woman was surprised that the immigration office had suddenly cut security personnel. It is said that Ye Minjun is the highest paid agent in the Korean immigration office. Is that true? The hero nodded affirmatively, and the woman was satisfied. Chairman Jenkinson is going to catch the associates of the Human Rights Association using the princess as bait, with the princess being perfectly safe. Suddenly, a feeling of fatigue came over the man. It seemed Jenkinson and Blair were playing a dangerous game, and he was involved again. But whether he succeeded or failed, he would still be paid. So he had nothing to lose. If this case causes political turmoil, the committee will still defend it, because prisoners are valuable assets of the committee. The woman knocked lightly on the room door softly. She pitched her voice so the princess wouldn't be startled. The new member of security had arrived. With a polite smile, Olga opened the door, letting Ye Minjun walk forward. The princess sat in the parlor of the room, with Bradley seated at her side in an armchair. The man's face became amusedly surprised. With a questioning tone, he whispered Ye Mingjun's name. Hiding his hands in his pockets, the hunter strolled valiantly into the room and said hello. Despite her dangerous appearance, the princess was overly emotional. Her eyes opened wide at the sight of the man. She could clearly feel the breeze blowing, which easily cooled her skin. As soon as the hunter entered the room and elegantly introduced himself, the princess realized that she had never seen a man more handsome than him in her life. She froze, answering nothing, saliva dripping copiously from her muzzle. With a slight gasp, Bradley expected to see a picture of his friend being spit on from head to toe. But it didn't happen, and he was greatly surprised. An embarrassed blush appeared on the princess's face, and she remained silent. But her heart began to beat more frequently. The atmosphere in the room somehow subtly changed. The hero felt some strange odor. He sniffed. Could it be a pheromone? With his keen hearing, he discerned the sound of a rapid heartbeat. Yes, and the whole room filled with a pheromone with a pungent odor. The princess climbed up from the couch. A relaxed and satisfied expression froze on her face. Ye Minjun felt a keen desire to get the hell out of here as quickly as possible. Can't be. The The princess's golden eyes widened. She realized it was etiquette that she had been silent for too long. She shouted a phrase in her own language, and the hunter's eardrums rattled. Olga was surprised so suddenly. Bradley could hardly hold his interest in what she said. Olga translated, "This man will work for the production of gold." For some unknown reason, the man felt awkward. How so? But they had already done it this morning, right? Olga spoke with a pause. She too was uncomfortable. Yes, but something happened. Ye Minjun wanted to escape from here as fast as possible. He headed towards the balcony and pretended to be very interested in the panorama. As he contemplated the bright blue sky, he noticed the position of the sun. The women of the Shutan race nowadays lay eggs even when the sun is at its zenith. As far as he remembers, it used to be different. Bradley was eager to know the details. He called out to his friend. He didn't know they would send their agent to help him. The hero cowered at the woman. They would negotiate and return. The pair of friends stepped out onto the balcony. It was now safe to exhale. Too much had happened in the last few minutes. Ye Minjun briefly initiated his acquaintance into the recent events. Bradley cried out in surprise, "The human rights community?" The hero hissed at him, and he tried to calm down. Sure, he suspected it. But for them to actually do it? Now it all came together into a unified puzzle. So, is that why they sent someone like Ye Minjun on purpose? Is that the princess's secret? The agent immediately thought of payment. Wait, then he needs to check the terms of contract again. Bradley assured his friend, "There's nothing wrong there, just some bullshit the princess came up with." Ye Minjun remained in prostration for a while. It seems he had encountered something like this before. Those screams he'd heard before he came to Earth, those yells. Bradley picked up on his thought. They howled in pain. The Shutan women told me what they had to go through every day, a curse by nature. Ye Mingjun wondered in the back of his mind, every day. Was it always like this? Somehow he doesn't think so. Where does this knowledge come from? Whose is it? Why does he know all this? The man continued to hover in his thoughts. When someone loudly called out his name several times, plugging him back to the surface of reality, Ye Mingjun flinched. What was he thinking? Did he even hear anything he said? Ye Mingjun apologized. His friend exhaled and started repeating again. The next day, the entire hotel was surrounded by bodyguards. The door of the main entrance swung open. Everyone standing there was blinded by a bright glow. Bradley covered his eyes with the palm of his hand and exhaled in surprise. What is it? A shining clawed paw descended on the red carpet. The creature took a step forward, its god shimmering gold in the bright sunlight. Princess Vermi chose a dazzling outfit in every sense. Olga felt that strange feeling of awkwardness again. It seemed she had been choosing an outfit for a long time. There are no parties today. She probably has the whole day scheduled by the clock. The princess looked around. When her gaze found the one she was so carefully searching for, her thickly painted eyes widened. Ye Minjun once again felt a keen desire to escape, while Bradley wiped his glazed eyes. Princess Vermi averted her embarrassed gaze and blushed. It seemed to the hero that a little more, and he would fall under the ground. Olga took a quick step towards the agents. She had something to tell them. There was a screech of tires, a car pulled up to the hotel. What the hell is that? Bradley wondered. Why did the hero suddenly choose transportation over teleportation? And he also chose a pretty good hype machine. Maybe the princess would change her mind and want to walk around the city. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Is it true that the princess is here for mass emigration? Well, seriously, isn't she trying to be the first to see what a suitable dimension for migration looks like? The American agent was the first to enter the dialogue and report back. They had separated the delegation of diplomats and security personnel and completed the formation of the crew. Going with the princess will be the translator, Bradley, and of course, Ye Minjun. Olga obediently handed everything to the princess. For some time, the girl was silent. After, she nodded embarrassedly and muttered something in a high-pitched voice. Olga gave her a surprised and awkward look, but nodded anyway. Will do. With an awkward intonation, she turned to the agents and apologized. The next question made Bradley feel confused. Could they tell which of the two of them was stronger? A short while later, the packing was over and the transport was on its way. The satisfied Vermi princess was looking at one point with a slight squint and a blush. Ye Minjun tried to ignore her gaze and completely immerse himself in his work. The princess averted her gaze out of politeness and stared out the window. But the man still continued to feel uncomfortable. The princess said she didn't like to be upset, and that she wished to minimize the number of people accompanying her. Bradley was weaker. He was asked to ride in another car. Both agents were surprised, as he was in charge of the operation. The princess once again cast the hero a satisfied look. She definitely saw the whole situation differently, through the prism of falling in love and her feelings. As she looked at her lover, she felt her heartbeat hitch and her breath spit. Olga immediately jumped up and asked if something was bothering the princess. The girl was embarrassed to say just one word, her voice still as thin and high. Olga was listening to her excitedly when the princess said something that made her eyebrows fly upward. She was silent for a while, and quietly said something in response. Then the woman turned to the hunter and called his name. The hero had a terrible premonition. There was displeasure in her voice. She had already told the princess that, so she would tell him as well. She adheres to the ethical standards of a translator's work. The woman exhaled heavily, gathering her composure as if to calm herself. She said, simply relaying the princess' words. She would pass everything on and immediately forget it, so he could be sure nothing would spread. Mentally, Ye Minjun pleaded for her not to do so. His face grimaced and his hand hung in the air. He didn't know where to put it. Mentally, he was already screaming, "Please don't." He definitely didn't want to hear it. Although Princess Yi was unnecessarily embarrassed, however, she seemed to be enjoying the situation. She gave the hunter a loving look while he mentally only repeated, "Please don't translate." The cars continued to chase at high speed down the highway. Yaminjin wrinkled his face as if he had eaten a lemon. Money is the root of all problems. He wondered what he should do, then tensely exhaled. Okay, he'll just play along with the princess. Mentally, he promised himself that he would be sure to interrupt her if she began to overreach. Princess Vermi growled something in her thin voice. The woman translated, "His name is Ye Minjun." After the man nodded affirmatively, the princess asked the next question. Had he ever been to the Jelanko dimension? Hunter tensely replied that unfortunately no. He tried to change the subject and asked her to tell her about her dimension. The girl smiled, though it was more like an embittered grin. You could feel the longing in her voice that it was very beautiful there. Silver blue night. The sky is always adorned by 2 moons. A light wind gently touches the water surface where amphibians and plants stretch relaxedly. And the 4-winged birds, enjoying the fragrance of the flowers, singing with the coming of spring. It's a magnificent place, and she's very lucky to call it home. Also, the girl had heard that he was a quarter elf and that he was born and raised here. The princess wanted to know his age. The man immediately minted. He was born in 1945, at least that's the biography the committee came up with for him. The princess of the Shutan people fluttered her painted eyelashes and opened her mouth. Is he really that young? It's not even half of half her age. She wondered for a while. How long do quarter elves live? But Ye Minjun himself didn't know the answer to that question. The expression on the girl's face subtly changed with a hesitation. She asked if he had ever thought of living in some other dimension. Ye Minjun froze. This was what he was afraid of. It was time to end this performance. The hunter only had time to mumble an apology, about to clear the air, before the princess shrieked and interrupted him with an apology of her own. Unable to cope with the intense embarrassment, Vermi clutched her own tail in her paws and covered her face with it. Let the hunter forget everything she said. It's just that she stammered, trying to control her emotions and find the right words. It was her first time meeting someone so beautiful. Her face spread into a wide and intimidating smile. Vermi once again apologized heatedly. He should forget all the nonsense she exactly said. Ye Minjun felt a herd of goosebumps run down his back. The whole procession was gradually reaching its destination. The troop was now passing the bridge. The princess continued to mutter without pausing for a second. She had never been in the same room with a man from another dimension before, which was obvious to the humble Shutan lady. Therefore, many jester ladies can be confused about their own emotions. With awkwardness, she asked that her escort think of her behavior today as if she was just a little confused. She apologized again in case she had inconvenienced him with her confused emotions. Ye Minjun wasn't quite sure what he should answer, but he was glad that this awkward situation was blurred. He made his suggestion. The Shutan girls must be subjected to the pressure of the loyalty cult, Princess Vermi. Accordingly, nodded. Ye Minjun gave her a thoughtful look and inquired, "How long have they had such traditions?" The girl closed her eyes, pondering. She had never really thought much about it, but ever since Jester's history had been destroyed in the interracial wars, it turns out their traditions are at least 800 years old. Ye Minjun froze. Something doesn't add up. Comparing it to what he had studied about the Jelanko dimension, the information about the interracial wars did not match. As for laying unfertilized eggs, they lay them in broad daylight. And Pheromone can have an effect even on other races. It can also affect him. What the Vermi princess says is very different from what he was taught. What if before he became an inmate? Does that mean he might still have bits of memory from 800 years ago? And it was also said that Jelanko was as united a kingdom made up of many races as Earth. The hero's gaze was completely blank as he pondered this. The Shutans are much stronger than other races, and because of this, they were forced to fight other races alone. But in the end, they lost this interracial war, and as a result, the political power of the Jester has sunk to the bottom of the entire Jelanko dimension. Ye Minjun turned to the princess, about to confirm his theory. Many inhabitants of Earth believe that the Shutan race visited them to prepare for mass immigration. Is this true? The princess didn't let him finish. Rumors had reached her. But it all comes from the fact that the Earthers don't know them well. The climate and infrastructure of the land is poorly suited for this race. Princess Verme's voice became much lower. This little star is not capable of accepting them. Even preparing them for immigration would take a lot of time and resources. The hunter nodded approvingly. So they really are only here on business. The girl licked herself carnivorously. Yes, if she could get one problem solved, then she will become fertile and will be able to give birth and outrun the other princesses. If the man remembered everything correctly, once a female jester lays a fertilized egg, ovulation stops for decades. This way, they are trying to get rid of the curse of nature. Ye Mingjun absolutely understood this. Bradley came on the comms. He informed the princess that they were almost at the Gondok station. That was her original request. On the call, the agent voiced a request that the girl give their exact final destination for the trip. The girl rose from her chair, stretching out her stiff limbs. Good, have her pass on her words to everyone. They are going to a Korean pension fund. The agents were surprised at such a strange direction. This seemed strange to Yeminjun, and he intervened in the conversation. Maybe it was none of his business. But she had some kind of appointment. No sooner had the hero finished speaking than the girl abruptly cut him off. She's heading that way on purpose. Surprising them was part of her plan. Upon hearing the news, the pension fund employee jumped up, so her plan worked. He was tearing and metal. Why did they only give 5 minutes notice of the princess's visit before she arrived? He needs to contact the leadership quickly. The girl burst into the building and bellowed loudly. Collection of long-term outstanding debts. In just an instant, the girl changed. She was now encompassed by an embittered aura. This was the reason for her visit to Earth. In just a few minutes, the pension fund staff had time to coordinate and get outside to meet Princess Verme. The tall girl stood out strongly against the background of her squad, as well as the agents accompanying her. Not knowing the reason as such, Yeminjun felt the tension. The princess had indeed taken everyone by surprise as well. The original Gondok station wasn't even close to the government route the princess was supposed to take. These people don't even realize that the princess is here to repay her debts. For a moment, the girl stopped and looked around. She liked having the whole situation under her control. The Foundation workers who came forward to meet her raised their surprised faces with bated breath to be able to look her in the eye. The Verme princess arrogantly cast a menacing glance at the people in front of her. She thundered again, demanding that the employees bring their boss. Yeminjun looked at the building in front of him with boredom. It was a company, obviously. His mental flow was interrupted by someone's voice, the CEO returning to the company. A short while later, the small company was set up in the office. Bradley glanced at his watch. It had been quite some time. They should have arrived by now. As if to confirm his words, he heard footsteps outside the door. It must be them. The beautiful carved door creaked open. The CEO strode into the office with his entourage. He apologized for keeping the princess waiting and introduced himself. He was the director of this company. Omancic raised his eyebrows in surprise and froze when he saw a familiar face. Did he really manage to run into his teacher, Ye Mingjun, again? Omancic turned to the princess. He checked security, so the agents can wait outside. Surprisingly, Princess Verme agreed with this argument. Yeminjun and Bradley were left waiting outside the office. The hero knew that the alchemy company was in a difficult situation because of the biosynthetic gold. It turns out the CEO of this foundation was one of the princess's debtors. But Princess Verme is leading the biosynthetic gold market, borrowing from a competitor? Omancic may be old, but not old enough to make mistakes like that. Didn't he know it was a princess? Or did the lender change halfway through? Yeminjun knew that he shouldn't do a job that he wasn't assigned, but interest took over. In theory, he could say it's not a job, just a personal request. Omancic, they've known each other a long time, so he'll make an exception and take care of the matter. As they say, accidents don't happen by chance. Yeminjun sent a message to Cassie. It was quite brief. The Korean pension fund. Let him pass the information to the government and let him know their reaction. With that, the man tucked the phone back into his pocket and cowered at the door. Cassie should know what to do about this. The government knows it's better to help than to watch aliens take over a Korean company. Yeminjun sighed heavily because of the contradiction that was tearing him apart. In essence, they were now violating the purpose of the escort, but Omancic greeted the princess and, overly obliging, kissed her gilded paw. The princess's voice was no longer so soft and delicate. Now it was cold and low. If the formalities were over, she wanted to hear how his company planned to repay the debt. The chairman sighed sadly. Yes, the offer was too attractive to refuse. As gold prices plummeted, the pension fund went bankrupt, and many organizations faced bankruptcy. Many pension funds were going negative, but Omancic believed in himself so wholeheartedly that he did not stop gold production. If you put your all into it, you will overcome all obstacles and get up from your knees again. However, when he began to realize that he was giving up ground, they came to find him. A man came to Mr. Director with a certain offer that he would definitely not be able to refuse. The man was too persuasive, and he managed to get the man to take a look at him. Omancic couldn't believe what he was looking at first. IFM Mana's electoral filter. These are the necessary materials for synthetic gold that is 100% dependent on imports to other dimensions. Seeing their predicament, they promised to supply them an unthinkable low price. The chairman hesitated at first, for they don't even have that kind of money right now. But for the mystery man, it was no bother at all. What about the loan? He'll pay it off as soon as he can. But gradually, the company's situation only worsened, and they offered more and more to them for more debt. Until one day, the company was contacted and told that their debt had been sold to another party. The man was panicking. It was a hopeless situation for him. Where would he get so much money? And after the change of creditor, she became the Shutan Princess Vermi. The man wanted to continue his story, but he stammered. The look on the princess's face was unnecessarily frightening. The girl was filled with anger. She screamed at the whole office that she had never heard more Brad. She shook her head furiously. So many lies. She doesn't believe a word of it. The man made another attempt to justify himself, but the girl immediately cut him short. Basically, he either pays off the debt on the spot or accepts her terms. Omancic's heart skipped a beat. What other conditions? At that moment, Olga intervened in time. She handed the man a folder with documents. Omancic quickly ran his eyes over the documents, and after that, he involuntarily let out a surprised exclamation. Shock made him start stuttering, which made his image even more pathetic. Wouldn't that just mean giving the princess his company? Why would a jester need a gold-producing company? The Vermi princess smirked gloatingly and gave him a scornful look. It was none of his business. The company to be transferred the shares is legally established on Earth. The man's hands involuntarily trembled as he listened to this. The princess has already discussed it with the lawyers of both parties, so there can't be any legal problems. She took a step forward and hovered over the lowly chairman. What was his choice? Bankruptcy or stock transfer? If he chooses the latter, it guarantees that current employees will keep their jobs, and he won't be able to turn away anyway. The chairman's voice trembled and his head drooped. He asked the girl to give him time to think things over. Despite the anger overwhelming her, Princess still agreed she would return at the same time tomorrow. When Princess Vermi returned to the car, her mood once again peaceful. She let Olga know that she was hungry. The woman handed her a rather large and weighty briefcase. She mumbled that she had brought some snacks with her. The princess devoured the raw meat with gusto and bloodlust. A moment later, the smell of raw meat and blood spread throughout the cabin. Ye Minjun felt sick. He was about to cover his nose when he felt some other meat odor mixed in with the smell. He was sure that the second smell was definitely not coming from meat. Could it really be the princess? But it's definitely not a jesting pheromone, Ye Minjun frowned, covering his nose. Exactly, it's like that pheromone that bugs give off when they communicate, so why would it be coming from the princess? Maybe they are similar, but it's definitely something else. Maybe it's a specially made chemical, and when it comes in contact with air, it oxidizes to this pheromone. He quickly dismissed the idea. The elemental composition of the pheromone contains noble metals, it came to him. Something had seeped into the princess's body, and that something was changing inside her through chemical reactions. Princess Vermi continued to devour the meat, slurping with pleasure. Maybe it was the reason for that? As soon as the hero realized this, he mindlessly and abruptly jumped up to the princess, about to rip the meat out of her mouth. Ye Minjun himself was shocked as he listened to the swear words from the princess in her native language. He looked into the princess's eyes and she abruptly fell silent, slamming her mouth shut. The hero loomed over her and was too close, so she squirmed, feeling a rush of intense embarrassment. Seconds later, her expression changed again. This time, she was hoping for a kiss. Ye Mingjun couldn't contain his disgust. He wrinkled his face and shrieked. Heroes decided to ignore this. He turned to Olga and asked that the woman tell the girl that she should open her mouth. For a moment, the woman froze in a strange position upon hearing such an unusual request. But still she agreed. Olga quickly sauntered on her little legs to the princess and relayed the agent's request to her. The driver drove calmly until small black dots flickered in his eyes. He rubbed his eyes, assuming it was the effects of sleep deprivation, but the black dots didn't go away. His mouth dropped open, and he couldn't contain his surprise. It's what the fuck? Meanwhile, the cluster of black dots were approaching at high speed. The closer they were, the more they became. It turned out to be a huge swarm of insects. Ye Mingjun couldn't hold back his scolding. Did they really fall into a trap? Meanwhile, a huge swarm of flies caught up with the entire procession of vehicles. The insects instantly clinging to the transport, trying to find crevices through which to sneak in. From the fright, the driver lost control. The whole car shook violently. Olga and Princess Vermi shrieked in fright. Ye Mingjun felt tense. Something was definitely going to happen now. The flies began to attack the machine. the tone and scraping of metal resounding from all sides. It was a Manhwa Hornet. Unfortunately, the committee categorized the creature as a first-degree threat. They are considered particularly dangerous, about the size of a thumb. Inside them is a tough exoskeleton. Such common ones are used in the construction of spaceships. The creatures create a magnetic field by spreading their wings and diving at high speed. And this mini plasma-powered spaceship crashes into you at breakneck speed. Right now, thousands of them, if not millions, were attacking the tank the princess was in. In just a few moments, the car had been reduced to a state of devastation. All the metal plating was crumpled, the windows were shattered, and smoke was billowing from everywhere. With a deafening screech, the tank door swung open. Ye Minjun activated his abilities and jumped out at high speed outside the destroyed transportation. As he flew up into the air, he held the princess above his head, who had not yet had time to realize the situation and was very frightened. Half of Ye Minjun's body was seriously injured, but it was slowly recovering. He decided to take a bird's-eye view of his surroundings. Unfortunately, Olga was dead. Despair gripped the hero's heart, and he cursed in his heart. His heart skipped a beat when he saw the hornet swarm circling right below him. Hunters barely had time to form a protective barrier to repel the insect attack. He doesn't have time to deal with them one by one. He needs to get the princess safe as quickly as possible. What if? Suddenly he coughed up blood. It seems the attack was too strong after all. Well, here an idea popped into his head. Ye Minjun took a deep breath and held the air in his lungs. A moment later, he let out a powerful exhale. Everything around him burst into scarlet flames. The hornet's shells may be hard, but the insides are definitely not. He's going to burn them so hard their insides will boil. But in the end, it didn't work. The insects simply ignored the attack and continued moving forward at high speed in their direction. For the first time in a long time, Ye Minjun panicked. He didn't think that his plan might not work. The man barely had time to put up a protective barrier to prevent the hornets from injuring him. The insects collided with the barrier again in a loud hail, flying off, ricocheting off of it. Ye Minjun could only hold back shock, he reprimanded. What the fuck, don't they care? Could it be... He took a closer look. He knew it. They were filled with mana, not life force. Probably the mana of whoever was controlling them. It turns out that in such a situation, these things are too survivable. He is unlikely to deal with them. And Roy still did not retreat. They surrounded the hero and his client once again. The princess's guards watched this fight from the ground. Bradley stepped forward so he could get a better view of the battle going on in the air. Taking in more air into his lungs, he shouted, "Their target is the princess!" Ye Mingjun's face reflected mixed emotions. He cowered to the side so they had only come for her. Suddenly an idea popped into his head. He tore forward through the air at high speed, carrying the princess in his arms. The girl was in shock. Tears were streaming from her eyes and she could hardly breathe. While the hero moved forward, completely ignoring her, she tried to shout something to him in her own language. But Ye Minjun can't fight these things and protect the princess at the same time. First, he needs to find a protective barrier. He moved through the air at high speed, searching with his eyes for a suitable spot, until something caught his eye. There! Mentally, he cried out, "Boss, I'm activating the shield!" Lakefield and Donchell were resting peacefully in a shop behind a book. The elf heard something, but couldn't make out anything. Whose voice was it? Ye Mingjun landed on the roof of the building and struck it with his palm flat. The man tilted his head, looking up at the ceiling. Something wrong with the roof? Ye Mingjun activated the spell, everything around illuminated in golden light. He struck the roof again, activating the strongest barrier in the building. The entire area lit up with a bright and blinding golden light. It seemed like a supernova had just been born in this place. Ye Minjun was just in time. A second more and the creatures would have broken through the barrier. The princess was lying passed out at his feet. The most important thing was that she was alive. The hornets beat desperately against the golden surface, but it would not budge, only silent, muffled thuds. But still, the barrier was gradually getting cracked. It was hard to predict when it would weaken. Ye Minjun would occasionally look out the window with excitement, lowering the curtains with his finger. The princess continued to shout something indignantly. Lakefield was confused. He didn't understand a word, but Ye Minjun was no help to him here. He didn't understand anything himself. He suggested that his friend ignore it all for the time being, and apologized for dragging him into all this. The elf stroked the child's back, reassuring they were fine, so the hunter could not worry. Ye Minjun thanked him. He tried to reassure his friends. He sent a request to the bureau. So soon everything here should be cleaned up soon. The elf only nodded. That's good. Princess Vermi continued to scream. The hero decided maybe he should try to talk to her on a mental level. Mentally, he turned to her and asked her to remain calm. For a moment, the girl froze and let out some sort of questioning exclamation. But it didn't seem to help. It opened its mouth wide and screamed at the entire building. Ye Minjun kept reassuring her, hoping it was working. Help was on the way. There had to be some words they both understood. Maybe she'd made contact with someone today, or been touched by someone. First, we have to figure out how the princess got those chemicals in her body. All her food is thoroughly tested, so it's not an accident. Since the Hornets haven't attacked other Shutans, that means this chemical isn't spread by airborne droplets. So, it's something that only the Vermi princess has been in contact with. The girl indignantly started to prove something to him. Judging by her reaction, she understands the hero's words. He thought deeply, is there really no way for the princess to answer him? Lakefield interrupted his musings with a question. He wouldn't happen to need an interpreter, would he? The elf himself can't help him, of course. But he has one thing in his vault. He asked Danchol to fetch it. Yamingjin stood in the middle of the room, at a loss. What the hell's that thing from the vault? When the boy entered the room, exhaustion was evident on his face. With awkwardness, he said he had brought the object. In his hands, he was holding a frying pan that Yamingjun had long since known, which right now was making a funny face. Everything inside the hero turned cold. That's it. There were no censored thoughts left in his head. The hero spoke in a mechanical tone. Yeah, if they just knock her out with a frying pan, she'll shut up for sure. But still, he'd want to hear something else from her, so they'd knock her out later. Lakefield laughed. What was he even talking about? Had he forgotten how that frying pan kept failing to shut up? Yamingjun huffed. Every time she mumbled some perversion, the elf raised his eyebrows. It seems he had forgotten that this frying pan had a mental communication function after all. Danchol was still holding the magic item in his hands, fully testing all of its features. Shock mixed with disgust, written on the boy's face. The scene of how he and Jean-Paul first found the item popped up in the hero's mind. Then the talkative subject let loose a joke. Forget misunderstandings, for I understand you on a mental level. The magical item was very glad that he had met the hero again. This time his twisted delusion was even worse. The frying pan once again made a funny face and made a joyful sound. The entire unprotected area around the building was surrounded by hornets. The insects were not going to back down. The Vermi princess got the skillet in her paws. The object seemed perfectly small in them. Yamingjun made another attempt to ask the princess if she had made contact with anyone, or maybe touched something. After that, he roughly shouted at the subject with a sour expression. Let him urgently translate. The magical object trembled lightly in the princess' clawed paws, the frying pan finally taking effect. Suddenly, the princess's face showed mixed emotions. Her eyes widened in surprise. She waved her hand indignantly and roared at the full power of her lungs. Saying something on emotion, Yamingjun plugged his ears with his fingers, his eardrums trembling. All he could hear in his head was a squeak. The Vermi princess gave him an irritated look. The hero waved his hands excitedly. She must remain calm. Yamingjun couldn't wait to hear what the princess said, so he touched the pan, intending to hear the translation. In parallel, he lightly touched the princess's paw. The girl once again took it the wrong way. An embarrassed blush appeared on her face, and she smiled. This misunderstanding was slowly starting to irritate the hunter. Now was not the time for embarrassment. He growled at the pan again. Let him say what the princess said. Despite his loud scream, the magic item did not respond. The hero felt like an idiot. A second later, the skillet wailed happily. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just daydreaming. My lady is so naughty. My heart is about to jump out of my chest. I've already forgotten what it's like. Yamingjun interrupted this tirade with an irritated tone. This shit became even more talkative. Frying Pan kept muttering something in a purring tone. Yamingjun gave her a hateful look. He would give her 3 minutes. She would tell him everything the princess said. Otherwise, he still couldn't think of a suitable threat, so he felt like an idiot again. Otherwise, he would leave it lying in the dirtiest corner of the pantry forever. After these words, the hero saw for the first time a frightened expression on the flat of the pan. Princess Vermi kept arguing with the subject. When the hero got distracted on his phone, he got a message. He had a total of 51 messages from Cassie. Quite a few she'd directed to him here. The girl grudgingly crossed her arms over her chest. It would be nice if he would inform her that he had at least survived. In his defense, he said he didn't have time. The girl rolled her eyes. Sure, all business. He ran through the folders on his phone and found the most important ones. Korean pension fund, government aid, Wonjae loans. The girl has had time to do a little research on the information she's dug up. Government aid doesn't look like an easy task. It seems the government doesn't like it. Paying fines every year for the same thing, failing to meet targets on time. Is that why the government doesn't want to help them? They have the same problems every year? Cassie Poe asked if her supervisor knew about racial employment quota systems. Companies over a certain limit must hire dwarves, orcs, and trolls in a certain ratio. But this company employs 97.2% humans, 2.8% elves, and no other races. In simple words, there was no one in this company but humans and a couple of elves. The word was still a beautiful. Ye Min-jun immediately realized what she meant: human chauvinism. They put themselves above everyone else and discriminate against all races other than humans. But they accept the elves, calling them good and useful. Any other race they do not recognize, considering those fall short. They explain it with shit like they're too low, they breed too fast, they're too tall, and stuff like that. They only rate them on the criteria of being dangerous to humans. But what Omansic did, the allotted time was up. Ye Min-jun turned to the subject. Had he memorized everything? He touched the handle of the skillet again. Now it was time to tell it all. Frying Pan winked. Ah, yes, the princess said she hadn't touched anything like that throughout today, just had contact with some people. The hero wanted to know exactly who it was with. He wanted names. The tone of the object became playful to the point of being luscious. At first, Min-jun Nim was caressing it very gently. The man shuddered in disgust and swore, "This is an idiotic utensil. There was no such thing." The magic item ignored his scolding. There was someone else, another person. The frying pan jerked as she informed him of the name. The hero's heart skipped a beat. This was something he definitely hadn't expected. He froze, unable to take a breath from surprise, feeling disappointed. He covered his eyes for a few seconds, trying to come to terms with what was said. Cassie called Ye Min-jun by name. What did the pan say? The man covered his frowning face with his hand and exhaled heavily, his lips snapping into another mat, but this time his voice trembled. After the battle was over and the guards had dispersed, Bradley summoned a car for himself. He sat in the front seat, staring at the burning screen of his phone with a smile. Luckily, he gets good news from Ye Min-jun. The princess is safe, but now Bradley must find out who's behind the attack. She may have been attacked by something unknown, but there's nothing they can't track as long as they have his ability in their pocket. Bradley's abilities include clairvoyance, the ability to see through objects, augmented by psychometry, non-contact vision. The light reflecting from his eyes is not magic at all, but a path made into the physical world by the thousands of beetles that have arrived. Those bastards from Justice, the idea of transforming Hornet's Menno is just brilliant. They probably thought they were safe, since the spells have no reason to show themselves. But they just didn't know about the American agent's secret. He's sure to catch those assholes. If he could help track down the higher-ups in the human rights community, maybe he'd get a 5,000 dant bonus. The thought made Bradley's spirits rise. He opened his information window with satisfaction and peeped through it. He only had 10,000 left to pay, then he could pay half. His total ransom amount, 70,000 dant, which compared to others, is some pennies. And when he gets his memory back, he certainly won't turn out to be an unthinkable criminal like, for example, Tisia, who killed herself because of guilt after remembering everything. Observing the magical residual trail told the driver to wrap up in the tunnel. He definitely has a good premonition. He'll finally get a taste of freedom. The driver followed the agent's directions until they were at the entrance to the underground parking garage. The trail led there. Cars drove down the spiraling road underground. The lights there were dim. Finally, they reached their destination point. It was the second underground floor. The agents got out of the cars. Bradley moved slowly forward on the trail, looking ahead of him, until suddenly, the trail broke off. Right in the middle of the parking lot, a mysterious silhouette stood in front of them, the man's face hidden by a hood. The guard tensely inquired of Bradley, "Is this the same man?" The American agent himself tensed up. Why was he standing there alone? Was he afraid that they had arrived earlier than expected? No, it's not that simple. Goosebumps ran down his skin. This man had been expecting them. The man slowly and with a smile removed his hood. He activated his abilities and began to recite some sort of spell. When the agent saw his face, his eyes widened in surprise. No way. The man couldn't contain his surprise, so he began to stammer. And where did he come from? Realizing that they would not be able to handle this enemy, Bradley turned to his subordinates and shouted for them to run. But it was too late. A shockwave like red lightning pierced through the man's body. Blood splatters flew everywhere, hitting the people standing nearby as well. The subordinates, speechless, watched with fear and disbelief as their leader, bloodied, fell to the ground. The young man that had just turned American agent laughed, even though his eyes were cold. The problem with the Hornets was finally solved, so the hero was able to get out of his office. He had a lot of things waiting for him. Ye Min-jun was thoughtfully twirling the business card in his hands the day he had stopped at the witch community. He remembered the hapless lawyer Jung Namgyu, who had just handed him a business card that day. What followed was a flashback to the first time he had encountered his student in a long time. It turns out that Omansic hired the very same troll lawyer that day. So he had never considered him a chauvinist. But was he only pretending to be one for the sake of his reputation? The reason he ignored the law and employment of other races, he was hiding his past. The chairman of the company even kissed the hands of the Shutan princess. All this was just to maintain his tolerance in everyone's eyes. The man was disappointed with his acquaintance. From impotence and irritation, he clenched the business card in his hand. Finally, the car reached its final destination. Ye Minjun didn't want to do this, but he would have to. Omancic believed in stopping the encroachment of foreign companies into their market, and that he could protect their market. He believed even when other companies were closing down. The chairman continued to promote his alchemy even when it was difficult. If the jobs run out, his alchemists will just go overseas. And if all the talent keeps fleeing, their Korean gold market will simply be crushed by foreigners. He's hanging on for them, for their people, their country, and their workers. With irritation and resentment, he clutched the document, but all the effort gone. Will they be ruined by a mere scrap of paper? Come to think of it, those bastards who offered an MPF that relies heavily on foreign imports at such a low price, those freaks were in cahoots with the princess. It was just a trap to devour his company, a trap created by the princess. The man crumpled the document into a ball and threw it into the trash can in his heart. With irritation, he plumped into his chair, leaning back. After such a strong surge of anger, fatigue came over him, which deepened his wrinkles even more. He let out a heavy sigh. They won't be able to help the chairman, just as the human rights community swooped in. Since some time, they've been using Mr. Chairman and the Korean Pension Fund quite a bit as people that fight for people's rights. The man laughed contentedly. Time to show the Vermi princess all their anger. One of the reasons for the princess's Vermi trip to Korea must include Mr. Chairman's duty. Of all the countries on Earth, what reason is there to come to Korea? The masked man's voice became ingratiating. Only the smallest thing is needed from him. Mr. Chairman, no evidence will be left. He may not even think about it. The man remained silent. He was tormented by doubts, but there was still no choice. The rest will be taken care of by the organization. Despite the blood on his hand, the mysterious man squeezed the chairman's weak, senile hand with force. And if all goes according to plan, the advocacy community has promised to take care of the rest of the debt as well as the financing. Then Omancic can continue practicing alchemy. To him, the gold market in this country will be preserved. Suddenly, his praising thoughts were interrupted by a ringing phone, and the chairman's smile faded. Lately, he'd been like on pins and needles. He'd gotten a bad feeling. What was it? The alarmed voice on the other side of the receiver only confirmed his premonition. His subordinate reported that they had a big problem. The Immigration Bureau swooped in on them unannounced. Right now, they are on the first floor. Yi Minjun and his group acted swiftly. They were going to search every corner of this building. Yi Minjun was in a bad mood. He slowly walked down the hall. Each step he took was crisp and measured, while the people around him were bustling about. After this announcement, the chairman sat silently in his chair for some time. He did not know what to do and what to say. His whole body involuntarily trembled and shrank with fear. He was definitely finished. How could it be? He said there would be no evidence left. He's heard a lot about Immigration Bureau agents, and since this is connected to the human rights community, it's obvious how this is going to turn out. If he's caught, he'll be tortured to death, and if he survives, he'll just beg for death, and he'd better take his life in his own hands and go quietly. The instant poison will kill him as soon as he breathes it in. With a trembling hand, the old man brought the strange slurry up to his face. And if it was so, while the man was stirring after all, he wasn't so keen on dying after all. Strange bands swung open the door of his offices and made their way inside. They grabbed him and secured his body in one position, preventing access to the poison. Chairman Omancic's eyes opened wide. He seemed mad. Why is Ye Minjun still here? The Hornets should have dealt with him. The hero's voice was cold. If he is talking about Manoa Hornets, the Immigration Bureau has successfully eliminated them. The hero's black eyes were full of dislike, even though he tried to suppress his emotions. And right now, mister, Omancic him everything he knows about the human rights community. The aged voice trembled. The man apologized to his teacher, after all. He has the right to remain silent. But the hero interrupted him rudely. He does not. He should have expected such a thing, back when he made his plans. Under the Fourth Amendment of the Korean Constitution, his rights as a citizen of that country would be partially restricted. The old man's face creased in displeasure. Despite his fear, he shouted at Yi Minjun. Why is he taking the side of the aliens? The chairman of the company had completely forgotten that not long ago he was shaking like an aspen leaf. Anger filled his mind. Out of the 7 mass immigrations, they, the humans, at least accepted them. The elves. Why does he choose to side with these monsters anyway? Humans had accepted elves. So why? Yi Minjun could hardly contain his disgust as he listened to this nonsense. Publicly, his race is a quarter elf. Even when he's literally 75% human, he calls him, you elves, not accepting even the slightest fusion of the blood of other races. Human supremacist. The hero barely managed to suppress anger. His voice was cold as he asked the man, Is that why he works in the human rights community? Since their ultimate plan is to get rid of every race on Earth except humans? Chase him away or kill him. Does he know how horribly they treated other races? Chairman Omansik interrupted his tirade. So what? There was such intense disdain and hatred in his voice that the eyes of the usually cold-blooded Yemingjun opened wide. The man continued, "Who cares if these things die or not? After all, they're not even human. What does he care about any of this?" Hunter covered his eyes, trying to suppress another flash of anger and the urge to punch the old man in the face, and this was his former apprentice. When he spoke, his voice sounded dejected and oozed frustration. He had no intention of setting up an interrogation here. However, he paused a much significant pause, a threat now audible in his voice, seeming better to do it to the dragon instead. Dragons can use some pretty weird and nasty magic. There's magic that can bring your brain function to the max. They will make the chairman remember everything he could not even think of. The place where they met with the advocacy community will be revealed. His voice, what that man was wearing, he will give it all away, word for word. Of course, it would be a very painful process, but he wouldn't die until he told everything. Yeminjun felt a grim satisfaction in putting such pressure on this racist. Apart from the dragons, agents of the strong holy force would take care of preserving his life. Omansik's eyes were unfocused. A wave of intense fear came over him again. As soon as the old man was led away, the phone in Yeminjun's pocket rang. He reluctantly took it out of his pocket. The man was still in a bad mood. He flipped off his cell phone cover and, in a disgruntled voice, asked, "What is it?" Blair called, her voice quiet and uncertain, and she stammered a lot. Yeminjun continued to listen to her without answering anything. When the hero reached the meeting place, it was already evening. Getting there was unpleasant, because it started to rain very unaccountably. In the underground parking lot, he was met by Blair. The place was scary to look at. Blood was pouring all around. Earlier, Yeminjun had requested the elven woman to check the place where the agent had been sent to check. Agent Bradley's soul had left this place and was nowhere to be seen. The woman involuntarily shivered. The committee uses a miraculous magic that relocates the soul of agents to another body. But the committee needs a lot of power and resources to use it. So the soul that left the body, even they cannot find. Yeminjun looked around the bloody crime scene. His face was hidden from Blair. It was hard to tell what emotions he was feeling. The hero stared at the bloodstains on the wall, realizing that Bradley was finally dead. "How about it? Isn't it beautiful?" A phantom mocking voice rang out next to Yeminjun's ear. There was pleasure in that unfamiliar voice, but it was also very cold. Yeminjun felt frost on his skin when he heard the last sentence. "This bouquet was created for you." The suspect has purposely left traces in the spirit world to reach the hero. It's a message specifically for him. Hunter was seized with anger. Who dared to get his attention in such a way? His fist involuntarily clenched. He involuntarily pressed nails into his palm until it bled. Was he satisfied now? His eyes lit up red. Oh well, they'll see what else comes of this. A phantom bloody inscription formed on the wall. "Baby, I missed you." Yeminjun couldn't calm the emotions raging inside him. He would tear this person apart as soon as he caught his eye. Yeminjun slowly came to his senses. Now was no place for anger. They need to send the princess back. The terminals are probably closed. But if they talk to Chairman Jenkinson, he'll probably make a small exception. They were planning to use the princess as bait for the ringleaders of the human rights community. Blair didn't quite understand what he was getting at, so she only looked at him with confused eyes. But the current situation is a little different from what was planned. Yeminjun tried not to look at the body of his murdered friend. They hired on foreign mercenaries, which means there's no chance of the ringleaders themselves showing up. Saying this, the hero looked at the Elphus absent-mindedly. "So it's time to stop this cat-and-mouse game. It's too dangerous." Yeminjun turned around and headed towards the exit. As long as he accompanies the princess, she is safe. But they need to prepare for Princess Vermi coming home early, so he wouldn't have to protect her anymore, and he could focus all his energies on killing the thing. At the same time, in dimension number 5, 1-532 of the second terminal, the subordinate was mumbling something to Chairman Jenkinson. His voice was shaking and his speech was not dickish. This infuriated the chairman. What is he trying to say? He turned sharply away from the panoramic window, piercing the man with an irritated look. Simply put, the distorters have remained intact through 5 jumps to different dimensions. But one did break, and it will take 3 days to repair. There was no limit to his anger, he growled again, separating each word with a pause. 3 whole days. Fucking hell. Why now, when he had decided to visit his secretary Blair? The dragon approached the man. His aura was overwhelming. What about the other distorters? Isn't there a spare? He should be able to find something quickly. Stammering, the man mumbled that he had already found something. Chairman Jenkinson snatched his clipboard sharply. He wasn't happy with the proposed option. After all, if they put this distorter in, they'd be facing a lot of transfers, so they'd lose too much time. Suddenly, his anger waned, its place taken by surprise, something that caught the dragon's attention. He clucked his finger at someone's name. Why does a passenger of this race go alone to Earth? His assistant jumped up. A message had just come in from the ground from Blair's head secretary. The chairman muttered his secretary's name quietly under his breath. He hoped it would be good news. With that hope, he activated the hologram, followed by Blair's soft voice, which was intermittently interrupted by static. Hello, Chairman Jenkinson. This is Blair Campbell speaking. She had contacted the chairman. Hopefully he would approve the request as a matter of urgency. The man frowned worriedly. He inquired, What is the request? The woman paused awkwardly as if she was having a hard time voicing it. The man was anxious to hear, What is it? A couple of minutes later, the elf ran towards Yemingjun, her face almost glowing with happiness. And she jumped up and down. She had done it! The chairman contacted the committee directly, and they authorized sending Princess Vermi back. They would only be able to take off if it was one of the spatial distortions that the princess used. Yemingjun immediately activated the communicator. Then they would move out right now, he clearly repeated. Right now. This is a message to all mages involved in this plan. Currently, the Princess of Vermi and the escort from the Jester will be traveling by teleportation. The agents who got the news immediately sprang into action, many pulling out guns. At the moment, their destination is the international airport on Yongjong Island. Princess Vermi was kept in a VIP area that was carefully checked and guarded, with several armed soldiers standing at the door. The girl felt slightly worried and tense about the whole situation. Only talking to the magic skillet relaxed her. It's the frying pan. Something about a mental connection, right? This kind of translation is called balwa. That is, it is the interpretation of sounds out loud. The principle of reading the surface consciousness of the speaker. In other words, limited mind reading. While the instructions didn't even have that explanation, it is said that most of these pans were destroyed because a court ruled them illegal. Could she even be the last one in the entire universe? Yeminjun rolled his eyes. Well, who would even put such a unique ability into a damn frying pan? In his long 800-year life, the hunter had met so many people. But the only one with that kind of talent may have been Bradley. His brain involuntarily threw up memories of his dead friend. Yeminjun clasped his hands together forcefully. If this was a rare ability, he could live a good life even after getting out of prison. But who would have thought he'd die a dog's death? The familiar shaking of the frying pan interrupted his thoughts. Princess Vermi stood in front of him, holding a frying pan and growling something in her own language. Is there really something she wants to say to the hero? Yeminjun still had to fulfill his duties, so he once again touched the handle of the cursed frying pan. The princess opened her mouth again, saliva dripping from her fangs. She heard that his comrade had recently died. The girl apologized. She was sorry that it was because of her. She looked into the hunter's eyes. He should accept her condolences. Yeminjun sadly covered his eyes. It was definitely not the princess' fault. The girl had heard that racism was rampant on Earth, but she never imagined that something like this could happen. The hero sighed. Unfortunately, this was to be expected. 7 mass immigrations in such a short period of time. But no one deserves to die just because they are different. Princess accordingly repeated after him, No one. Honestly, they have 2. Maybe things aren't as bad in the Jelanko dimension as they are on Earth. But it has experienced a lot of mass immigration throughout history. They also went through many interracial wars. And of course, the natives, meaning them, the Shutans, suffered the most. The man had heard that most of the history of interracial warfare was lost. There were some stories that had been passed down from generation to generation. There was a clatter of heels on the parquet floor. Blair interrupted their conversation. She politely apologized for interrupting them, but it was urgent. They need to wait a couple more hours before using the space distorter. They need to coordinate with the committee so they don't get suspected of human smuggling. They say that the weight of the ship when leaving the ground is more than what it was when landing on the ground. After saying that, the princess blushed suspiciously. She picked up the frying pan again and muttered something embarrassedly to Yemingjun. The hero will explain. She says she has stocked up on jewelry, the elven woman wondered. Is it really that much? But quickly suppressed that emotion. It should go quickly, because no life energy was found there. Yeminjun glanced thoughtfully at the Vermi princess to think, she bought so much that it affected the mass of the whole ship. She could afford it, though. His job as a bodyguard will be over in a few hours. After he gets the princess back safe and sound, the next mission will be the scum that killed Bradley. Suddenly, there was a thunderous scream in the building. Someone screaming exhaustedly, Everyone tensed up at once. The scream was repeated again. Many people gathered in panic near the man who was rolling on the floor and howling in pain. Unimaginable things were happening to the victim's body. His skin was reddened and dripping with droplets. It looked like he was melting. The man pulled his hands away from his face, looking around with panic. More and more skin dripping off his muscles. One of the guards has come to his senses. It's poison. They must act swiftly. We need to bring in the detoxification manuscript quickly. Ye Minjun was advancing towards the source of the scream. It resounded again. Blair pointed the direction, shouting from the rooftop. Ye Mingjun activated his abilities. His eyes became hungry once again. This would save time on his quest. He would definitely tear this person apart. The mage that killed Bradley was here. He was surrounded by zombies that he controlled with his powers. The guy laughed madly. He's being chased by 26 governments and 8 elders. He's a dark mage, Theo Christensen, and right now he's leading a whole regiment of dead men toward the airport. Christiansen slowly made his way forward. Surrounded by zombies, they and the poison were only needed for looks. He let out a satisfied and crazy laugh again, for he wouldn't want his meeting with Ye Mingjun to be interrupted or interfere with them. The poisoned man continued to roll around on the floor like a madman and scream in pain, more and more flesh dripping off his bones. His flesh sizzled and the floor was gradually flooded with blood. The odor was horrible. The guards tried not to panic. The chief gave orders. They must open the antidote immediately and move the patient. The man reprimanded himself as the screaming stopped. The man was dead. It's creepy as hell, so you can't see anything. It's the worst state to be in for defense. The head of the guard was named Carl Hood. He came from the South African Republic. Joined the squad as a mage agent, his main weapon, a 20mm gun. The subordinate glanced at him and asked if he had seen a picture of the crime scene, but the man shook his head. Why would he? He'd been an agent for a long time, but he'd never seen anything like this, enough to realize Bradley's dead man was lucky. The others were tortured to death. The culprit must be a dark mage, right? Carl cussed foully again. Rumor has it that if you contact them, your next 3 generations will be very unlucky. And if the dark magician holds a grudge against you, he'll get them from under the ground. You can't even destroy them, for they're like cockroaches. The young girl was riddled with fear at the words, and her boss, she asked uncertainly, they should be okay, right? With them on the squad is someone they call a legend. Yemenjun had done many missions with the Elder Dragon, and that's saying a lot. The advancing zombies were pierced by dozens of bullets, knocking them down, their roars deafening. Yes, and the battlefield itself was deafening. There were thousands of snarling zombies all around. Gunshots rang out, soldiers launched rockets. But even with such weapons, they could not cope. Zombies attacked from the coast. They need the help of agents. One of the soldiers followed his sergeant's orders. He was about to contact the agents as his arm exploded in pain. It was severed. The tube of the apparatus fell with a crash into a pool of blood on the earth, followed by a shriek. The battlefield was shrouded in fog. It seemed fiery in the light from explosions and gunfire, and was slowly creeping up to the airport. The tube was still working. The girl could hear the screams on the other side of the wire. But it didn't help the guards, as they didn't get the information they needed. There is only one bridge leading to Yongjong Island. The thought that everything would be fine if they could protect this place was a mistake. Since mass teleportation is impossible, come to think of it, the Dark Mage made the zombies cross at low tide. The zombies' growl was still distant, but it was gradually getting closer, resembling a swarm of angry bees. The squad captain felt a drop of cowl roll off his forehead. Yeminjin managed to get a brief briefing on the current situation as the person on the other side cut the connection. Blair was all nervous. She immediately jumped up to the man. What should they do? Yeminjun ordered that they should immediately take the Shoutnese onto the ship and fly away. The committee he would inform about the imminent departure himself. The elfess froze. She didn't know what to do, after all. The committee hadn't approved anything yet. She tried to explain the situation to the hero in a panic, but he interrupted her. Emergency warp code. Blair shut her mouth and stared at him in surprise. Usually the chairman does it, but since they are in another dimension, he had to leave it to her as the head secretary. The woman felt uneasy, it was true, but how did he know that? Created by the committee and only possible to use with their permission, the space fighter. That's why a permit is required for each of its uses, and you need to know the warp authorization code to operate it. In emergencies, without their authorization, the emergency warp code is given to the terminal managers, which is now Blair. The woman tried to calm down. She raised her eyebrows. A lot of people don't even realize it. All this time, she was sure that she knew Yeminjun well, but now doubts crept into her head. Who the hell was he? Hunter stepped back to the window, what to contact and relay the new order to the guards. All agents still able to move will escort the princess and her services to the warp drive. Yeminjun coldly and confidently headed towards the door. Without turning around, He said that he was leaving Princess Vermi for Blair. Before the hall doors slammed shut, Yeminjun heard the princess's indignant and deafening roar. She didn't seem to agree with it. Mentally, she tried to reassure herself, "It's okay. Everything will definitely be okay. After all, she and he are still sure to meet again." Yeminjun stepped out of the building into the street. The temperature had plummeted. The fog that reached the airport was reducing vision. The heroes activated their abilities and soared above the airport, assessing their situation. He began to look out for his enemy with concentration, for he had told himself to find him himself. Soon he found Christensen among a pile of zombies. The reward for him had already been announced. 200,000 Dalantes. He reprimanded the bastard. Anger again gripped his mind. The man wanted to take revenge right here and now. He would definitely kill him. Continuing to maintain himself in the air, the hunter moved forward, intending to immediately attack the dark mage stealthily. The young man was not at all frightened by his appearance. He laughed a mad laugh again. It reminded him of the times when the hero had destroyed his school. Though he was with the older dragons then, it was just the two of them here now. You could sense uncontrollable anger in the guy's voice. He called the hero a parasite living off dragons. He would destroy him with real black magic. Yeminjun was originally prepared for battle. He lowered the knife point into the center of his palm. Droplets of blood flowed out, so sharp was the blade. He abruptly slashed the knife at his own arm, and this time he would be the one to tear it apart. The hood fell off Theo Christensen's head, exposing a predatory and insane smile and empty eyes. The guy was looking forward to this fight with excitement. With his ability, he directed the zombies to attack. The creatures completely enveloped Yeminjun. But with his abilities, it was absolutely no problem at all. There were rays of red glow shining through this entire pile. There was an explosion. Zombies scattered in all directions, becoming a bloody mess. Yeminjun was no longer going to control his emotions. He was absolutely furious, and that was it. This mocking phrase only provoked Theo Christensen. With a satisfied smile, he formed a new spell. The guy waved his hand, sending a red lightning bolt forward, and with the speed of light, it hurtled towards the hero, leaving a deep furrow in the ground behind it. The dark mage laughed maniacally. He had created dozens of kinds of true dark magic just to kill him, and he won't let Yeminjun die until he tries them all out on him. Theo Christensen let loose several attack pentagrams that formed another explosion. He watched it all with rapt attention. Such a picture stirred his brain, giving him absolute pleasure. But even this attack hardly did any damage to the hunter. Yeminjun got out, continuing to step forward calmly amidst the veil of dust. The young man hadn't expected the man to be able to defend himself. His face creased in a disappointed grimace. Yeminjun's anger only grew stronger. The hero used it as an endless resource. He continued to build up even more strength, intending to destroy his opponent. He asks again, "Is that all?" Theo Christensen began to panic as he prepared a new spell. Something was wrong. The real magic he's prepared for this day, none of it works on him. The dark mage thought that he was prepared for any development. But even this amount of dark magic is not enough. He hadn't even had time to treat his wounds in the last month. His arms and entire body ached mercilessly. He had prepared so hard that the screams of the victims still echoed in his ears. The red lightning once again tore through the ground, attacking Yeminjun, small pebbles and dust flying everywhere. Theo Christensen took a step back in fear, but why? Yeminjun, after all his attacks, stood firm as a rock. Why is nothing working? The hero was slowly but surely and purposefully approaching. Though his face was hidden by his hair, one could sense that his mood was murderous and gloomy. Theo Christensen, a name given to him by his devout parents, contrary to the meanings of his name being a God-given gift. His high talent for dark magic was like a slap in the face to God, a slum somewhere in Europe. The bone-dry dwarves approached the young man and, not believing their ears, thanked him. Would he really provide them with food and work? Christensen let out a slight chuckle and beckoned the creatures to come inside. The dwarves obediently and confusedly walked inside the old building, the rusty door slamming shut with a creak. It wasn't that he hated orcs or goblins. He just didn't want to be disturbed during his research into dark magic. The little creature was frightened by this nightmarish sight, cowered at the guy and wondering what about food and work. Theo Christensen bared his teeth in a predatory grin and swung the knife sharply, his whole being quivering with pleasure. After all, no one would care even if orcs or goblins started disappearing in droves. It was because of this belief that everything went downhill. But still, there were people who noticed it. There were rioters taking to the streets, even when a group of goblins went missing in Eastern Europe. The European Alliance does nothing. The young man kept yelling into the megaphone, "They don't care about socially disadvantaged goblins. Live those or die." The group of rioters did not give up, despite the fact that people passing by ignored them, and the rain may find themselves in a similar position. Workers passing by swore. Once those vile monsters left, it was nice to walk on clean streets, but they… on whose side? Humans or monsters? The leader of the rioters was about to make his position clear. They must create a society where the weak are protected. As someone sharply knocked him to the ground, the young man fell right into the puddle. He raised his head to look at his assailant. Above him towered an incredible, angelic-looking young man, except that his gaze was cold, and his clothes and skin were stained with blood. Guy felt his heart freeze for a second at such unprecedented beauty, but a moment later it began to beat several times faster because of the anxiety that came over him. In a good mood, Theo Christensen walked further down the street. Well, he benefits from it. Thanks to people like this, he can explore dark magic without obstacles. His gloomy figure dissolved into the mist and rain. And for a while, everything was going well, until the damn dragons intervened. A military outfit found his quiet and cozy place where he conducted his experiments, and subsequently razed it to the ground. One of the figures involved in this case had seared itself into the subcortex of his mind. The cold-blooded stare and relaxed posture of the hunter infuriated him to the point of shivering. Yeminjun reported to the dragon. At the moment, they are looking for Theo Christensen, but given that many of the corpses are still fresh, it's more likely that he just escaped, sacrificing many to get out of their trap. Although Dragon was not happy with this arrangement, but still he accepted it. They would have to be content with getting rid of the Oslo school. They would put out an APB on him and continue to pursue the dark mage. Heavy breathing and hurried footsteps echoed off the lifeless walls in one of the abandoned underground pathways. Theo Christensen reprimanded. He never thought they would care about any orcs or goblins. He realized it was a mistake to kill too many orcs. He should have been more careful. When the orcs working in factories and plants disappeared, problems in the industrial sectors began to grow. Now that it's become a problem for them, they're taking action? Damn hypocrites. They didn't care about orcs in the first place. The young man had no choice but to hide in the street. From everywhere, from every corner, he heard about how his school in Oslo had been vandalized and burned to the ground. You could hear his name from every corner, and it was also printed in every wretched newspaper. Wherever he heard or saw him, everyone wanted the Immigration Bureau to catch him and kill him as quickly as possible. Theo Christensen had no choice but to go into hiding. It's too difficult to confront both the Immigration Bureau and the senior dragons. He must destroy them, starting with the weakest. And first he'll start with the Immigration Bureau agent, Ye Minjun, a dark mage like himself who betrayed his own kind to live as a parasite under the dragons. The young mage hated himself from how well he had memorized every feature of Ye Mingjun's face. And that made him hate him even more. He would be the first. And to avenge him, the mage needed to consolidate his power, find more opportunities, and more victims. That was why cooperating with the Human Rights Union was so fitting, after all. They both wanted the pain and blood of monsters. Theo Christensen assured the leader of the movement that he would take care of Princess Verme's bodyguard. He would not cause any problems. He looked at the corpse mutilated by his own hands. With satisfaction as he spoke on the phone, he assured his interlocutor that he would not be disappointed. And when the young man received a request about the Verme princess from the Alliance, he had no reason to reject it. After all, it was his time to take revenge on that bastard. Not even the red dragon covering him was on Earth. That's when Theo Christensen realized that God had given him an opportunity he should never miss, for which he thanked him. Never before in his life had he felt so much happiness and so much euphoria. Laughter involuntarily burst out of his chest, but now he could forget about this triumph, because all his efforts had gone to waste. It just didn't make sense. Theo Christensen couldn't accept defeat. He hysterically screamed, "Does he have any idea how many sacrifices he made?" No sooner had he begun his tirade than it was cut short, his chest cleared and shattered by a magical beam. Yeminjun remained cold to his opponent's words. Anger still held control over his mind. He just wanted revenge. Theo Christensen collapsed to the ground, splattering his own blood everywhere, he swore. How can this person still be alive after using such powerful dark magic? Dark magic is an art created on killing and sacrifice. It should not be created on self-sacrifice like he does. The young man lowered his eyes to his opponent's arm. Not long ago it had been chopped into meat, but now it was intact. He should be dead by now, so how? Theo Christensen was thrashing from side to side like an enraged lion. He frantically waved his arms, trying to calm himself down. Right. Surely Yeminjun must have sold his body to the dragons. Apparently, he had obtained such a powerful life force because of that. Can he even call himself a real dark wizard after that? Ice could be heard in Yeminjun's voice. A dark mage? He cold-bloodedly sliced himself on the arm with the demonic knife again. Dark magic is primordial and designed for this. Yes, the man in front of him was just a jerk. He felt nothing but disgust for the pathetic worm in front of him, wanting to kill him as quickly as possible and end this once and for all. Madness completely gripped the young mage's mind. His whole body was shaking. Seriously, is this how she should be used? Growths and sharp claws began to form on his bloody hand. Well, since it had already turned out that way, there was a sickening sound of tearing fabric as Theo Christiansen ripped his chest open. He too would try, like the hero said, real dark magic. Meanwhile, on the other side of the airport, the zombies continued to advance. The soldiers could barely hold their defenses. They are starting to break through. They need to pull off the operation faster. The warp drive is already ahead. Even if the mana was severely depleted, there was no other way out. There was no way Carl was going to retreat. Needing to add fire and load the bullet with magical elements, he was going to shoot back and defend himself until his last breath. The man squeezed the trigger. The bullets did their job. Everything around him blazed with roaring fire. The fall of shell casings to the ground was hardly audible. The weapon stalled. The charge had run out. Only a trickle of smoke hovered in the air. The subordinates shouted their boss's name in excitement. You wouldn't expect anything else from him. One kid was so excited that he grabbed his commander by the shoulder. He was finishing them off. The man turned around and shouted, "It's not time yet!" As if to confirm his words, someone cried out, "Wait, there's something else moving over there." And indeed, the zombies controlled by dark magic continued to move forward despite the fire. Soldiers were heard cursing from everywhere. How many zombies did they bring with them? Blair tore open the last scroll of the antidote, activating it. She turned to the Shutan soldiers to see if any of them had more scrolls of the antidote, but they understood nothing. There was an explosion behind the woman's back. She turned around, startled. They had almost reached the warp, but there was one obstacle standing in their way. They just can't get through the poisonous smoke, so what can they do? Out of nowhere, the scroll they needed so badly flew right under their feet. The guards ran past them. It turns out the scroll was thrown by Carl. It's his own for emergencies. He's a tenacious troll, so he'll be able to hold out for a while. So let the woman use it and walk away with the Shutans. The guards continued to shoot off the zombies, protecting the procession that was making its way toward the launching lane. Blair ran to the security door and entered the code. The warning light changed from red to green, and the door opened with a click. The Elfess held the door open, showing the princess to run inside. Firing back, Carl shouted that they couldn't hold their defenses any longer. They needed to retreat. Before he could finish the sentence, his mouth filled with blood and he coughed. The subordinates screamed in shock as their chief fell to the ground, barely breathing. Blair panicked. One of the Shutan soldiers bravely ran forward, going to protect the captain. He picked up Carl, who was rapidly losing blood, and threw him onto his shoulder, carrying him off on his feet. The soldier was coming back with all his legs. They must get to the warp drive as soon as possible. The jester gently lowered the man to the metal floor. Unfortunately, Carl's wound was too deep, and he was rapidly losing a large amount of blood. Even though he's a troll, being in poisonous smoke for so long is very dangerous. But with his innate troll tendency to put others first, to give them his scroll, Blair took a deep breath, gathering her wits. There was no time for that now. She must head for the cabin. If they continued to delay, they would all die a dog's death. We must go to the Jalanko dimension now. Suddenly, the woman froze. Never reaching the booth, Shutnets inquired, "What is it?" The Elfess froze in one position. Something was wrong here. She concentrated, trying to analyze the situation. A barely audible sound reached her sensitive ears. A security feature built into all of Chairman Jenkinson's treasures, a special lock. Blair was sure that sound. It's coming from the chairman's treasure containers. It purposely makes a low sound so that the average races can't hear it. However, she's been trained directly by the chairman, so she can hear it. And it's absolutely coming from... The woman stared down absent-mindedly, the sound coming from beneath her feet. Now it's standing right on top of Chairman Jenkinson's treasure. The recent problem that had prevented their speedy departure popped into her mind. The flight had been delayed for a couple hours due to an inspection, as the princess's cargo had increased significantly. It had gotten several times larger than when the princess arrived on Earth, but there was no sign of life there. They had to approve the request quickly. In a normal situation, the committee would have scrutinized everything. If it wasn't an emergency like this, but why is this on the princess ship? The soldiers were beginning to sense something amiss. They growled something in their own language behind Blair's back. The woman turned around and demanded to be allowed to check the vault. She won't back down. The chairman's treasure is definitely on that ship. But the jester soldiers didn't realize what she was talking about. The princess looked around carefully while her subordinates muttered something to each other in confusion. She had a magic skillet in her hand, so she knew exactly what Blair was talking about. The Elfess wasn't going to back down. If they died getting caught by the zombies, She wouldn't die until she checked what was in the vault. In a situation like this, she couldn't trust the shootans. Her gaze fell on Agent Carl, needing to find someone who could help right away. No, his injuries are too serious, and the other agents. And so busy keeping the zombies at bay. The woman was beginning to panic. Isn't there anyone else here? The Shutan soldier was trying to get her attention. He was shouting something angrily in his language. The woman turned around abruptly. She had an idea. No, there's someone who can help. Her gaze fell on the princess. If that's the man. Blood spurted from Theo Christensen's lacerated chest. His whole body poured with strength, even though he was on the verge of death. Yiminjun's eyes widened. This crazy person. The difference in strength is staggeringly huge, which means it would be impossible for him to escape. He'd probably be tortured like hell if he was caught. Theo Christensen hissed and sucked in air. And he just wanted to explore dark magic forever. But he doesn't like to suffer. So even if it's a little more, until the end, he'll make him suffer. He'll make him suffer for letting him escape to Europe. He would make him suffer for not being able to kill him today. Yiminjun will regret forever. Everything around was red. The flames scattered the bright light. Blood-scarlet clouds thickened in the sky. Distorted by the power of the dark mage, it seemed that even the air itself was red from the small particles of blood in it. A few hours before, in a terminal of another dimension, the alien creature was working quietly at a terminal when some quiet voice entered his ears. The girl came closer and repeated again, "Hello!" The creature apologized, getting worked up and not noticing the girl in front of him. But the girl didn't take offense at all. The mysterious girl got straight to the point. She had come for the warp code. Probably the committee had already approved it. The creature felt a slight discomfort from talking to this girl, but it ignored it. It turned to the terminal again. Yes, everything is already approved and the cat has already been issued, but perhaps the girl is not aware. At this point, the committee has announced a partial lockdown of Earth. It's easy to get there. However, things are different with traveling in the opposite direction. She can't predict when she'll be able to get out of there if she gets in. Is she happy with that? The girl giggled and nodded with a smile. Such things are not important. The creature noted her good mood. Something good must have happened to her since she looked like that. A second, he would give her the code. When the creature turned to the terminal, its already large pupil dilated her even more with surprise. So it wasn't human? Why is this race going out of their way to turn into humans? Must be very inconvenient. The creature apologized for the delay and handed the girl a chip with the warp code. Well, that wasn't his problem. Who wouldn't you meet in this vast universe? But a second later, he called out to the girl again. Her call sign doesn't seem to be registered in the measurement database. Since her ship is private and not commercial, it can't indicate anything about the time, however. Maybe she has a preferred name? The girl turned around with an overly cocky smile and once again gave the creature a manic look with her red eyes. She favored Dell. Only then did the creature realize what made it feel uncomfortable. The girl was wearing a prison uniform. The mysterious man was standing with a glass of wine in front of a screen that showed a diagram of his own investigation. There were faces that annoyed him greatly, as they were interfering with all his plans. The man received a call. He opened the communication channel to get a message about the current situation from the regional manager. Just now, the mercenaries relayed to him that he released poison and zombies at the airport. He said he would do it himself, for the Manhwa Hornets had failed. The man's reply was brief, "That's how." And there's one more thing, the manager paused. Does his boss know about the vault at Mount Pukansen? But the masked man wasn't interested. It was a plan that he thought would fail, so what about something more interesting? But the manager went on about the case. The man's hand froze. He was interested. He was told that Jenkinson had stolen something from there the same day they were going to carry out their plan. Yes, it's because of that very out-of-control forest fire. But to get through the barrier created by Chairman Jenkinson, if that's really the case, why did it have to happen when their brothers were there? The timing was too precise to consider it a coincidence. Can we make Chairman Jenkinson focus on them? They dare use them. An uncontrollable wave of anger swept over the man. He crunched the glass that was in his hand. Who the hell are these bastards? Blair froze. She felt someone behind her release the bolt from a gun. The sound gave her goosebumps. The princess's voice changed instantly and became cold. Shut up and enter the damn code. The elfess slammed her eyes shut in surprise. She understood perfectly what the princess said, and without the help of the frying pan because she spoke English. Seeming to be running out of patience, the princess threatened, "If a woman doesn't want a hole in her head, let her act." The vermy princess was no longer holding back. Her muzzle grotesquely contorted, and she furious and foully cursed while sputtering saliva. The woman was still in shock. Princess Vermy speaks English. How is that possible? Usually, nobles use an interpreter to maintain their image. In this case, she had Olga. Why did she need to learn an unnecessary language? There was nothing left for Blair to do but enter the code. The princess kept hissing in her ear. She'd better hurry up if she didn't want to get shot in the head. But the woman felt no fear. She was more interested in how she spoke so fluently. Were their words a lie that they were not considering mass migration to the land? Using debt to get into an alchemical workshop wasn't just to increase one's wealth. The real goal was to diversify the gold mining process, creating a beachhead on Earth where they could establish themselves safely. The Elfis felt a thrill, but the Committee or Earth would not be very happy about their immigration, especially if it's the Galanko dimension that treats them like animals. They own about 15% of GDP, but have pretty weak power. The alligator. Hatching the golden egg is what they're known colloquially as, so the Galanko dimension won't let them off that easily. Wait, then why did they steal the chairman's treasure? Their secret immigration plans will easily be exposed if they are caught. A bunch of questions swarmed in Blair's mind, but one thing was certain. They're all definitely dead if they go into the Galanko dimension like that. The woman really didn't want to use it, but now was not the time to think about it. A golden sphere shone in front of her face, to which she muttered in a whisper, "Help!" She gave the order for her to quickly find and alert Agent Ye Minjun about the situation on the ship. Meanwhile, Agent Ye Mingjun himself was not doing so well and was thrown back by the shockwave. His anger and frustration only growing, he once again formed another spell. A shock beam at a great speed, greater than the speed of light, headed towards the enemy. A powerful violet vortex was forming around Theo Christensen, destroying everything in its path. He slowly approached the hero. For the first time in his life, Ye Minjun had doubts about how he should act. He had never been in a situation like this before. A dark mage using his own body and magical power as a sacrifice for the final blow. In other words, Christensen is ready to die. Dragging Ye Minjun behind him, his black magic has become much stronger compared to what he used before. Their reproduction rate is much faster than the rate of killing these things. From them, he need not fear death, but it would be frightful to imagine what would happen if he didn't stop them. He could roughly predict these creatures would fill the middle cities with them. They will rapidly spread further outside the cities like a plague, wreaking havoc everywhere. It was a rare occasion when Ye Minjun felt fear. Odin, he couldn't stop them. Since Chairman Jenkinson isn't here, he'll have to ask another dragon for help. Suddenly, the gate behind him lit up. What kind of stupid race would use a spatial fighter at a time like this? But he didn't care about that right now. He needed to focus on blocking those things. If he wants to do that, it seems he'll have to sacrifice one of his own hands at the very least. He raised the knife, ready to strike, as suddenly everything around him began to darken. Ye Mingjun looked up. Something was wrong with the sky. What was going on? Some moving, strange silhouette slowly began to seep out of the darkness. Ye Minjun's eyes widened in surprise. Above him loomed a creature of such enormous size that his eye could not catch its entire body, only the tentacles that filled the entire space. Not only the hero saw them, but all the people who were near the airport. Many were gripped by fear. Ye Mingjun couldn't understand what was happening. His mind was empty. The only thing he could do was to curse. Right now, a huge eye was staring back at him. The pinkish, sparkling color of the iris was beautiful, but frightening at the same time. When Ye Minjun first became a prisoner for him, who had lost all memories, they were the ones who explained the whole situation and told me where to go next. Those who oversee the endless dimensions of races and prisoners, they are a committee. One of the founders of the committee, an ancient race, the Indelian. Ye Minjun still remained in the same position as well, and the creature looked at him in response. Why is the Indelian here in such a distant dimension? Could he be the one who flew in through that warp? Then why did he use such a small ship and not a racial warp? For now, the mysterious race was inactive. The creature continued to hang in the sky, emitting a low, deafening hum. A dark sphere began to form in the air, glowing with a gloomy black color. Since the gravitational field of the sphere was too strong, all the Mino hornets buzzing around it began to be attracted to it. The insects tried to resist. The air around them vibrated with their shrieking buzzing. All was useless. The creatures dissolved into darkness. A realization came to Ye Minjun. Wait, inside that black hole? He was unable to breathe, his throat constricted. Is this the abyss? A place that even the committee refused to investigate. A place that once you enter, you can never leave. It's a hell where they throw prisoners who can't be reformed even by labor. Ye Mingjun continued to stand idly by. For now the situation was too grave for him to comprehend. He saw no point in interfering. But the great thing about this black hole is that by marking each of these bugs, it absorbs them without harming the surrounding space. But even so, just opening something as dangerous as a black hole? Even though they're noble, the committee can still take them out. The creature looks like someone who isn't easy to deal with. The hero dismissed that thought. No need to dwell on it. His train of thought was interrupted by a golden glow flickering before his eyes. Ye Mingjun exhaled in surprise when it caught his attention. What is this? He took a closer look. It wasn't just a fireball. It was a small creature completely covered in eyes and horns. What kind of strange spirit was this? The creature delivered a voice message. Help me! It was Blair's voice. She was barely audibly whispering, so he didn't catch all the words. Now, Princess Vermi. The spirit sent by the Elphus finished delivering the message and hovered in front of the hunter. Yaminjin was on the verge of a breakdown. So much had come over him in the past hour. He let out a shaky voice. That damn alligator! The man headed at high speed toward the starting lane, where Blair was now surrounded by Jestarians, and where his spirit was leading him. The guards continued to shoot back, defending their positions, but it was getting harder by the second. The tentacles in the sky that hovered over their heads unnecessarily stressed them out. What is all this? A comrade shouted at him, Let him better concentrate on the zombies. It's unknown what happened, but their movements became blunt. Now they can hold out until the princess flies away. Judging by the roaring sound, the ship's pilots were gradually starting the engines. Soon they would be flying away. Just a little more and they'll have everything ready. We just need to hold out. Just a little more. Yeminjun had practically reached the ship. It landed with a deafening crackle right in front of Zombie. The guards couldn't believe their eyes. Is it really Agent Yeminjun? They barely had time to warn the man that the zombies were behind him. In one fell swoop, the hunter beheaded an entire row of zombies. The guards howled with delight. At last they were saved. Yeminjun shivered at them. Hurry up. Now is not the time to rejoice. They need to urgently stop the ship. Suddenly, a bright white light flashed around him, which blinded him for a while and made him squeeze his eyes shut. Yeminjun raised his hand to protect his face and looked around. The sky was clear again. The sun, which stood at its zenith, shone brightly. Indelian gone? Yeminjun felt like he was gradually going crazy. What was going on? No, he'll deal with that later. Right now, the warp drive is more important. Where are you off to in such a hurry? Came a low, goosebumpy, familiar voice behind him. The voice he was so afraid to hear, so he hoped he never would. Yeminjun froze. He didn't turn around, to the last, hoping that it was just an auditory hallucination and he had imagined it. But the voice continued. Seriously, you're still the same even after decades? Dell made her voice thinner and more gentle. Hi, honey. Yeminjun could hardly squeeze out anything. But the woman had anticipated his question. Of course she had arrived here by ship. The hero realized, this is the same ship that went through the warp drive in the thick of things. Yeminjun shook his head. It didn't matter right now. He looked up to the flight highway and barked out, Damn, the ship is almost in warp. The man felt awkward saying that. He apologized. Couldn't they talk a little later? Unfortunately, Dell had an explosive temper. She grabbed his arm firmly and yanked. It was too much. Couldn't he be with her now, when they hadn't seen each other for so long? The grip on his wrist was terrifyingly tight, likely to leave a bruise there. And why was she pretending to be so gentle and weak? She's going to drive him crazy. The man pulled his hand out and apologized again. As he ran, he convinced himself that he only broke free of her grip because he needed to stop the ship. They, for the reason that he was terribly afraid. Dell looked at her palm with a blank and frustrated look. Not long ago, she could still feel Yeminjun's warmth. His silhouette moved faster and faster away from the fighter, intent on stopping the ship before it was too late. Dell's gaze became frighteningly manic again, and she watched him with mixed feelings. Yeminjun continued to run with his last strength. He would think about Dell a little later. Right now, he needed to. The man felt with horror as something whizzed by, millimeters away from him at high speed. His ears were once again caressed by a cold female voice. What's wrong, sweetheart? Does he really care about the ship more than her? The ship was enveloped by some mysterious, strong thread of unknown origin. It was this that stopped it from entering the warp drive. Yeminjun took a closer look. It wasn't a thread. His face became frightened. He couldn't believe his eyes. It was tentacles. He traced his trembling eyes to the source of the tentacles. They were growing out of Dell's back. The woman raised her empty pink eyes to him and addressed him again affectionately. What is it about this ship that he ignores her? A mechanical voice made an announcement inside the cabin. 60 seconds to departure. All passengers, please buckle up. The princess and her subordinates took their seats. Behind them, they seated the bound Blair. Everyone sat in silence, listening to the mechanical voice counting down. Princess Vermi looked gloomy and serious. If everything works out, the Shutan tribe will be free. She was once asked how she felt about land as an object of exile in the periphery. The girl did not know the answer to this question. She was given a laconic answer. You just have to pay the appropriate price. Then she'll go to the committee with a proposal. She doesn't really want to ask for their help, but in order to overcome the opposition of the other races in Jelanko, She has no choice but to appeal to the committee. She was silent for a while, her voice sounding teary. And what was the price? It's very simple. Now the princess will have to visit Earth more often. And during each of her visits, they will use her warp drive to deliver different goods. And her first destination. With 10 seconds left, Princess Vermi exhaled a sigh of relief. She would finally be going home. The voice of the artificial intelligence kept counting down. 8, 7. Droplets of sweat dripped off Blair's forehead. Why isn't Agent Ye Minjun still here? The woman pleaded, no longer important. Who will come? Please help. Suddenly, the ship shook violently. The entire cabin lit up with red light. Princess Vermi froze in suspense. What was going on? Dell's tentacles continued to restrain the ship. The woman froze in one tragic pose and stood without moving. Upset over Ye Minjun's betrayal, she covered her face with her palms, trying to subdue her emotions. Beneath them were her red eyes, empty and frightening. She turned to the hero. Sweetheart, is this ship more important than me? What's it all about? Ye Mingjun felt as if he was frozen to the earth. A terrifying realization came to him. He didn't want to accept the fact that these tentacles were similar to what he had seen just moments ago. Do those tentacles really belong to an Endelian? Ye Mingjun slowly turned to his ex-wife, surprise frozen on his face like a wax mask. In a hoarse voice, he asked her about the Endelian. The woman interrupted him without letting him finish his sentence. Yes, it was her, even as she regained her body and memories. In these clothes and in this body, just to see him, anger swept over her. She had done this for him, so he would remember what she looked like when they first met. Ye Mingjun could find the right words. Sounds came off his lips, but he couldn't put them together into a sentence. Dell's patience broke, she screamed. He's ignoring her because of this damn ship. In annoyance, her tentacle yanked the ship again, the passengers inside shaking violently again. The woman slowly pulled the ship away from the warp. She was more interested in the question of what was in there. The hunter got a traitorous feeling that this was going to end badly, he screamed, trying to stop Dell. But the woman didn't care. The emotional outburst completely controlled her mind. She swung her own tentacle sharply once more, this time slicing the ship in half. She shook the ship like a child shaking a piggy bank, overflowing with coins, all the passengers and objects spilling out. With an enraged expression, the woman activated her abilities, her entire silhouette glowing with red light. She managed to stop the creatures and objects from falling. They just hovered in the air, while the woman looked at the insides of the ship that hovered in the air. She turned her empty eyes to the hunter. He need not worry. Everything inside is intact. Right now, she reminded him of a curious child that decided to disembowel his new toy. Ye Minjun's eyes ran. In panic, from the ship to the woman and back again. Dell squinted her eyes, her gaze becoming focused. More importantly, what was he so worried about? Ye Mingjun continued to remain silent. His throat was dry. He was surprised that the woman hadn't killed them. She no longer looked like the Adele he remembered, so what was she thinking? He raised his voice, trying to turn her attention to himself. It didn't matter what she was thinking. He needed to deal with the current situation first. The fact is that there are passengers in the ship, and one girl. Ye Mingjun pointed his finger at the Vermi princess, who was frozen in midair in a comical position. Dell was overly emotional. She was gripped by anger for the second time. Her voice became like ice. Does he even know what Anne cost to come and see him? She screamed, reminding him that they had sworn to faithfully live together for life. She clenched her fists. Let him try to say he'd forgotten that. Ye Mingjun looked at her spitefully. From the beginning, he had never lied once. He turned away. Besides, that's the vow they made when they got married, isn't it? Or had Dell forgotten that they were already divorced? The woman froze, realizing that her contrived hysteria wouldn't work in this situation. As she continued to remain silent, the hunter turned to the princess of the Shutans. Well then, Princess Vermi with the Gelanko dimension. She is the prime suspect in the North Pukansan warehouse attack. Ye Mingjun raised the demonic knife, under the name of Senior Dragon Jenkinson, arrested. A voice echoed in the princess's head that she had heard in her distant childhood. Remember, Vermi, the Gelanko dimension originally belonged to the Shutans. Her father had told her that all other races were just plain dirty invaders. She must never forget that. The committee granted them, the Shutans, for their welcome grants. Technology to regulate ruthless conflicts, and elixirs to increase the purity of gold. From the beginning, they should never have agreed. Once the immigrants banded together to overthrow their Shutanese tribe by force, and at that moment, the gifts of the committee turned into a curse. The invaders changed from monthly relentless attacks to a daily onslaught, and egg sizes increased by leaps and bounds. Among the daily torment tormenting their souls, the women who decided to commit suicide increased. When they lay an egg, ovulation can stop for decades. But the invaders have gone even further by cutting off all contact between the sexes, and as a result they, the Shutans, lost all freedom to breed and procreate. Her father reminded her every time, affectionately calling her by her name she must never forget. Their Shutanese tribe was never just a vessel. Tears came to the girl's eyes. They were meant for freedom. By the time the authorities were able to clear up the mess left by the battle, the sun was already slowly setting. In these parts, in this land, Vermi once hoped to rewrite a misguided history and see the Shutan people regain their freedom. But now, all her hopes seemed to have vanished. The girl stared blankly at the vast sky. A faint tear glistened in the last rays of sunlight that streamed down her cheek. Her heart ached just thinking about her mother. It was already nightfall, stars dotting the sky as Dell stood at the warp and continued to wait for Ye Mingjun. Finally, what she had been waiting for so long happened. A man called her name. Ye Mingjun walked over and apologized to the woman. For keeping her waiting, he had something to report to the Immigration Bureau. Dell replied that there was nothing wrong with that, an awkward pause hovering between them. The woman finally threw off her mask. She apologized. She's really sorry she put on such a show today. The hero listened to this with a calm expression on his face. But inside him, a storm of emotions broke out. She is that, and apologizes for this, and before, when she was angry, could do worse things. Dell continued. It seems to be in her nature to act so impulsively and on emotion. As an apology, she prepared a gift. Ye Mingjun raised his eyebrows. She's also a mind reader? The man fought his surprise with an effort. Dell, had she changed much? Or was it the effects of recovering memories after she left? But what's more important now is that the Dell bloodline belongs to the Adelians. At first, he thought she had come to kill him. But if a woman had wanted him dead, she would long ago have gotten what she wanted. And if so, then Hunter changed the subject and asked the question, why had she come to Earth so suddenly? The woman's face still reflected shame. She didn't look up at him and remained silent for a while. The woman shuffled from foot to foot, trying to hide her discomfort. There are 3 reasons for this. 1, she really just wanted to look at him, saying that she pretended to be a frivolous woman again. Secondly, she put her hands together. She wanted to apologize to Ye Mingjun. After decades together, she was wrong to think she wanted to kill him. At the time, she believed that only death could free her husband. But now she would no longer find excuses for herself for the past. She's sorry. Ye Mingjun muttered her name. He didn't know how to react. It felt like a completely different person was standing in front of him. So, Dell looked into his eyes, trying to recognize his mood. She thought about how to apologize to him. Ye Mingjun exhaled in surprise. This is the last reason why she is here. A couple hours later, the hero was home, but he was still awake. His calloused, scarred fingers were clacking on the keyboard as he wrote the report. It was late at night, the bright light of the screen blinding my eyes, but this was no time for sleep. This is classified information from a special assignment of the 47th Committee Directive. Dell's words came back into his mind. As he knows, her lineage comes from the Aedelians, the interdimensional aristocracy that created the committee. Through this, his ex-wife can gain access to the most secret arcane committee unavailable to other races. Even though there's not much information if she can apologize to him like that, even for an aristocrat like Dell to gain access to such sensitive information about the Aedelians isn't easy. Dell, he stared wistfully out the window at the moon and the starry sky. Who was she really? Elsewhere, a little earlier, just under the same moon, there was the unintelligible muttering of a communicator, the connection broken. A couple moments later, a voice cut through Dell's speaker. Finally found it! As much as she wanted to work, it wasn't an option. What would she do if he escaped to a distant dimension? Dell covered her eyes, she realized, would be there soon, so he should remove the lockdown or something. The voice on the other side of the communicator was slowly starting to annoy her. He exclaimed that he had already unlocked everything and restored the terminal's functions. So she should leave right now. And also, do your job. The voice of the man on the other side fell silent as Dell cut the connection. The woman reluctantly rose to her feet. It was time to spring into action after all. Without turning around, she said in a quiet voice that she had to go. But still, the woman couldn't hold back. She turned around but still didn't raise her eyes to Ye Mingjun. The hunter continued to stare at her in surprise and remained silent. After all, verbosity was definitely not his trait, and he felt as strange as possible. Dell had a lot of things she wanted to say, but now was not the time. For a while, they just stared at each other in silence. The woman was the first to interrupt this awkward situation. With a slight smile, she said goodbye to Ye Mingjun. Nothing is certain in this world except death and taxes, Benjamin Franklin. Ye Mingjun enjoyed pestering the chairman. Well, isn't that a truly heartbreaking phrase? Ye Mingjun has to pay a survival tax every month, so the committee doesn't throw him out, in his opinion, a quote worthy of applause. The hero stretched out in Chairman Jenkinson's chair, throwing his legs over his desk, didn't he? Chairman Jenkinson continued to stare out of the window without turning around, completely immersed in his thoughts. He assented machine-like, exactly. Yemingjun knew this was the exact moment. This was the reason why he would want the chairman to pay him the delantes as soon as possible. He pulled fresh, crisp papers from behind his sinus and waved them. The hero did not take his eyes off the personal check for 300,000 delants. No signature there yet. Chairman Jenkinson still continued to look out the window and remain silent. Yemingjun called out to him again in a gnarled voice, deliberately stretching the vowels, but the man still didn't answer. A couple minutes later, they were in the presentation room, spotlight illuminating the wall. Of course the assignment pays, but no matter how hard he tries, for Chairman Jenkinson to pay 300,000 dalens is unreasonable. Yemingjun was not going to back down. He once again took out a piece of paper and slammed it on the table, putting it on display. He took his hand off the check, and the chairman sounded less sure, of course. The chairman made a frustrated face and averted his eyes. It's not that he didn't keep his promise, but he understood, right? If an ordinary person like him had given money to some prisoner, then Yemingjun knew he was in for such a situation. And with a cold expression on his face, he finished the sentence for the chairman. He would be charged a special tax. The dragon gradually calmed down. Right, if he paid him this 300,000 delants, the special tax would rise to 90%. In the end, he needs to prepare 3 million delants. Yemingjun interrupted the man again, abruptly standing up from the table and beckoning him over. He was rewarded by the committee with 200,000 delants for eliminating Theo Christensen, as well as protecting the terminal. Even just compensation is substantial. Because of his personal affairs, Chairman Jenkinson gave him literal personal hell and even offered him a blank check, so obviously that he owed him more than the committee, didn't he? Judging from the chairman's face, the hero Beale was right on target, exactly what the dragon was afraid of. And besides handing over Yang Taejun's treasure to the committee, the hunter forcefully lowered his hand on the dragon's shoulder. There must be money involved here as well. Chairman Jenkinson felt unusually small compared to the man looming over him. His face became comically tense, and with a questioning intonation, he spoke Yemingjun's name. Hunter was unwavering. It's time for someone to shut up and give him 3 million dalents, including gift tax, now. When the man returned to his neighborhood, he was met by Dan Chul, sweeping the yard and humming peacefully to himself. A pleasant smell wafted through the kitchen, and the man brewed himself instant coffee. Suddenly, a communicator window hovered next to his ear. Well, he couldn't relax for a second. It was Chairman Jenkinson, so the man picked up the phone. How's it going? You could tell immediately from the man's awkward voice that things had not gone so smoothly. He sounded a little nervous. The thing is, he can't even borrow 3 million with his credit. Yemingjun took a sip of the invigorating coffee with pleasure. Well, he had an idea, but the committee accepts everything from terminal dividends and taxes in the universal currency, the dalant. The committee, which holds various patents that include spatial jump technology, collects dalants under the guise of technology fees. He provides the credits needed to pay these fees and even profits from the interest. Yemingjun couldn't deny that he was enjoying this situation. He hammered the last peg into Chairman Jenkinson's coffin, happily asking the question, what would they do? They did nothing for him, yet they blame him. It's not fair. Yemingjun asked with a noticeable pleasure in his voice, is the chairman suggesting that he should evade tax? As he spoke, you could hear his smile in his tone. He could already hear the IRSSWAT teams approaching. The man let out a chuckle. It seems that the echoes of the dragon's cry from the sky could even be heard somewhere. Chairman Jenkinson jumped up again and screamed, tax evasion? He was just trying to legally lower them. Yemingjun made a stone face, and how did it go? The hero set the porcelain cup down on the table with a quiet zing as he listened to his friend's nervous muttering. He plunged into his own thoughts, right? The only way to avoid taxes was to receive the reward directly from the committee. Wasn't that what they were offering to help with? So the point is to help with a special mission, as then with Dell. The hero called the chairman by name in an attempt to capture his attention. The dragon had no choice but to agree to his plan. The hero was laconic. Great, then have him make a deposit quickly. After that, the connection was cut off. After this telephone conversation, the chairman stood in the same pose for several minutes, trying to calm his frayed nerves and analyze what had happened. The faucet was leaking again, and in the silence of the night, each rhythmic tap of a drop against the sink was clearly audible. Yemingjun continued typing the report, trying to ignore that intrusive sound. There had been a lot going on lately, meaning the earnings must be great. At the thought of what lay ahead of him, he only felt better. If things continue like this, freedom could become more than just a dream for him. Yemingjun's heart was gripped by longing. He thought he would be the next to be free. Bradley's cocky voice echoed involuntarily in his head, a traitorous ache in his chest. Hunter thought for a moment and opened a new window on the screen. It was a correspondence with his working acquaintances. They exchanged the latest news. The last message alarmed him greatly. Be careful. Mingjun felt relieved as everyone managed to survive. The hero clicked with interest on what sent the last message, and what's that? Suddenly, the computer screen turned red. A message from the committee had arrived. A preliminary notice of a non-standard tax audit. Before proceeding with the tax audit, they would like to warn him of the following. With the purpose of the investigation are objects subject to the obligation to file reports and exhibits in accordance with the laws applicable as convicted. The period may last without limitation and other basic rules of tax investigation. Mingjun jumped up, tax audit, but why now? No matter how much you think about it, it's not like he did anything wrong. He scrutinized each paragraph. On the fourth, his heart sank. Postponing a tax audit was unacceptable under any circumstances, and failure to cooperate would result in immediate liquidation. Failure to cooperate will result in immediate elimination. Mingjun's red letters burned into the subcortex of Mingjun's anxious mind. Adrenaline surged in his blood. What are they up to? For several minutes, the man continued to stare at the red screen of his computer. Message, advance notice of unusual tax audit. His eyes ran over these lines over and over again. Mingjun felt cold. Why now, after they had left it for 500 years? Had he done something wrong? His eyes ran chaotically from side to side. Yeah, no, nothing even comes to mind. Or maybe Dell and Jenkinson are helping him? But even that would fall under the tax laws? It's not like Dell is helping him without knowing about these things. Mingjun now really wanted to contact her and ask her. But the committee's surveillance is conducted through the English connection, so he won't be able to. The hero clutched his cell phone in his hand, and the only way to contact her. Mingjun leaned back in his chair tiredly and exhaled heavily. He, a divorced guy, is waiting for his ex-wife to call him. But seriously, it's not funny. Just when he wanted to give up on the whole situation, what he both wanted and feared happened. His cell phone vibrated. When he picked up the phone, his face became displeased. The wrong woman was calling, not the woman he wanted to hear from. It was Blair, and from the sound of her voice, she wasn't in the mood either. It's nothing like that. It's just that Princess Vermi wants to talk to him. Mingjun exhaled in surprise. Because she's a princess of another dimension, the chairman can't just mindlessly interfere. Hunter tried to shake off his nervousness. He inquired, how's the princess investigation going? Blair exhaled frustrated and tiredly. Even after being pressured for a whole week, she continued to invoke her right to remain silent. But suddenly she informed one of the agents that she would make a statement to Mingjun. The situation was more urgent than the Elphys had expected. Mingjun raised his eyebrows. What was so urgent about it? The committee has asked for the case to be referred to court and requested the extradition of the suspect. Committee concerning various land contracts? It didn't matter how many days it would take. In the end, it would still be handed over to the committee. Blair wasn't going to argue with him. She thought exactly the same thing, as far as she knows. The committee usually takes the princesses and keeps the results of the investigation secret from Earth. If they send the princess off like this without getting any information, they as a land will just fall victim to the same deception again. Anxiety gripped Blair's heart to prepare for what's to come. She counts on Agent Mingjun. The hero remained silent for a while. Remaining in prostration, so much had come over him in just a few days. But a moment later his face creased and panic settled in his eyes. He had no other choice. He was leaving tomorrow. A bunch of worries settled in Mingjun's mind, and because of them, he couldn't sleep until almost early morning. So he ended up waking up late, his head aching mercilessly. In a depressed mood, the man slowly crept out of the office. He was met again by a cheerful Donchil sweeping the yard. Mingjun frowned unhappily. This alligator was such a pain, it was still better to have a plan for the future. Having this system makes his job easier too. Mingjun dialed the right number. Suddenly, a dialogue box flashed before his eyes, and he stopped like that in the middle of the street, ignoring the man that called out to him from the tube. Donchil froze too, watching in surprise at the strange behavior of his boss's friend. Half an hour later, the man was already downtown. The hunter crossed the clearing that sprawled in the park, people resting carefree around him, but he didn't share their mood. Mingjun unsurely stopped in front of a small structure that resembled some kind of shed or guard booth. He opened the information window again and reread the words that were written there, hopefully missing this time. But the words went nowhere. Changes to the tax element scheduled due to Internal Affairs Command Center. In a bad mood, he pulled his pen. This is still such a thing. Let them just honestly say they are going to attack him. Well, he'll give me time for them to come up with a plan anyway, those bastards. Mingjun closed the door behind him. Surprisingly, the place was much bigger inside than it seemed from the outside. He was greeted by a man in a business suit that sat smugly in a chair and smiled politely but coldly. He had come at last. So after such a long time, he had finally arrived on Earth in human form. The man slowly rose from his chair. Each step he took was clearly audible as he stepped closer to Ye Mingjun, echoing in this endless space. Still with the same cold smile, the man extended his hand. Should he greet him in an earthly manner? The man in the suit introduced himself. He's the investigator on this tax audit, captain of the 2nd Battalion Outpost, dedicated to tracking tax evasion. Ye Mingjun was silent. It was hard to tell from his face what he was feeling right now. He only continued to stare at the hand extended to him. If he does not agree to cooperate, he will die. Hiding his reluctance, the hero extended his hand and shook another's. Suddenly dozens, if not hundreds, of information windows opened up around them. Ye Mingjun looked around in surprise as the man motioned for him to sit down comfortably. He apologized for the sudden change of plans. Yet no pity could be heard in his voice. Ye Mingjun shook his head. Nothing. The investigator folded his arms, his smile getting scarier by the minute. Could they proceed? Hunter nodded meekly. He only hoped it would be quick. There was a reproachful tone in his voice. He had to reschedule the meeting because of the sudden change of plans. The smile never left the investigator's face, and out of politeness, he made a prolonged sound saying he was sorry. He snapped his fingers, all the windows closed in that case. They can do without the small talk. The investigator's finger lit up red, and he began to drive it through the air, leaving a pattern. Still with the same intimidating smile, the man began to draw a graph directly in the air, the red light making the atmosphere in the room even more tense. Recently, the delants on his account have been increasing rapidly. Ye Mingjun listened coldly. The investigator measures him with an inquisitive look. He kindly asks for an appropriate explanation. Where does the hero get them from? The man's lips went dry. There had been quite a few serious incidents in Korea recently, and he handled these cases as an immigration agent and got a fair fee. The investigator opened the information window, intending to verify his words. The Korean Immigration Office cooperates with private companies, right? The head of this company is Chairman Jenkinson. He's been around a long time. He opened the Dragon case. The man squinted. His expression became more predatory. He asked another provocative question. Did the hero receive lucrative assignments, or did he engage in corruption during the mission? When Ye Mingjun left this strange place, the day was coming to an end and the sun was leaning towards the horizon. He'd been nervous a lot in those few hours. His legs weakened, his boots occasionally shuffling on the ground. The man was glad to finally get out of this dim and gloomy place. He exhaled heavily, feeling relieved, assigning him important tasks. This shows that he believes in his abilities. More detailed information can be found in the reports he has already provided. He said it in a gruff tone, but the man didn't show any sign of it, only nodded again with a polite smile. After a couple hours, the investigator closed all the information windows as he managed to verify all the facts from Ye Mingjun. He is wrapping up the investigation. If he needs to continue the conversation, he will contact the hero again. Anyway, dealing with this legion is a pain in the ass. Hunter glanced around and gave the small building a disgruntled look once more. They pick on the little things. But don't they still know what he was really worried about? Ye Mingjun rolled his eyes and disked. He should quit rather than doing all this nonsense. He's just wasting his time. At this time, strange things were happening in Ye Mingjun's apartment that he hadn't gotten to yet. The skillet squealed in a thin voice. Thanks for finding me, Nuna. What menu do you want to try today? Cassie looked at the magic item with sparkling eyes. She wanted to cook something her boss would like. The girl heard that his best friend passed away. That's why he's so depressed lately. So she wanted to cheer him up at least a little. The subject immediately tried to adapt to the girl's request. What does her boss like? Cassie began to list in a thoughtful tone. First, he loves ancient grains and crops, but can't stand ferns. The skillet made a funny sound. She wanted to know if there was anything its owner didn't like. Cassie mine. Well, she doesn't have the best relationship with fish. The frying pan emptied into the bag. Well, considering her ability, it all makes sense. The woman jumped in surprise. How did this object know about her ability? The facial expression on the flat of the pan became sly. And this is already one of her little abilities. She can recognize the abilities of the person holding her pen. But Ye Mingjun doesn't know about it. She is very shy. So she is not strong in socializing. And what kind of crazy person would add such features to a skillet? Cassie waved those thoughts away. Okay, it didn't matter. They should make something delicious. The magical object began to recite instructions to the girl. So they would start with frying. And the first step in frying is to heat up the skillet. It was impossible to take his eyes off Ye Mingjun's delighted face when he came home and saw the extraordinary sight. To everyone's surprise, the table was set for dinner, and there were some rather complicated dishes on it. Cassie invited everyone, including the neighbors, and wished everyone a good appetite. When the man heard about Cassie cooking it all up, He gasped in horror. Chanpal and Dongchul wolfed down the food in both cheeks, commenting on how good it was. Yeminjun opened his mouth in disbelief. Are they mocking him or what? Cassie revealed her secret. Okay, enough for him. She's just kidding. It's all that skillet cooked up. But that thought made Yeminjun feel even worse. The delight on Chanpal's face was literally blinding. He grabbed the roasted tenderloin with his chopsticks and brought it to the hunter's lips. He owed it to him to try this. Yeminjun felt strange. He definitely didn't want to try this. But the smell was too alluring. He decided to take a chance after all. Clamping his eyes shut, he grabbed the meat with his teeth and chewed. The man was silent for a while, eyes staring at the floor. The police officers became agitated and called his name. Yeminjun had never eaten something so delicious before. He squeezed his eyes shut in pleasure. Tears appeared on his eyelashes. It's a frying pan, don't they say there's only one of those left in the whole world? He looked at her with rapt attention. She should be sold at a crazy markup. And collecting pension funds will be like a support. At least that way he can get his freedom faster. Chanpal turned to him, snapping the hunter out of his musings on finances and freedom. The policeman pointed his finger at the magic item. He too wanted to borrow the frying pan for a while. Not using such a treasure is a crime, Yeminjun sighed, and after all, he was just about to sell her. Wait a minute. Didn't he get it on his first mission? The one with Yang Taejung? Maybe we can capitalize on that. Yeah, those guys aren't going to let it go. Should we postpone the sale until later? In the end, the hunter still gave the frying pan to the policeman for a while. He gave him an admonition that he should handle it carefully and be sure to return it. Chanpal thanked him. The next day, the hero headed for Chairman Jenkinson's company, but not to visit him. After passing the hall, he headed for the elevator. But the elevator didn't go up, toward the offices, but down, underground. As promised, he came alone and activated the noise barrier. His voice was indifferent and cold. Well, now please, he would listen to her statement. Princess Vermi. She looked a bit exhausted and tired, and the orange prison uniform didn't suit her at all. It was strange to see her like this. The agent decided to start from afar, with the middleman that had entrusted her with the case. The bastards claimed to help the Alliance free the Shutan tribe through a committee. Any way you look at it, it's outright fraud. Princess Vermi continued to remain silent. She didn't even look at him. With every word he said, her mood only got worse. The princess muttered quietly that it wasn't fraud, but the man disagreed with her. She had been directly tricked. To have that degree of influence on the committee, she would need to be a high-ranking elder, almost like an ancient race. The princess shook her head. Then it was all the more not a fraud. After all, the mediator was from an ancient race. And if you're from an ancient race like the elders, you can have power in the council. Yeminjun frowned. It turns out the matter is much more serious. Is she sure in her statement? Finally, the princess looked up at him. She swears there isn't a single lie here. The day they approached her, she saw everything with her own eyes. Yeminjun asked the princess if she had ever seen a member of the ancient race, to which he received an affirmative nod. His whole body was gripped with tension. He was impatient. And what race was this? The girl avoided eye contact again. She muttered quietly, it was a kabetu, a memory of the creature that lurked in the darkness. Hissing and glowing red eyes flashed through his mind. She had agreed to this plan only because the broker was of an ancient race. Judging by her voice, the girl was now regretting it a lot. Yeminjun was silent for a while, analyzing the information he received. Were they the ones who robbed the warehouse? Princess Vermi shook her head. It was them, but they didn't even know what exactly they had stolen. She and her crew just loaded their goodies onto the jump ship. The plan was that they needed to help each other a couple more times, and they would be released. But the first attempt ended in complete failure. Something caught the hero's eye. Help out a couple more times. It turns out there was more than one robbery planned. From that came the next question. Where were they planning to conduct the next robbery? But the princess shook her head as she said, they didn't know all the details. It seems the princess is just a pawn in this plan. If that's what it really is, then digging deeper would just be a waste of time. Yeminjun slowly and thoughtfully turned around towards the exit. His voice was hoarse. The interrogation is over. The princess was in no hurry to say goodbye to him, but she knew they wouldn't meet again. When she voiced it, her voice sounded strange, with a touch of pity. The hunter was, as always, a stranger to other people's suffering. He answered nothing and disappeared out the door. The princess sighed heavily. This was not what she had expected. There was a shout throughout Chairman Jenkinson's office. Kabetu, why are they doing this? But the hero had no answer to his question. The princess herself did not know the reason. The dragon foully cursed. I can't even believe such big shots were involved. The agent ignored his exclamation as he addressed his friend by name, his voice making the chairman tense. He knew that Yeminjun would once again ask the question he so didn't want to hear. How was it going with the payment of his dalants? The chairman let out a nervous chuckle. Please, he should give it. Some more time. The dragon is trying to deal with it, but the amount is too much. The man exhaled irritably. If it was so difficult, why didn't he start selling his body? Ye Mingjun once again said something so outrageous. Only because to amuse himself with the chairman's reaction, the dragon immediately jumped up, selling the dragon's body. There was no way you could not sell the dragon's body. But there was some truth in that joke. What he really meant was labor. The dragon froze with its mouth open. Chairman Jenkinson reread the documentation. Does his friend really want him to test every goblin DNA on Earth? The man still couldn't believe it. He thought his friend was joking. But the man nonchalantly replied, "Yes, why? Even in Korea, most goblins don't have insurance and have never been to the hospital." The chairman once again shouted exhaustedly, "Moreover, this is the DNA of goblins from all over the world." The agent continued to keep his cool. He only commented on the obvious thing. It seems to be a tricky case. Chairman Jenkinson shouted in agreement. But Ye Minjun was already heading for the door. It was only his problem. Since the dragon can't give him money, then let him work hard. Hunter didn't wait for a response. He merely slammed the door, leaving the man to digest this query in shock. This is confidential information from Special Assignment Number 47. It is said that long ago, the blood of goblins who lived in a particular dimension mixed with the blood of demonic goblins. The descendants of these goblins scattered across many dimensions, and one of them is Earth. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack, but if done, he'll get 58,000 dalants for the sample. Of course, it would be much easier for him if an adult dragon helped him with this. As the man was leaving the office, he was abruptly stopped by Blair. She quickly sauntered over to him on her heels and asked that he give her the contact information for the man who had tentacles growing on his back. The woman had left her a gift and a letter that time. She wrote that she was sorry for scaring her. When the elves opened the gift, some magic of unknown origin activated. This spell ringed her finger. The elfess glanced fearfully at her finger. The letter said that one day this spell would come in handy for a woman. But no matter how hard Blair tried, it wouldn't come off her finger, and frankly, she was scared. In the back of his mind, Ye Minjun howled again. Del had done something, but he tried to keep his face in front of his acquaintance. He would definitely look for contact information for her. First, Del apologized for scaring her, and then gave her that thing. You could buy an entire planet with such a worthy artifact. Del, apparently she's an unusual extortionist? What did that kid do? Did he commit a crime worth 500,000 dalantes? It was a tax audit, an order given personally by one of the representatives. The mysterious creature contacted the Endelian princess, and the figure on his account increased several times over. However, a careful analysis of the mental waves confirmed that the recovery of personality-related and memory-related memories had not progressed, although recollection prior to a sentence of corrective labor cannot be restored. Using someone like that as a prisoner seems dangerous enough, doesn't it, Dots? The creature hissed, turning away from the screen. The so-called Dots, a bird-like creature, covered his eyes. What could a junior employee like him possibly know? They are only following the laws that their superiors have made up. When it comes to the criminal Asif 66, he doesn't know much about him. Only that his survival tax is known to be 2 million dalants. The payment for his release more than 5 million dalants. And also in his biography there is one interesting fact. He is the creator of black magic. Dots cried out in surprise. Black magic creator, so that's why the price is so high. Yep, laughed whistlingly. Misusing an invention might be a sin, but inventing something itself is not a sin. In any case, since he was given a release fee of 5 million dalants, it meant he had done something really terrible. Yep didn't take his inquisitive red eyes off the screen, that's what worried him. It's unlikely, but if Asif 666 does get 5 million dalants to pay for the liberation, will they really need to release it that badly? This case raises a poignant question. Can evil be healed? The introduction of the Corrections Act has sparked the most heated debate. When the technology to temporarily seal memories of the physical and spiritual dimensions was invented, they discussed how best to use it. At the end of the debate, they decided that they would use the technology against villains who hide in countless dimensions. Of course, the board also discussed exactly how they would apply it. They, the Kabaitu, insisted that criminals should be thrown into the abyss, and if they could prove themselves useful, they can be made slaves until their minds are finally destroyed, at which point they can be gotten rid of. But the Endelians insisted on sealing the memories of criminals and then releasing them as free individuals. If they behave decently after being released, they can be allowed to get their memories back. However, if they reoffend, it will mean that their soul is corrupted, and they will take further action. You could hear discontent and anger in the creature's voice. Isn't that a bit idealistic? After endless debate, the council finally reached a compromise. Dots couldn't wait to hear the denouement. Is this the current correction system? Since this corrective labor system was born only recently, according to Yep, it still has many flaws. The proof is that dangerous individuals like Asif 666 can move freely in society. And in this regard, Yep would like to assign his subordinate a case. Dots became agitated and began to stammer. The Kabaitu remained silent for a while in thought. Dots must now report Asif 666 regularly to him. Meanwhile, a fight broke out in the kitchen of Ye Minjun's apartment, Cassie demanding her to return something that she was already very attached to. Chanpa wasn't about to give up his position either. He was no longer satisfied with either home or restaurant food. Now unable to function without this pervert, the frying pan in their hands portrayed a weeping face. While his friends were almost fighting behind his back, Ye Minjun tried to remain calm. While distracted by the television, the program said something about the ghosts that gathered in Gwanghwamun Square to protest. The hunter turned around and gave them an irritated look. Do they have any idea how serious this is? Suddenly, he was distracted by a call from Chairman Jenkinson. He picked it up, because his friends had ignored it anyway. Dragon asked, why was it so noisy at his friend's house? But the man chose not to answer that question. Why did he call? Suddenly, the chairman's voice became somehow ingratiating. Ye Minjun had given him a task. Now he wanted to talk about it. Ye Minjun perked up. He was glad to get out of his noisy apartment. He was about to be. The situation in the kitchen was slowly escalating into a fight. He jumped his boots as quickly as possible and grabbed his jacket. Ye Minjun cast a serious look at them, trying to get their attention. He gave an ultimatum. When he came back, he would seal that frying pan. Finally, his words reached Cassie and Chanpal's ears, and they fell silent. That's right, let them get it right. The hunter slammed the door with all his might. Even so, his friends gave him no peace when the man left the office. They kept shouting after him from the window. To have the goblin's DNA analyzed like he asked? It looks like they'll need the help of the medical industry to do that after all. But, as Ye Minjun already knows, intervening in the Korean medical industry will not be easy, even for Chairman Jenkinson. Hunter crossed his arms over his chest. Is it really because of that woman? The chairman nodded, yes, because he would have to set foot in Changchun, the dragons who own Korea's financial and medical industries. But Ye Minjun couldn't understand what the big deal was. Did he really mean to say that he couldn't do his job because of Chuncheon? Chairman Jenkinson rubbed the bridge of his nose. He honestly tried to do it alone, but the medical industry is in the firm grip of Chuncheon. This woman noticed that he made his move. Ye Minjun, she sighed. Even Jenkinson can't do anything about it. The chairman continued, in fact, she was the first to contact him. She seems to be very interested in goblins lately. The man still didn't understand where his friend was going. Was he telling him to stay out of her territory? The dragon shifted awkwardly from foot to foot. Well, she said she would help with goblin research if the hero would honor her request. No matter how much he, a stubborn man, wanted to refuse her, the truth was that with her help, things would get a lot easier. But still the choice was left to Ye Minjun. What would he do? Hunter thought deeply. And lucky to be associated with Chairman Jenkinson. He has no special feelings for him. He still needs to meet with Chuncheon before deciding. The tires rustled quietly against the asphalt as the car headed towards the Dragon Medical Center. The agent wanted to know more information on this whole situation. Did Chuncheon herself say she couldn't handle this assignment? Chairman Jenkinson nodded. Besides, she wants them to deal with him as soon as possible. It's definitely not going to be an easy assignment. To his surprise, Ye Minjun wasn't that upset. Well, they have no choice, since they need her help too. And of course, the agent couldn't miss the opportunity to tease his friend. He addressed him by name again in an ingratiating voice. He's been eating meat lately, and quite a lot of it. The chairman brought his hand up to his mouth. Does he have any blood left on his lips? The hunter's voice sounded neutral. It was hard to tell his mood from it. No, it was just that lately there was a smell of blood around the dragon vitae. Ye Minjun thought he was a crocodile princess. And after all, the doctor had said that for a long life he should eliminate meat and eat only pure mana. Jenkinson became nervous and turned away. Whatever he does, he must maintain his dignity as an ancient dragon. It's not like he can tell his friend that he's been eating so much meat lately due to stress. The man tried to pull himself together and hide his embarrassment. He coughed. It's not that. Like a divine grace from heaven came the driver's voice, announcing that they had arrived at the location. Chairman Jenkinson immediately jumped right out. Great, no time for chit-chat. Gotta go. The Chuncheon Company building was just as grand and gleaming as Chairman Jenkinson's company. The men were ushered into the lobby and seated on couches to await the company directress. The door creaked open. Chairman Jenkinson looked up, and there she was. The door opened, exposing a green-skinned foot in a shoe. Following that, a silhouette dressed in traditional clothing floated out. Chuncheon took a seat on a nearby sofa. She exclaimed in surprise, "It's been so long!" The old woman portrayed a faint smile. How was her Aunim doing? I'm sick of China, despair sounded in the girl's voice. China's territory, population, and resources are undoubtedly attractive, but the battle of the dragons trying to take over was terrifying. She nervously rubbed her wrist and put her hands together. Chairman Jenkinson was in agreement. The incident in the Sichuan province was gruesome. The girl only quietly expressed consent. A super strong spell from one of the dragons hit a nuclear warhead depot in Sichuan. A terrifying rumble and bright light involuntarily replayed in her head. This caused an explosion that reverberated for hundreds of kilometers around. The chairman's companion shook her head, making her earrings jingle softly. And he knows what happened next, doesn't he? The explosion and the wrath of the spirits it hit mixed together and created a reasonable radioactive storm zone, right? The storyteller confirmed this is true, but more importantly, the storm tried to spread throughout China, itself everywhere, death and destruction. It was only then that the dragons stopped fighting. They created a magical barrier to protect their territories. And many dragons were already dead. It was too late, she sighed sadly. In a trembling voice, the girl added that her husband was one of them. Her voice wasn't shaking as much anymore when she turned to the chairman. She had a request. She didn't want to live in this country anymore. Jenkinson didn't really want to do it, but pity pressed on his heart. He would allow the girl to immigrate to Korea, but only on two conditions. One, it should not go beyond political boundaries. Two, it should not create military organizations. The girl smiled contentedly. They should make a contract in the dragon language. It seemed that all this had happened only recently, but now it was not a young girl, but an elderly woman sitting in front of the chairman. Chunshin looked him over from head to toe with a glance. Is he still wearing that uniform, even now? They're both old dragons, aren't they? That's why she finds it odd that he's pretending to be a young man. Does he have some reason to look like a boy, or perhaps he wants to be a boy? Jenkinson ignored Ye Mingjun that was trying his best to suppress wild laughter and was heartily enjoying the situation. What is she saying? Isn't that called friendly towards other races? This guise is good for communicating with other races. The old woman raised her eyebrows. Communicating with the oppressed class? What a funny joke. Chairman Jenkinson let out an awkward chuckle. He joked, it must have been for his sister who treats everything but dragons as tools, it was. Chairman Jenkinson wasn't going to let the situation go. He looked at the old woman with a squint. She did realize the goblin's appearance herself. A race she had ignored, not even recognizing it as a tool, didn't she? A cold smile blossomed on the woman's wrinkled face. She had recently shown an interest in this race. Moreover, she paused a lot of significant pause. It seems that their interests here coincide. She turned her gaze to the hunter. As far as she heard, even Agent Ye Minjun was interested in goblins, wasn't he? The hero felt a strong distrust of this woman. How much does she know? Chunshin felt that the atmosphere in the room was getting more and more tense. It was time to get down to business and to dilute this atmosphere. She snapped her fingers. Immediately after this action, the door swung open and two goblins in business suits entered the room. They stood behind the woman who gave the guests an inquisitive yet satisfied look. Now is it time to talk business? A couple of minutes later, the chairman and his subordinate got acquainted with the case. It turns out that the woman is building a medical center for the poor of the urban area, also with her own money. Dragon nodded affirmatively. Yes, she is using her power in the medical industry to implement a project to help the poor. Her team is preparing beds for the hospitalization of critically ill patients. Now they are setting up medical examinations and giving the necessary vaccinations. Yeminjun was troubled by one question. This is a national scale project. Why did she suddenly decide to do something like this? The woman hesitated, her smile faded for a moment, but she concealed it by bringing the porcelain cup to her lips. For the prosperity of the community and its good. Did she know that goblin-borne diseases were often transmitted to orcs and even humans? The woman clutched her cup. Yes, those goblins left in the health blind spot are too much of a risk factor for the entire community. Dragon feigned concern. This is a serious social problem that needs to be addressed immediately. Of course, Yeminjun isn't buying it. The poor are having trouble getting treatment because the insurance companies under her control are charging exorbitant fees to customers. So there's no need to pretend to be generous right now. Chunshin called out to the hero, snapping him out of his thoughts. The dragon wasn't going to be ceremonious. Whether or not she shook hands with him was up to him. She raised her cold eyes. He's interested in goblin DNA, isn't he? Collecting his samples during and vaccination for the poor would be very easy. They would agree to honor her request. She would share the DNA samples with them. The hero's insides are tense. How far did the information leak out? And yet, he needs Chunshin's help. Honestly, the man didn't want to ask that question. He knew the woman wasn't that simple. And what was it she wanted to ask of him? Any way you look at it, it's very suspicious. Building a medical center for the poor? Chunshin would never do such a thing. The hero agreed, since it was such a topic. Then her request to him is even more suspicious. The chairman did not deny it. This is also true. Recently, the main office of the Chunshin Bank was robbed, which was surprising to the hero because no terrorist group would be able to break into it. The old lady nodded. She did, but it's hard to get help from the police for this case. Yeminjun looked at her with disbelief. A bank was robbed and she can't get help from the police. So it wasn't just money that was stolen, but something else. The woman was not generous with details. She only replied succinctly, "Not really." The man's eyes widened when he heard that the real dallants had been stolen. From what he knew, carelessly handing out dallants could end up making them disappear into the spirit world. Therefore, all transactions in this currency are done by data transfer only, with no movement of real dallants. Yeminjun couldn't digest this information. Did the committee really give this woman a real talent? Of course, but she was quite choosy about her spending. I suppose they thought she'd give it up. Though 1,000,000 dalens is a very large sum, after the woman named the number, the hero felt like his eyes were about to pop out of his orbits. He tried not to show his surprise, but wasn't it too troublesome to dispose of real Delantes? She had taken out real currency for some reason? Chunshin reacted strangely when he asked that question. Perhaps it was a precautionary measure in case of committee bankruptcy? Yeminjun shook his head. No, that's too ridiculous an explanation, Chairman Jenkinson concurred. She is definitely hiding something. The man got serious in a flash. There's something he needs to check first, namely the project to help the poor that Chunshin is going to implement. Yeminjun burned through the advertisement booklet with his eyes. First, they should check if it was real. Chairman Jenkinson was discouraged. He is going to test it, but how? Yeminjun revealed the plan. The Changcheon project has a national scale, right? Since it's so large scale, there must be a decent amount of people involved in it. Whether it's a company or people, we need to check out those associated with it. The dragon hesitated, but it wouldn't be easy to check all of them. Yeminjun pointed his finger at the screen. Someone is marked here. Chairman Kim Kwangwoo, one of the richest orcs in Korea. After looking at Chunshin's plan, the hero discovers that the place where the woman plans to build the medical center is on the territory of the Orc Society, and the legal owner of this land is this orc. Finally, the man realized what his friend was driving at. Clearly, if he entered into a land lease agreement with Chunshin, at least he would be aware of how his land would be used. Yeminjun didn't want to waste any time. They should interrogate Kim Kwangwoo right away. But no sooner had the men begun their investigation than the first problem appeared, which put a damper on their entire plan. Cassie called to report that Kim Kwangwoo, the chairman's secretary, said he had already left weeks ago for the other dimension. The hero refused to believe it. Could it be? A known workaholic and went to the other dimension for a few weeks? Cassie confirmed that he was. He was on vacation. Hunter thanked her and hung up the phone in his heart. Moment too perfect, he begins to doubt that the man is really away on vacation. Chairman Jenkinson had one thought. If Kim Kwangwoo had crossed Chunshin's path, then something bad could have happened. The man's mind replayed the worst scenarios. No one would have noticed he was missing. A shiver ran through the dragon's body. Chunshin is a psychopath. Even dragons are whispering amongst themselves about this story. This woman is a bit of a strange dragon. She only dates dragons that look like her ex-husband, and then they all quietly disappear. Suddenly, the chairman jumped up abruptly. Ye Mingjun was startled and impulsively jerked to the side. What's scarier is that Chunshin's ex-husband died in China. It has long been rumored that Chunshin was the one who killed her husband. Ye Mingjun raised his eyebrows. Why would she do that? The dragon crossed his arms on his chest. She killed him because her young husband had gotten old and was no longer to her liking. There was indignation and excitement in the chairman's voice. She was exonerated due to lack of evidence. But then why do the dragons she meets keep disappearing? And since Chunshin kills dragons, she doesn't want... It won't be a problem for her to kill an old orc. Listening to such stories makes the man cold. They make him doubt Chunshin. But still, he's not going to turn down the job that the dragon offered him. Still, they should fulfill Chunshin's request first. Since Kim Kwangwoo isn't here, it'll be harder to dig into Chunshin, won't it? The hero tried to temper his friend's excitement. They should work out the details as the task progresses. If Chunshin's crimes are real, Chairman Jenkinson will have to deal with them. If not, then the hero would just take DNA samples from her after making this conclusion. Yeminjun headed towards the door. His words and straightened Chairman Jenkinson a bit, his voice much calmer when he said he would contact Chunshin. About an hour had passed when the hunter finally reached the bank that had recently been robbed. No sooner had he passed into the hall than he heard someone's shout. A bank employee ran up to him in a panic and said hello. In a trembling voice, the man introduced himself. He was the deputy manager of the head office of Changcheon Bank. He held out a business card, begging the hero to handle this assignment. Yemin-jun took the business card out of politeness, but he'd rather talk to the bank manager than the deputy. The employee's anxious condition had worsened. His already emaciated face seemed to have drained even more. The bank manager had quit a few days ago due to an unforeseen incident. So now he is the acting manager. His voice was full of fear. Mentally, the hunter concluded. It looked like he'd been disposed of. He'd have to check the camera footage first. Yemin-jun had already been watching the accelerated CCTV footage for several minutes, and Delight of Nowhere wasn't about to go anywhere. He couldn't believe he was looking at real Delante right now. He sees real Delantes for the first time in 800 years. They are made up of millions of crystals. Finally, the employee found the right footage and zoomed in. It's from the crime scene. Yemin-jun couldn't hold his interest. He carefully looked around the insides of the safe, where a golden protective projection was neatly placed in the middle, which softly illuminated the space around it. Just a moment, and the sphere that was inside gently dissolved into the air, leaving behind a slight glow. Yemin-jun opened his eyes. It was both unexpected and beautiful at the same time. He watched the tape again, that wave as the Delantes disappeared. It's like the waves that came crashing down when Mr. Lakefield's spirit returned to the afterlife. If they get sucked into the spirit world, they may never find them again, right? The bank employee seemed about to have a heart attack. What is he saying? They disappeared? Blood poured from his face. He was whiter than chalk. Does this mean that there was an oversight in the storage process? Yemin-jun was unconcerned about his tantrum. He was pondering how he should proceed. Looks like he'll have to see the vault first. The manager jumped up. Good! He'll take him there! When the code was entered, the safe door opened completely silently. It seems the employees of Changchun Bank knew their business and took care of the mechanisms. The hunter took a quick look around the space and gave his verdict. Well, there's no problem with security. There are not only physical defenses, but also layers of magical barriers. His gaze fell to the floor and ran along the walls. This is the largest exorcist seal on Earth. Ghosts wouldn't dare go near it. The bank manager asked in a quiet voice if he had any ideas, but Yemin-jun wasn't sure yet. Whether the thieves stole the Delantes using magic or were drawn into the spirit world, any action always leaves traces, no matter what the reason for the missing. The agent activated his abilities. If there was anything wrong here, the remaining spark would glow brightly. The man waited a few seconds in a stupor, but nothing changed. What? Why? How can there be no footprints? He frowned. It's already like Ghostbusters. No matter how the thieves stole the money, any action always leaves traces, but something he doesn't see them. The man felt awkward when the elf asked in a panic what had happened to the Delants, and he couldn't give an answer. He suggested looking around the area around the bank first. A couple minutes later, Yemin-jun was outside alone, honestly. He was glad to be rid of the anxious bank employee. Finding himself in his thoughts, he walked slowly through the area around the building. As he made a full circle, the man felt even worse. What the fuck? There is no trace of magic even outside. No one has tried to break in here using magic. He's definitely missing something. After all, it wasn't a bug in the storage system either, and yet the Delantes disappeared without a trace. He saw a black silhouette in his side vision. What's that? In one short instant, Yemin-jun activated his ability, abruptly turned around and attacked the silhouette. His spell headed out and knocked down a seemingly ordinary-looking bird that didn't even have time to let out a death scream. The small body grew suspiciously in size and collapsed onto the tiles, raising a large amount of dust that made it hard to see. Yemin-jun activated his vines, fixing the creature lying on the tiles. He walked closer, and to his surprise, he saw an ordinary girl, black bird feathers flying smoothly around her and falling to the ground. Those who can turn into birds will not make it their hobby to track with this ability. The man stepped closer and pulled out a demon knife, ready to attack. So who was she? He threatened if she only wanted to get off with a broken leg, she should answer. But no sooner had he finished the sentence than the woman rudely shut him up. Many curses poured out of her mouth, let him not even dare to touch her. Yemin-jun quickly lost the will to fight. He realized that the person in front of him was not such a threat. She revealed her identity so readily. Bourgeois dragon, if she uses such expressions. After that, he immediately realized where she came from. She was from the Red Star, those damn thieves. It seems that such disregard for her organization had infuriated the girl even more. Another wave of swearing came off her lips. Actually, they are redistributing the capital monopolized by the dragons. Yemin-jun wasn't going to argue with her. Right now, he was more concerned about something else. What did she forget at Changchun Bank? Was she planning to raid it or something? The girl finally lost her temper and spat because of willing slaves like him. This society will never change. He should be ashamed. Her voice was already more like a growl. He's helping the dragons plunder. Doesn't he know that they earn their wealth by using the poor? She pierced him with a glare full of hatred that he, the dragon's faithful dog, could not understand. He was comfortably nestled under the dragon's wing. Capitalism is a weapon to suppress the workers. Ye Mingjun mentally hummed. He was getting a good lesson in ideology right now. He jumped, showing his dislike. So what, she's gonna topple onto a dragon or something? And then, what are they gonna do? The woman began to shout something about her ideology again with heat. But the man interrupted her. He was tired of listening to it. Okay, they'll talk somewhere else. Blood in large drops dripped from his hand. He doesn't want to hear human screams outside at the sight of such a frightening picture. The woman was at a loss for words. Noticing that she was frightened, the hunter tried to reassure her. She shouldn't worry. It's just a normal teleportation spell. Suddenly, the girl's entire face was covered with protruding veins. She spat blood on the ground. A moment later, she began to inflate, as if she were a rubber balloon that was rapidly filling with helium. Yeminjun tried to run away as far as possible. Is this really self-destructive magic? Swelling slowly, the girl was in hell's agony. She screamed for help. But it was too late. If the man didn't get away in time, found himself in the very epicenter of the explosion. The man was overcome with anguish. He seemed to have completely misinterpreted the whole situation. Was she asking for help? He stared in shock at what was left of the woman. It's not like he was trying to blow her up. Someone secretly cast a spell. Are they worried about leaking information? Those Red Star guys. What are they trying to hide? Of course, the bank employees heard the explosion. They rushed outside. The hero ordered them to freeze. First, he has to check everything. Since this woman did not take her own life and died in horrible agony, in a short time, her soul would soon become a ghost. Yeminjun looked at the explosion site, and indeed, there was energy concentrated there. Yeminjun began to recite a spell that would help him contact her spirit. The bank guards turned to the hero in a panic. What is he doing? The man gave them a brief explanation. A member of the Red Star had died. Her ghost would be showing up soon. Finally, the agent managed to summon her ghost. She was still screaming in hellish pain. Because of such a horrible death, Ghost was in an unstable state. She was hard to control. But they need to get information. The hero will have to immobilize the ghost and read her memories. The hunter soared through the air, concentrating his energy around the distraught ghost. He plunged into her memory. The first thing he saw was a woman with red hair that was heading towards Chunshin Bank. She seems to be the one pulling the strings. The red-haired woman manipulated the murdered woman, talking her into criminal acts, but she still didn't have time to commit them. Yeminjun subdued the ghost as he continued to hang in the air in reverie. How did this organization know that the Chunshin Bank had been robbed? After all, even the police don't know that yet, which means it was definitely a Red Star thing. Since the woman doesn't have a physical body, he can immobilize. He won't be able to hold her further. Yeminjun waved his hand and released the restraining spell. With a deafening shriek, the woman's ghost soared into the sky and dissolved into it. Yeminjun stared after her for a while, his conscience gnawing at his soul. Cassie was dying of boredom, lying on the couch when her phone rang. In a half-asleep state, the girl slowly rose from the couch and waddled over to the table. Yeminjun called. She immediately picked up the phone. The hero quickly enlightened her on the situation and demanded that she find all information pertaining to them. When he slammed the cell phone cover shut, Yeminjun still felt awful and broken. This phantom didn't find out about how the Delantes, the Red Star boys, would be stolen. How the hell did they manage to get the Delantes? A small translucent silhouette of a bird that glowed blue slowly flew over the city, surveying the surroundings. Some sound attracted the mysterious creature. It turned around. It was a boy in a child's bird costume. The events that preceded it a few days ago, dozens of strikers gathered in the square. The ghost of a man turned to Yunsung. He wants to see something interesting? A man offered to go Ghost Boy to a terrible place. It was actor Kwok Do-chul's house. Right now his wife was figuring things out with him after cheating on him, which she had just caught. The boy got angry and yelled at the man. He was telling him to stop doing pointless things. Protests like this happen because of ghosts like him. Protests for the sake of protecting the rights of ghosts. They believe they have a right to exist. And against discrimination between the living and the dead. Did he know they were going to install exorcist circles in every new building? Because of ghosts like him who crossed the line, they're all seen as potential criminals. The man patted him lightly on the head. Why was he only watching the protest then? The boy took his eyes aside frustratedly. It's because of the knife stuck in his neck that he can't show them his ugly appearance. He started to tell me that he would write about everything on his blog, but the man interrupted him, exclaiming in surprise and pointing to the side. Yunsung turned his head in the indicated direction and saw the exorcist cannon. The man tore as fast as he could, but when he turned around, he saw that the boy wasn't going anywhere. The exorcist cannon was gradually building up its power. Just a little more and it would fire. The blast of the spell was almost silent, but the shockwave was powerful enough that there wasn't a wet spot left of the strikers. Just a second, and everything went silent, with only a light smoke coming from the muzzle of the cannon. Yoon Sung was in a bad mood and silently continued to watch the scene below. Suddenly, a voice came from behind the boy. "Oh, I found it. A ghost in a penguin costume with a knife in his neck." Yoon Sung turned around in surprise when that female voice called his name. How does she know him? Though he had nothing to fear since he was already dead, the boy felt the tension. Who was she? The red-haired woman reached into the inside pocket of her jacket and grinned. She's human. After rummaging around for a while, she pulled out a business card and waved it, the imprint of the red letters glistening in the sunlight. The woman shook her head, moving her hair out of her face. Her confident green eyes gleamed behind the lens of her sunglasses. They could talk for a while if he didn't mind. When they reached the red star, it was gradually beginning to get dark. The woman thanked him in a kind voice for his cooperation. The boy brushed it off with embarrassment. The red star has helped him a lot in the past. He has blushed a lot. During his lifetime, he was very poor. He and his sisters were starving. There was nothing to eat, not even to count how many times they miraculously survived thanks to the red star. He didn't die thanks to the food they distributed, which they took from the rich. So he would want to help the organization even after his death. The red star holds the national security. They can be called modern heroes. The woman made no attempt to hide the pleasure she felt when she heard those words. She was glad he thought of them that way. Yoon Sung jumped up and blushed even more when he heard from the woman that Red Star needed his help. He flapped his penguin suit wings amusingly. But he's a ghost. He can't steal things or fight anyone. The woman gave him a good-natured smile. He's immune to exorcist circles, right? At the last ghost protest, which is today's, they used a gun. A psychic friend of hers said he saw it when he helped out at the last protest. Yoon Sung remained unharmed after the shot, which took several ghosts with it. The woman admitted, honestly, they had set up a pretty powerful exorcist circle here. Yoon Sung sighed. He felt it a little. The red-haired woman didn't hide her excitement. They had seen enough of his abilities. Would he help them? The naive boy was ready for anything. How could he help them? The woman nodded her head towards the wall with information on her investigation. Does he know the orc chairman Kim Kwan-woo? He is the truest monster. This man sponsors orc gangs, drug distribution, and of course, illegal gambling. It was said that he had something to do with underage prostitution. Yoon Sung opened his eyes wide with shock. The woman continued. They had gotten on Kim Kwang-woo's tail a long time ago, with one ghost helping them. But on the day Kim Kwang-woo met with Chunchin, that ghost suddenly disappeared. If he's been caught, there's a good chance he's at the head office of Chunchin Bank. So their organization needs the boy to get into the bank and find out what is going on inside. Then, they will conduct a rescue operation. The woman smiled good-naturedly again, and of course, they would compensate him. The boy wondered, he's already dead after all, but the woman wouldn't back down. They read a little about him, and apparently he has 2 younger sisters who are still alive. He will monthly financially support his sisters through a trusted foundation. Yoon Sung cried out in joy and surprise. Plus, they would bring his sisters to a safer residential area, a place that would be suitable for 2 girls to live. Tears of gratitude came to Yoon Sung's eyes. The woman leaned slightly to be level with the boy and reached forward for a handshake. A confident smile shone on her face so he would help them. Ever since he died, his sisters have had a very hard time. But if Red Star can help them, they can live a better life. He still needs to send the youngest sister to high school. Yoon Sung lightly touched the fin of the suit to the woman's finger. He would definitely help them. After their conversation, the boy immediately headed towards the bank. The sooner he did so, the better. In a fairly short period of time, he reached Chunchin Bank and slowly walked through the wall. Yoon Sung hid behind a pillar near the ceiling so that no one would notice him, and he watched the people scurrying around below with interest. He wandered around the bank for a while, from room to room, until he reached the place with the safe. His face lit up with naive, childlike joy. He had found it. This is the place he was sent to, the vault of Chunchin Bank. Yoon Sung slowly flew up to the door of the safe, looking over its mechanism wistfully. So was the ghost stuck inside it? Wow, there's an incredibly powerful exorcist circle out there. He could probably send other ghosts besides him straight to America. Yoon Sung dutifully walked through the wall. He awkwardly glanced around and called out to Mr. Ghost, is he here? Suddenly, his eyes came across something beautiful. It was a golden glow that was located right in the middle of the safe and was bounded by a protective pentagram. Yoon Sung had never seen such a thing in his entire life and death. What was that bright light? The boy couldn't deny that it was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. In awe, he flew a little closer. Even though he didn't know what it was, but the thing was so beautiful that he wanted to touch it. He reached out with his fin. In just a second, a golden light surrounded him. The little ghost cried out in fear. Before he could blink, the golden light completely dissolved into the air and disappeared. Yoon Sung anxiously looked around the walls of the room. His whole little body was trembling. What had just happened? When he returned to the Red Star, the red-haired woman was telling him about Delante. It's a kind of currency used by aliens. Apparently, They are drawn into the spiritual world at the slightest touch. A terrible realization came to the boy, and the woman confirmed it. Yes, she thinks they disappeared because he touched them. But more importantly, the boy went through the entire Chunchin Bank, but didn't find any ghosts in it. What should he do now? The woman feigned seriousness. Well, if it's not Chunchin Bank, then they'll have to find another suspicious place. Since he was able to bypass Chunchin Bank's defenses, he'll be able to get to other places. The naive child still didn't realize he was being manipulated. He was ready to go anywhere, even now. The woman smiled contentedly. The next place, a little more dangerous. This is the lair of the ancient dragon Chunchin. Hearing his next task, Yun Sung once again jumped the air with surprise and flapped his wings with his hands. It was very amusing to watch. Woman trying to make her voice softer and more convincing. Besides, he said he scrutinized the bank from the inside, right? She tried to suppress a smile. Then could he tell her how things worked in it? Have him tell you everything he remembers, every detail. Ye Minjun went back inside the building again. He went through the camera footage again. Maybe he missed something? Hunter had already lost count of the number of times he'd reviewed the tape. Those Red Star scumbags. I wonder how they were able to steal the Delantes after all. Though he can't figure out why they would want to do that. Anyway, even if they stole the Delantes, they can't buy anything with them, nor can they exchange their land money. The point? This organization probably knows next to nothing about the Delants. That's the only explanation. Even he knows that only a committee can release them. But even they can't do it all the time. And also the hero knew one important factor. Delants are needed for soul destruction, which means they could be used to absorb or even erase the memories engraved in his soul. Even if he takes the stolen Dalents from Red Star, perhaps he can find a clue to how to get his memories back. Yemin Jun was about to scroll through the recording again as his phone on the table vibrated. Chanpal called. The hero warned that he's a bit busy. Is something wrong? The policeman's voice was serious enough, wondering if the hero had sealed that frying pan yet. He wants to use it for the last time. His voice became pleading, and Ye Minjun's eyebrow involuntarily twitched. All right, let him use it, but then put it back. He was about to hang up. At the last moment, he changed his mind. If you think about it that way, Red Star's main area of activity was the orc community, no? He stopped Chanpal. Is the orc community still under his jurisdiction? The man replied, of course. Who but he would agree to run this neighborhood? The agent asked if he had noticed anything strange in the behavior of the guys from Red Star lately. Chanpal thought for a moment. Why is he asking about them? Is it because of the incident with Chairman Kim Kwang-woo? It is said that Chairman Kim Kwang-woo is now on vacation, but frankly, the police don't believe this information. Kim Kwang-woo is a big shot who secretly sponsors orc brands, so he's one of the people the police will be watching closely. And it doesn't fit the picture that he went missing so suddenly. The police trying to get to the hidden truth. So far, she considers the Red Star as the prime suspects. Did the chairman step into their territory? Chanpal remembered something, yes. And it was recently seen that Red Star was in Kim Kwang-woo's territory. Yeminjun got the information he needed. He thanked his friend and hung up the phone. The policeman wished him good luck. But wasn't Kim Kwang-woo killed by Chunchin? No, he can't be sure yet. Yeminjun would have to ask about everything directly. He rose from his chair, finally sure of how he should proceed. The agent pulled out his cell phone, deciding to look at the time. At that moment, he noticed a message from Cassie. She checked out the Red Star Club, starting with their headquarters. Well, the same private boarding school they started, she also found out they had a fake foundation. Glancing at the message, the man felt disgust twist his guts, a keen sense of justice surging through his soul. Anger followed, and he clutched the phone in his hand and cursed. The night city sparkled beautifully with lights from afar, but the hero, burdened with emotion, paid no attention to it. After a while, he reached the very main headquarters of the Red Star. Over the gate was a sign that read, "The meaning of life is to be together," which did not fit into this gloomy environment at all. The same private boarding school founded by a Red Star through a fake foundation. Yeminjun was upset in that case. The police wouldn't be able to easily intervene. Cassie on the other side of the tube confirmed it. An impulsive attack on a slum school would only ruin his and the police's image. The man thanked his subordinate for giving him the information and hung up. He couldn't wait to do something. If the Red Star is using children as a shield, he has an idea. The man pulled out dozens of talismans from behind his sinus and threw them down. Filled with magic, they gradually lit up with bluish flames, gently planting on the roof of the building. A moment later, a protective barrier formed around the building, which crackled periodically with magical flashes, as if with electricity. Yeminjun had created a barrier that no one would be able to stop without his permission. Now he could head inside the building. But first he should evacuate all the civilians out of here, no matter what happens. The hero bared his demonic knife, inflicted a small wound on himself, and recited the spell in a dull voice. His voice dropped low enough to echo throughout the neighborhood. bright charges of dark energy erupting around the building. They gathered into small spheres which, under the influence of the spell, gradually gathered at the place where Ye Minjun was standing. The concentration of dark energy peaked as all the spheres joined together and gathered at the agent's feet. Right now, Ye Mingjun was not like himself, a gloomy aura hovering around him. The man clenched his fist and thrust his hand forward. A powerful stream of energy headed towards the building. One of the students in the classroom was looking boredly at the crackling fluorescent lamp on the ceiling, as suddenly there was some noise. A second later, the electricity was cut off and the children were left in the classroom. In total darkness, there was silence, except for the anxious sighs of the children. The headman of this group was one of the most cool and calm kids. They make such a fuss over a simple power outage, as if they were toddlers. Before he could finish, his voice shook and his throat constricted with fear, not allowing him to breathe. Right now, some creature from the ceiling was piercing him with a blank stare. The children screamed in panic and headed towards the exit in tears, knocking each other down. But as they ran out of the classroom and the nightmare wasn't over, silhouettes of the same creatures could be seen from behind the window. They were thumping loudly on the glass with clawed paws. Without feeling their feet, the students ran outside the school into the courtyard. The headman stopped abruptly, a suspicious fog hovering around the school. Turning around, the students desperately shrieked. A horde of hideous creatures were stepping on their heels. "What should we do?" The headman panic was looking around when he noticed something. He jabbed his finger towards the gate. There was no fog near it. The children didn't have much time to think, and they rushed towards the rusty school gates. More and more students were gathering at the gate when a suspicious voice came from the speakers. "Attention students, it's dangerous outside," a hoarse voice mumbled. "Return to the dormitory immediately and wait for further instructions, I repeat." Everyone returned to the dormitory. Hearing this, Ye Mingjun felt his eyebrow twitch in annoyance. As he could guess, he had no choice. He raised his hand, reading out a new spell. He would have to scare them some more. Grim corporeal shells with empty eye sockets floated out into the street, looming over the children. Necromancy. This ability is different from that of necromancy, which refers to black magic. While necromancy manipulates the bodies of the dead, this spell controls wandering ghosts that have no physical forms. The students decided to balk at the administration's advice and, squealing, ran again towards the gate. This spell lends power to a ghost, allowing them to influence the world of the living. Some students had doubts about whether they could run away, but there was also no time to argue about it. If they don't want to die, they should run. Finally, Ye Minjun achieved what he wanted. The children scurried outside the school through the gate. He carefully made sure all the kids ran away from the campus. He didn't want to hurt anyone. When the children finally got outside the school, the hero lowered himself to the ground and tried his best to infiltrate the building as stealthily as possible. He stopped in front of the back entrance doors. Is this where the Red Star headquarters are located? Overflowing with irritation at this organization, the man put all his strength into the blow and swung the locked doors open, slowly trying not to make his presence known. The man descended underground, his footsteps echoing muffledly off the walls of the stairwell. He looked at the signs on the wall, trying to figure out where he should go. Apparently, there were many more floors. He sighed in surprise. This was definitely not something you'd expect to find in a school basement. While Ye Minjun was distractedly and with interest looking at the door he came to while descending the stairs, some silhouette quietly appeared behind him. With a cry of, "Die!" the mysterious figure attempted to attack the hero. Ye Minjun's reflexes were excellent, and he quickly cast a spell that threw his enemy back a few meters. After such an attack, the young lad lost consciousness. Ye Minjun looked around him in surprise. Why was he attacked by a disciple? Following that, his gaze fell on the object that was still recently in the student's hands. This guy, his aura is linked to a magic sword, and he has weapon-related abilities. Hunter felt a slight chill run down his back as the realization came to him. They start schools to select kids with ability, and then brainwash them and use them for their own ends. Involuntarily, the girl that exploded due to his carelessness came to his mind. She also looked like a schoolgirl. Anger once again swept over Ye Mingjun. He wanted to tear this school down to the ground. The hero was no longer ceremonious. With one sweep of his arm, he blew the security door completely off. There were screams coming from all directions, and it sounded like teenagers. With a heavy sigh, the man realized that he would have to confront the students of this school. These kids were brainwashed, so he disarmed them with a stun spell. It's scary to imagine what would have happened if there had been a SWAT team in his place. They'd probably all be dead. Ye Minjun felt disgusted. They had been used as cannon fodder from the very beginning. He knocked another door off its hinges that got in his way, startling the people in the room. Judging from what appeared before his eyes, these were the teachers of this very school, and right now they were about to escape through a hidden passage. Ye Minjun brought his eyebrows together. Right now, a mixed gamut of feelings were playing on his face, from sympathy to disgust, somehow. It was strange that there were no adults among those who tried to stop him. His voice trembled with anger. They used these know-nothing children as bait, and they themselves, adult leaders, ran away. He was still talking when one of the faculty members attacked him, calling him a dragon bedfellow. This was the first time Yeminjun was fine with someone attacking him. Right now, he wanted to beat the crap out of everyone here. Behind him, a dark entity emerged from the darkness that lit up the room with a red glow in its eyes. The small room had turned into a bloody battlefield, chunks of flesh and blood splatters flying everywhere, the screams of pain and hatred deafening. Yeminjun slowly walked forward, purposely scaring his enemies. The dark essence behind him made the adult men freeze in fear with his appearance. They realized too late that it was time to flee as the bloody claws reached for them. The man remained completely cold-blooded as he was showered with a spray of blood. Only this picture made his anger release him. But even under the influence of his emotions, the hero was not stupid. He left one of them alive. The man huddled in a corner and shaking like an aspen leaf. He looked as pathetic as possible. Yeminjun leaned over him. He gave the man a look full of disgust and hatred. "Where are the Dalants?" The instructor shrieked sharply and shuddered again with the Dalantes. "It was an accident." The hero asked incredulously, "An accident?" A few minutes later, he was outside the building. He needed to be there. ASAP. The story the man had told him kept him uneasy. These Dalants disappeared as soon as the ghost touched them. Yeminjun angrily jumped when he heard those words. "Let him not talk nonsense." The man's voice shook with fear. He swore it was true. It was the ghost unresponsive to exorcist circles. He had broken into the bank vault. But the hero never managed to find out all the details, as only the superiors know them. But the man said that the ghost looked like a penguin with a knife stabbed through its neck. In a cold voice, the agent inquired as to where the phantom was now. This time, Red Star seriously screwed up, sending a ghost to Chunshin Dragon's lair. If he gets caught, Red Star will just disappear. The ancient dragon's lair has a far more powerful exorcist barrier in place than a bank vault. A ghost that can't be exorcised? There's just no such thing. Even if the Dalants were touched by a ghost, it's certainly not the key cause of their disappearance. There's not a trace of the Dalants left in the vault. Yeminjun has to find the truth. He has to find this ghost. Yoon Sung was already on the spot. He would never have thought that there could be such a place underground in Namsami. After all, this is the lair of an ancient dragon. He's been told that the local exorcist circle is even more dangerous than the bank vault. But it doesn't seem to work on him either. Excitement gripped the boy's entire being. Okay, we have to tune in. Time to rescue his poor fellow ghost. The day after the missing Dalants, Yoon Sung met with his friend, the ghost of a man asked, "What happened during the visit to the bank?" The boy thought briefly. The exorcist circle had gotten a lot stronger there compared to the one in the normal building. But it was worth it. Even the alarms didn't go off. The ghost's face subtly changed. There was a certain interest in his eyes, meaning he hadn't been caught. He has been a ghost for about 15 years now and has learned a lot. He ranted about his experiences with a wide grin. Exorcist magic is equally usable for both human and dragon. The question is its power. In other words, nothing works on him. A little guy with his own powers beyond the ordinary spirit. Therefore, the man was sure that the boy would have no problem getting into the dragon's lair. He glanced at Yoon Sung again, by the way. Why doesn't it only affect him? The boy didn't know himself, so the man assumed it was influenced by how they died. He knew that ghosts who died horrible deaths were very powerful, right? Same for the spirits. Maybe his death is special in some way. The boy sighed frustratedly as gradually this topic began to bore him. Can someone die an ordinary death? His companion was already thinking about something else. Had the people caught the criminal who killed Yoon Sung? The boy's voice became sad. He didn't know, and he hadn't been looking for him lately. Unfortunately, and guilt still gnawed at his soul, he shouldn't have gone to work that day. Who knew that he, dressed in that stupid suit, could be stabbed? Yes, and he was embarrassed by the fact that this sushi knife was left in his costume after his transformation into a spirit. The unpleasant thoughts sent shivers throughout the boy's body, and he stirred, trying to push away the horrible memories. As if nothing happened, Yoon Sung changed the subject. So he's saying he'll be fine in the dragon's lair? The ghost nodded affirmatively. The boy jumped off the parapet, slowly moving away. He couldn't wait to get away from this horrible conversation. The man grinned, affectionately calling Eun Sung a little rascal. He was rooting for him. Little Ghost had been wandering around the dragon's den for quite some time now, the caves gradually becoming darker and darker. Eun Sung looked around with naive, childlike wonder. Wow, isn't this place too huge? The cave that was slowly floating through diverged into 5 different paths. At the end, Yoon Sung scratched the back of his head. This seems to be a long time coming. The Red Star leader had said that Chunshin was unlikely to return to her lair until she had fully executed the plan. With that, the boy reassured himself one could relax and look around since she would be back very late tonight. Intuitively, Yoon-sung felt that he should go to the leftmost corridor. He pushed off the ground with his paws and floated through the air once again. This cave burned orange inside because of the flames of the torches that hung on the wall, lighting the way. The little spirit looked around, casually flying past the pile of rooms. Apparently, this was the living area. When he reached the end of the cave, he was greeted by a huge pile of gold and jewels of all sorts. The sight of it took his breath away. He seemed to have visited dozens of rooms already. What kind of place was this anyway? The dragon Changchon must be coming back soon. He had infiltrated the small room next door. Suddenly, by the edge of his ear, he heard someone's voice. His heart jumped. This is it! Like a bullet, he headed towards the source of the sound. This was it. He was sure of it. Most likely a telepathic signal sent by another spirit. Eun-sung's facial expression became serious. He pleaded for Mr. Spirit to wait, just a little longer. Once he realizes his location, Red Star will do everything to rescue him. The boy felt that gradually the temperature in the cave was getting hotter and hotter. He had finally found it. When he reached the dead end of the cave, he was struck with intense heat, and his eyes were nearly blinded by the bright light. In front of him was definitely not an imprisoned ghost. It was a dragon shrouded in flames. Yoon-sung felt fear. He shuddered. Why is there a dragon spirit here? Besides, also an unusual spirit. Tears flowed from the creature's eyes. There was desperation in its voice. It begged for salvation. The flames were devouring it. A strong resentment was contained within that spirit's soul. Yoon-sung's heart shrank. It was hard for him to listen to these pleas. Dragon mumbled Chunshin's name with desperation, hoping she would save him. Eun-sung didn't want to leave this spirit like this, but unfortunately it wasn't in his power to do anything. After a while, he returned to Red Star. The woman rested her chin on her folded arms and hummed thoughtfully so he couldn't inspect the lair in its entirety, right? The boy was still overwhelmed with shock and regret after what he had seen. He stretched out sadly. Yes. The woman asked him about the layout of the rooms. The boy agreed but mentally resented her. What was wrong with her? He looked at her calm face meticulously. Why was she not surprised to hear that, after all, the trapped dragon spirit was in the lair? As Eun-sung recounted what he had seen, the woman took notes and wrote out a map. She thanked him for his story. Without taking her eyes off the tablet, she praised him. They will see each other in 4 days. For a while, the little ghost was silent. There was a sense of discontent in that silence. Would he go to the den again in 4 days? The woman nodded affirmatively. She needed more information, but the boy didn't want it anymore. He asked if he could not come there anymore. There was a distinct look of concern on his face. There, he feels in danger. The red-haired woman tried to hide the coldness in her gaze, but she couldn't. He had come back safe and sound. Yoon-sung's eyes opened wide. He didn't know there would be a dragon spirit there. And most importantly, this spirit was emitting some incredibly strong magic. Obviously, it had died a monstrous death. The ghost's voice half-ended with a shriek. He's sure the dragon Changchon did it. If he didn't know something, and he'd be caught. The woman cut his indignant tirade short. Her voice wasn't so soft anymore. He should think about his sisters they help. Yoon-sung froze as if struck by thunder, his gaze becoming blank. The woman continued to press him. In an overly sympathetic voice, she exclaimed, His little sister's in big trouble now. If he does it for her organization, they will deal with the issue. Now this woman's smile seemed repulsive to Yoon-sung. With pressure, she summarized, So they will see each other here in 4 days. The poor kid had no choice but to agree. Night had fallen. Many windows in the apartment buildings were on fire, and indignant shouts were heard from one of them. One of the girls tearfully begged her sister to let her have the surgery because she couldn't live like this anymore. She doesn't know what it's like to live in this country as a female half-orc because she's a pureblood. Worry could be heard in the other woman's voice. This surgery involves cutting bones all over her body. What if she dies? Eun-sung silently watched the fight, and he didn't have the chance to intervene. Her complex over her appearance had gotten worse when she moved to high school. Can it? Please, not this. Yoon-sung looked behind the closet in frustration. There was a wire, so that's how. He expected something like this, but why? Red Star were following his sisters? Yoon-sung was about to return. Someone called out to him. It was a man. He has some questions for him. Yaminjin's voice was tired and hoarse, so don't let him think of running away. Eun-sung froze in midair like that. Lately, he's been crossing paths with strange people too often. Who the hell is this? A moment later, it came to him that it was a living person who was at the height of the 15th floor. He looked the silhouette man over from head to toe. Does that mean that he's a magician? Panic gripped the boy's whole being. He didn't want to get himself in trouble. Time to get out. Ye Mingjin sighed. He knew he would, but he was so tired from today. Unsung swiftly dashed away, going to hide in his hiding place. Suddenly, he felt a surge of dark energy behind him, a nasty laugh echoing through the air. The enraged ghosts, driven by the magic of necromancy, swooped down on the boy, baring their predatory mouths. The vicious creatures clawed at the boy, clawing at him with sharp claws. Unsung shouted while Ye Minjun watched the whole scene. In a low voice, he repeated again, "Let him not even think of escaping. The ghost can't escape his grip even if he's dead." Unsung was silent. The hero realized that he would finally go along. He warned him not to do anything stupid and answer his questions honestly. The cold, penetrating gaze of the hunter startled Unsung. Ye Minjun asked, "Where are the dalants?" The boy became uncomfortable. By dalants, he means... After a couple minutes, Unsung was released from the restraints. He completely and honestly told the whole story. The hero couldn't believe it. He swallowed them. The ghost felt a drop of sweat run down his back as the hunter pierced him with a glare from the sneaky side. Does he think he's going to believe this? The boy flapped his paws with his wings. He meant it. Ye Mingjun did not take his embittered gaze away from him. How? Unsung was on the verge of tears. He was rubbing the flippers of the suit. He really doesn't know. What he felt when he touched them, he's sure it was absorption. The woman's words popped into his mind. She also thought the Delanthas had disappeared from his touch. The boy continued to make excuses in panic when Ye Minjun interrupted him. So he was trying to save the spirit that was caught by the dragon Chunshin? The boy confirmed it, the hero wondering if a ghost as unique as him even existed. Yunsung didn't understand the gist of his question, so he continued to remain silent in embarrassment. Ye Minjun's gaze softened a bit. He gave an explanation. Exorcist spells don't work on him. He asked, "Is there still a ghost that a psychic can't see like him?" The boy wasn't sure himself, but he'd never met a ghost like him before. The hero sighed heavily, then, seeming to be taken advantage of, the boy perked up. The organization does not have a ghost like him, and the ghost that helped the Red Star was caught by Chunshin. The boy was too naive to understand what it means. Chairman Kim Kwangwoo is a psychic, and a pretty strong one at that. But that ghost, Yunsung himself mentioned that he was secretly following Kim Kwangwoo for a long time, right? Hunter questioned the whole story. Finally, the boy understood. But why would the Red Star? Ye Minjun sighed heavily. He didn't want to break the kid's heart. They're not the champions of justice they seem to be. To gain favor with the poor, they distributed only about 10% of what they stole from the rich, and then abandoned those who joined them without a drop of pity. That's the true nature of the Red Star. Tears came to Yunsung's eyes, it turns out, when they were spying on his sisters. Are they really holding hostages so he won't betray them? The ghost fell to his knees and shook his whole body. How did he not realize it before, those damn bastards? All this horrible information has made the ghost hysterical. What can he do now? Ye Mingjun activated magic. It's simple. He has to make a deal with him. At those words, Yunsung quickly calmed down and asked incredulously, "Make a deal?" Ji Sungan was sitting in her office, flipping through the news feed on her phone, when she came across the horrible news. She blinked a few times, hoping she was dreaming. Breaking news. Is the old school actually a no-brainer for an underground case? She pressed her lips together unhappily, reading the article. At that moment, heavy and quick footsteps sounded in the corridor that led to her office. A man in a suit burst into her office, screaming and cursing. Ji Sungan definitely didn't want to see Kim Kwangwoo now. In an even voice, she greeted him. It's been a while. The man slammed his heavy palms on her desk. The wood groaned. The school was completely emptied. Could Chunshin recognize? The woman urged him to calm down. The only people who could do anything right now were the migrants. And Jenkinson. Kim Gwangwoo raised his eyebrows in surprise. Why would Jenkinson do that? Ji Sungan raised her squinted eyes at him. She thinks that Chunshin and Jenkinson made an agreement. The man continued to scream. The woman gradually began to get a headache. How? They are enemies. They will unite. Then their plans are over. The Red Star leader shook her head. She didn't think so. They only made a deal because they needed each other. If either of them made a mistake, they would tear at each other's throats. Such is the nature of these insatiable monsters. Ji Sungan tried to make her voice softer and more convincing. He shouldn't worry about the school. They will leave as soon as possible and get rid of the problems in the future. There's nothing to be done. Finally, Kim Kwangwoo is calmer. But the Red Star squad has disappeared and she looks calm. The woman waved her hand nonchalantly. It's okay. They'll just start over. Her lips curved in a smile. They would easily find people to replace them until poverty was gone from this country. Kim Kwangwoo smiled satisfied. He nodded relaxedly, right? Then we need to get rid of Chunshin as soon as possible. To say that there is a support program for the poor among the orcs. Many poor people have bought into it. There was arrogance in the man's voice. If you're a dragon, you're a dragon. And you shouldn't give a shit about this shitty neighborhood. Ji Sungan, with a chuckle, handed him the clipboard. Wasn't that why their ghost went for a walk to her lair? Kim Kwan-woo quickly ran his eyes over the text and map and familiarized himself with the information. Wow, dragon spirit. His thick lips contorted into a carnivorous smile, revealing sharp fangs. That's it. That's enough. With this, they can get rid of Chuncheon once and for all. He may not be able to compare to the dragon Changchun, but there is another dragon to his side as well. According to him, Chuncheon's ex-husband was burned. And there's also a rumor that she's the one who killed him, but if it's true, come to think of it. What Kim Kwan-woo heard in the den that day, he will never forget her sly look. The old lady was talking about how she was planning to build a medical center in the orc community. Hence, she would like to take over part of his earth. Her quiet, relaxed voice echoed off the cavernous walls. How about cooperating? Kim Kwang-woo has continued to be in a bow all this time, he agrees. The woman nodded contentedly, after which the orc rose to his feet. Kim Kwan-woo reached for the paper and pen, but there was a look of concern on his face, as his sensitive ears heard strange cries from the depths of the caves. The chairman tried to keep a cool face, pretending that he didn't hear it. Finally, he began to write his signature on the paper. He heard pleas for help. Involuntarily, the man turned toward the source of the sound. Chuncheon noticed his strange behavior. She inquired with increased interest. Is something wrong? The man shook his head, no big deal, and finished signing the documents. He knew now that it was the spirit of Chuncheon's ex-husband who had been killed by her. The chairman crossed his arms over his chest and sighed heavily. There is one more detail. The Changcheon Medical Center is built on his land. It doesn't look good there either. Since he was curious about what was going on there, he sent a spy into the clinic, and it seems that some of the people who were hired there have disappeared without a trace. For the most part, these people were perfectly healthy. That's what's so strange. The man exclaimed indignantly. Obviously, she was sending them somewhere else to set up a military organization behind Jenkinson's back. Well, why else would she build a center? Is it really to help the poor? Ji Songen didn't deny that there could be such a thing. The man grinned. If Jenkinson finds out about it, then they can get rid of Chuncheon by Jenkinson's hands. Confidence in his victory once again swept over Chairman Kim Kwang-woo, right? Since Korea is Jenkinson's territory, he will personally punish Changcheon for breaking the promise made on his land, for desecrating their sacred race, and violating the Dragon Code. If you add up all the businesses in Changcheon, the number would pass 100. And after she dies, all the dragons will start fighting over them. It's unlikely that anyone will touch small and dubious businesses. Kim Kwang-woo crossed out the dragon's picture with a marker, and they'll take the opportunity to take them. As he promised he would share them with the Red Star, he extended his hand for a handshake. Ji-sung happily shook her back and thanked the chairman with a wide smile. The chairman was pleased with this fruitful discussion. Then he would schedule a meeting with Jenkinson right away. Whistling to himself, he headed for the door. Let Ji Songen wait for good news. The woman waved him goodbye and wished him luck. There was silence in the office for a while. She didn't make a sound. Only her frequent breathing could be heard. Ji Songen looked at the hand she had just shaken Kim Kwang-woo's hand with disgust and hatred. What an abomination. Yaminjun sighed heavily. He can't take his sisters away. They will immediately notice it. Once things settled down a bit, he would definitely make arrangements to move them to the safe place. Yun-sung thanked him in a frustrated voice. But the hunter reminded that the boy must assist him in everything. In return, Yun-sung felt uneasy, but he had no choice. Ye Minjun nodded satisfactorily. Excellent. First of all, what he is interested in is this. Why would they lie so much to get the boy to do something like this? Yun-sung should tell him in order how it was. The ghost of a boy sighed heavily. Yes, at first. For the next half an hour, Yun-sung emotionally told the hunter, in every detail and color, how things really were. By the middle of the story, the boy was already out of breath. Ye Minjun interrupted him. Had the Red Star leader questioned him in detail about the internal structure of the vault at the head office of the Changcheon Bank? If we analyze his words, it turns out that the Red Star's not chasing the Dlants. She herself called their disappearance an accident. Perhaps they sent someone on a reconnaissance mission to rob a bank later? But there, Chuncheon itself has put up a barrier. The man thought deeply and fell silent. How do they plan to slip through? He raised his eyes to the boy again. He says he's been to Chuncheon's lair, right? Did he see anything there? For a brief moment, the boy wondered, in the den. Well, there was the treasure, the library, the meat. The painful screams of the dragon spirit flashed through his mind, and he fell silent, stopping half-heartedly. The boy mumbled something, unable to pronounce normally. The hero waited patiently. Yun-song finished telling about the chained dragon spirit. Finally, Ye Minjun remembered that he needed to breathe. Shock was clearly written on his face. A dragon spirit imprisoned in a magic circle? Maybe he was just imagining it. But the boy said he was serious. Then Jenkinson's words popped up in the hero's mind. There's a secret between dragons. Chuncheon, she's a bit out of her mind. Her last husband, who died in China, Rumor has it that she killed him. Minjun couldn't believe it was true, he muttered through his teeth. Chunshin, this is a crazy old lady. If Jenkinson finds out. The hunter once again remained in silent contemplation, while Eun-sung watched him, shaking with anxiety and waiting for the man to at least say something back to him. Right, if she dies, then that barrier will disappear on its own. Red Star, those bastards trying to bring Jenkinson and Chunshin together, they're trying to bite more than they can invite. Minjun dialed the dragon. The beeps went on for a languidly long time. As soon as Jenkinson picked up the phone, he spoke first. The man listened to him carefully. Minjun didn't expect to hear that. He noisily sucked in a sniff of air with his nose. What? He realized, heading out now, finally the puzzle was starting to come together. Yoon-sung was frankly starting to panic. There were so many things going on around him, and he didn't understand anything at all. Ye Min-jun told him to follow him. The boy shook like an aspen leaf. He asked where they were going. Like where to the elder dragon Jenkinson? Yoon-sung felt like he was about to pass out. Since they didn't need to waste time on transportation, the man and the ghost made it to the company building in a couple of minutes. But what was the reason why Ye Min-jun needed to come to the building so urgently? A man whose skin was green bowed deeply in the chairman's office. Kim Kwan-woo fawned before the dragon. He was pleased to greet the greatest being. The man had no intention of stopping in his flattery. He would continue to cajole. It was an honor. Jenkinson only watched silently, waving his hand to say he could get up. Did he bring the chairman to the point? He says he wanted to show him something? Kim Kwang-woo played the role of an obedient subordinate and handed the chairman a packet of documents. Chairman Jenkinson looked thoughtfully over a couple of sheets that lay on top. Once he realized the gist of the content, he tossed the stack of papers back on the table and raised his pink eyes to Kim Kwan-woo in anticipation. Despite his calm face, the orc was chuckling deep down. He was sure that the chairman was boiling with anger right now and would want to tear Chunshin to pieces. But the reality was completely different. The chairman was completely calm. Why didn't he react? Chairman Jenkinson made a slight nod toward the documents on the table and tapped his finger on them. This information, where did he get it from? If he learns that the man is affiliated with the Red Star, who believe dragons are socially evil, Kim Kwan-woo swallowed noisily. Jenkinson would definitely eat him alive. The chairman bowed again with contrived reverence. He's willing to sink to the bottom for survival and fumble in the garbage, but there's a promise he must keep. The dragon still remained calm as well. He admitted that he had heard something about Kim Kwan-woo. For example, that he's a very talented businessman who regulates everything that goes on in the orc community. Kim Kwan-woo continued to hold his bow. He smiled, the chairman flattering him. However, the dragon continued. He also knows that he is not strong enough to penetrate the elder dragon's lair. Kim Kwang-woo covered in sweat. How did he know? The door creaked open. Someone else had broken into the office. The man looked around. In front of him, Ye Min-jun was standing in a relaxed pose, leaning on the door jamb. But he wasn't alone. Next to him was the ghost of a boy in a penguin costume. Kim Kwang-woo realized that there was no point in pretending to be a fool anymore. He shouted angrily. The hunter gave the boy a command to take it. Yoon-sung obediently swooped down on the chairman. Kim Kwang-woo froze in shock. What does that mean? But it was too late. The boy's ghost had entered his body. The violent collision plowed the man's body to the ground. He grunted heavily, landing on his knees. When the man raised his eyes to the agent, his look, his tone of voice, his facial expression, everything, became much softer and naive. Ye Min-jun moved closer and started looking at the boy with interest. And how is it? As expected, Kim Kwang-woo has an exorcist talisman, but it doesn't work on Eun-sung, and perhaps because of his predisposition to the power of spirits. It could stay in his body for quite some time. Ye Min-jun shifted his relaxed gaze to Chairman Jenkinson. He's going to defer the charges against Chunshin, right? A man and can't otherwise. Even if what he saw in the Changchon Dragon's lair was in fact, they will only help the Red Star if they attack this old lady first. First, they have to deal with both Red Star and Kim Kwang-woo's gang at the same time. As the men continued to discuss the next plan, Yoon-sung continued to watch them with a confused look. His eyes like he was following a tennis ball, running from one to the other. Wait a minute. What kind of person is Ye Min-jun to talk to an elder dragon like that? Yoon-sung realized he was deep in thought when the hunter called out to him several times, and he finally called back. Ye Min-jun grinned. How about a little introduction? The boy panicked. Does he really want him to pretend to be this old man and infiltrate his gang? Ye Min-jun laughed. Someone has watched too many movies. Even if he looks like him, he's actually only 20 tails. Yoon-sung thinks he won't be figured out. Ye Min-jun grew serious. He had a different task in front of him. He looked toward the chairman. Jenkinson snapped his fingers. In just a moment, the office was filled with people, all of whom were security and other subordinates. Eun-sung had never seen such a thing in his life. He jumped up in surprise. A few minutes passed, and he himself did not realize how he found himself on the set, with people bustling around. One of the workers clapped his hands. "The stage is set!" Another man also withdrew. "The camera is set up." Chairman Jenkinson insisted that Yoon Sung be thoroughly makeup. A slew of makeup artists swept the guy up under their arms and led him to a table with a pile of makeup. Yoon Sung felt out of place. It was the first time he was under the supervision of a rich man. The boy twitched periodically because of the new sensations. The makeup artists asked him not to move. Yoon Sung puzzledly groped his face. Many wounds and bruises were drawn on it. "What's all this for?" Yemin-jun moved closer and appraised. "Excellent, this is the one." He waved his hand toward the set, now let him sit there. Eun Sung sat down on the bloody chair with even more bewilderment. What are they doing? It's actually not that hard to fight both Red Star and Kim Kwang-woo's gang at the same time. But first, the hunter would like to loosen them. As he spoke, Ye Min-jun was adjusting the camera in parallel. He'll make them fight against each other. That's the most effective way. So Yoon Sung will have to do the video while he is in Kim Kwang-woo's body. Ye Min-jun slammed the twisted script on the surface. Cut! He resented it. They've reshot it for the umpteenth time. No, his voice sounds too soft. He's a gang leader. He's got to fit in. Let him square his shoulders and be serious. Cut! 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 Disgruntledly sounded over and over again. Ye Min-jun became more and more tired and embittered. Finally, after a long time, something came out. Ye Min-jun realized that he wouldn't squeeze more out of the boy. He waved his hand. Okay, that should be enough. Now the editing stage begins. They will edit everything to make it look like the video was recorded months ago. Ye Min-jun then he shifted his gaze to Yoon Sung and poked the script in his direction. He asked the boy to wipe off the makeup and fix the costume, basically. To put everything back the way it was. To be honest, Yoon Sung was glad to get up from his chair and wash off his makeup. All that time filming had made his body stiff and his face itchy. Ye Min-jun once again meticulously looked him over from head to toe. After he raised a finger up, "Great. He knows what he's doing next, right?" Yoon Sung walked to the next office. This time he was being filmed by a surveillance camera. Chairman Kim Kwang-woo's car pulled out of Jenkinson's underground parking lot. The tires rustled quietly on the asphalt. The road was empty as it was now late night. Eun Sung got out of Chairman Kim Kwang-woo's body with a relieved exhale. The exasperated look on his face returned. The man moaned tiredly. The car stopped in the middle of the road. Kim Kwang-woo felt lightheaded, aching all over his body and disoriented. Where was he? Before he could regain consciousness, a speeding truck slammed into his car. The next day, the news headlines were blazing. Yesterday morning, a collision between a sedan and a truck packed with explosives occurred. Thanks to DNA testing, police found out that the driver of the truck was Kim Woo. The news broadcast the aftermath of the collision. The driver of the sedan was businessman Kim Kwang-woo. The sound of the table hitting the table. The man who killed my father was from Red Star? One of the brothers confirmed. Yeah, he asked around, and it turns out the truck driver was one of them. The orcs didn't expect this at all. But why so sudden? Didn't they negotiate a truce? They have no reason to cooperate with them anymore. The eyes of one of the mobsters became bloodthirsty. They made an alliance just to get rid of the dragon Chuncheon. Only they, the sons, knew about it. But on this day, when their father died, he went to Jenkins to report the weakness of Chuncheon. The Red Star bastards probably gave this information to their father, expecting Jenkinson to tear him apart. Then they can't seize the crumbs left over from Jenkinson's massacre of Chuncheon. Anger swam in the man's chest and he clenched his fists. But things didn't go according to plan. Jenkinson let their father go unharmed. He turned out not to be the cruel dragon he thought he was. Those things killed their father with their own hands because their plans went awry. The younger brother turned to the older brother. What should they do? They are left with only one way to pay the organization for the insult caused. With a sudden movement, the man pulled a pistol from behind his sinus. And this is war. One of the buildings of the Red Star organization was set ablaze by the attack. Fire was roaring, and the sounds of gunfire could be heard. Swear words came off the lips of Kim Kwang-woo's son. This is for his father. Overwhelmed with rage, he jammed the trigger of his automatic rifle. The windows of the burning building exploded glass inward, trapping people. The Red Star people were just as angry. After all, they didn't do it. One of them was about to give Furious a fight back, but was too reckless. He was shot in the head. One of the mafia squads reached another location, Red Star, but it was already blown to hell. As people looked around in incomprehension, someone jumped out of the window of the building at high speed. Claws and a powerful tail gleamed in the light of the lanterns. The orcs panicked, were scattering around. It's a superhuman. Much taller than the average human. With just a couple of blows, he wiped out the entire squad. Those damn thugs, they didn't kill Kim Kwang-woo. So why is this happening? The creature was sure of its victory too soon. Suddenly, its chest was pierced by someone's sword. The wolf turned around sharply, rapidly losing a large amount of blood. The last thing he saw was his killer. It was an orc from Kim Kwang-woo's gang. Overwhelmed with hatred, the man spat and swore, "Bitch kids!" Yun-sung watched this bloodbath without anyone noticing. He remembered Ye Min-jung and Chairman Jenkinson's last order. "Park where we told you to and get out." That's certainly not what Yun-sung imagined when the hunter promised that a special driver would take care of Kim Kwang-woo. Ye Min-jun assured that everything would be fine since the undead would be driving. He can relax. Everything is going according to plan. Since he was one of the leaders in the Red Star, Ye Min-jun killed him in the headquarters, disguised as a school. Due to this incident, a misunderstanding will arise and they will go ahead with their plan. Yun-sung should have now headed to the next target. And it's Ji Sung-young, the woman who deceived him. She's probably scared to death right now since it didn't go according to plan. To understand what is going on, she will use it as much as possible, as it and a valuable source of information. Ji Sung-gen looked haggard. Her voice no longer had that contrived cheerfulness in it. She dryly said hello to Yun-sung and apologized for the change of venue as their situation had changed. She needs to find out why Kim Kwan-woo's gang suddenly attacked her organization. The chairman went to Jenkinson the day he was killed, so it is up to the boy to keep an eye on Chairman Jenkinson. Ye Min-jun promised that the dragon would take his sisters out. Once he was done, the man would signal him. After that, he could start acting. While everything was going according to plan without a hitch, the hero received a call from the chairman. He has everything ready. Ye Min-jun dropped the call. Now it was his turn to act. Right now, he was all alone on the grounds of a building destroyed by the battle between the two organizations. Ye Min-jun's gaze radiated confidence. There was no way he would back down. Yun-sung portrayed an intense fear. He even made his body tremble. Follow the elder dragon Jenkinson? Not just to infiltrate his lair, but to follow him, it was too dangerous. He prayed in his mind that he could hold out as long as possible until Mr. Agent gave him the signal. Ji Sung-gen was too tired to hide her anger. She clutched her forehead. "You mean he won't do it?" Yun-sung lowered his voice. "Well, this is a bit much," the woman angrily mumbled. The leader's eyes exuded coldness. She thought he was really worried about his sisters, but apparently nothing of the sort. Yun-sung couldn't hold back his anger. He clenched his teeth. Let him not even dare to mention them. Ji Sung-gen waved her hand and laughed lightly. Why is he frowning so much? There's no need to scare her. Is he really going to attack her right now? You could hear the sneer in her voice. Let him not even think about taking over her body. Her coworkers are watching them right now. So if he so much as laid a finger on her, his sisters would immediately... Ji Sung-gen didn't finish as she felt a powerful stream of wind rush past her. The only way out of this room, a metal door, slammed sharply shut so hard that the beams on the ceiling rattled. Everywhere, black ribbons burst out from all corners, which crossed the paths of retreat. Ye Min-jun had finally arrived. Ji Sung-gen began to frankly panic. How did he know about this place? We need to teleport now. But it was too late. Yun-sung was only a few millimeters away from her and was rapidly approaching. His voice was overflowing with anger and despair. She can't escape! Just like last time, the punch was too powerful, so Ji Sung-gen's body was knocked down. But this time it wasn't that simple. The woman rose to her knees, clawing at her hair, and screamed. She howled, wriggled, and rolled around on the floor like a possessed woman. He must leave her body immediately. Yun-sung was desperately fighting for his place. He couldn't get her under control. How strong is her psyche? Yun-sung had no pity for the woman. He slammed her head against the floor with all his might. She let out a whine, "That damn ghost." Yun-sung couldn't believe what kind of life she had lived. Since her psyche is so strong, she's stronger than Kim Kwang-woo, the gang boss. The ghost of the boy continued to threaten the woman. Let her better surrender, she won't win. Ji Sung-young continued to push with all her might. Yun-sung was starting to panic. He was losing control. At this rate, she would knock him out of her body. Yun-sung kept clinging on from the last. He should be able to hold on until Ye Min-jun comes. Yun-sung sharply yanked Ji Sung-gen's body again. Why won't she stop? The boy was not going to give up. He concentrated all his strength. The building lit up with golden light. Finally, everything quieted down. Ji Sung-gen's body was left alone. Yun-sung opened his eyes. Did it really work? He came to a stop, gradually coming to his senses. His lips stretched involuntarily in a smile. Filled with joy, he threw his hands up and shouted, "He did it!" Suddenly, there was a muffled knock on the door behind him. Yun-sung jumped up in fright. He heard another knock, much stronger than the previous one. The door swung open. Agent Ye Min-jun showed up. The man raised his eyebrows slightly and looked around the room, and the man standing before him in surprise. Yun-sung turned around at the noise and cheerfully called out the hunter's name. The agent stepped closer and praised him. Great, he did well. Ye Min-jun ordered the ghost to leave the woman's body so they could interrogate her. Concentrating, Yun-sung tried to get out of his body, but nothing happened. Yun-sung raised his eyes to Ye Min-jun in a puzzled manner. as if he knew more about exorcism than he did. The ghost tried again. He strained as hard as he could, but nothing came out. What's going on? He should have left her body by now, since it wasn't originally his. But here's the problem. The body itself won't let him go. Ye Mingjun tensed up. What's wrong? He can't get out. Eun-sung felt ashamed for letting the agent down at such a serious moment. Tears of resentment came to his eyes. Ye Mingjun tiredly rubbed the bridge of his nose. He would go crazy so soon. Why the hell isn't this working? Suddenly an epiphany came into his head. The man froze. The body displaces the spirit that has entered it because two souls cannot be in the same body at the same time. The body protects its true owner and therefore repels the alien spirit. This is usually what happens. But what if the only soul in the body is not its true owner? The body will perish if even such a spirit leaves it, so it will instinctively hold on to it. Sounds like a total no-brainer, but it seems like a wedge is being driven. This guy is a fake body owner. If he displaced this woman's soul, the hero activated his powers. To confirm his theory, he looked around the space around them. But nothing was coming together. Why is there nothing? If she was kicked out of her body and flew into the light, there should have been at least a trace left behind. But if it didn't fly into the light, then it was destroyed? No. The only thing he knows about the destruction of souls is that the committee uses Delantes to do it. A frightening realization came to Ye Minjun's mind. He raised a shocked look at Eun-sung. It's about Delance. Eun-sung said he absorbed the Delantes, didn't he? He looked around but found no soul of her. There wasn't even a trace of her left here. The kid panicked, but where did she go? Ye Minjun poked a finger in his direction. But the naive kid still didn't understand anything. He laughed with relief. She's a very sound sleeper? Ye Minjun exhaled heavily and shook his head. Only a committee knows how to pull off such a thing. So he has no idea how the boy did it. But Eun-sung's absorbed Dalance. With their help, he had succeeded in destroying this woman's soul. Eun-sung refused to believe it. Destroyed, he? But Ye Minjun was serious. He wanted to know what the guy did when he fought for control of this body. Eun-sung thought about it. Yeah, it seems like nothing. Ji Sung-in just kept telling him to back off. Eventually he got so angry, he told her to stop. When asked by the hunter how he felt, the lad stated that it was much better than he thought. Quite comfortable, as if it were his own body. The hero felt a chill in his chest. This is what the committee does when they place the soul of a prisoner in another body. He knew that soul-destroying required a Dalant, but what about technique? So, with true Dalance, it is possible to move one's soul into a different body and running away from the committee? Walking down the stairs, Ye Minjun tried to figure out how he felt about this. After all, this was a good opportunity. So, how does he get 1,000,000 dalliances out of this kid? We need to keep him close to him and explore. Before he could finish his thought, Eun-sung's voice came from behind him. It seems that this body considers him its true owner. Ye Minjun froze. Why, did something change? When Eun-sung was in Chairman Kim Kwang-woo's body, his memories were inaccessible to him. But now, he can clearly see all of the woman's experiences. Ye Minjun was surprised, really. And what's there? Eun-sung closed his eyes and concentrated. A moment later, he opened them wide and shook his whole body. 1, 2. How many did she kill? Eun-sung felt bad looking into all these memories. He fell to his knees. His condition was terrible. He couldn't stop. This woman? It's really Red Star. Eun-sung was breathing heavily, tears rolling down his face. This is a human rights union. There was a rumble of thunder outside, followed by rain pounding on the roofs of the houses. Ye Minjun and Eun-sung made their way to Chairman Jenkinson's company as quickly as possible. In a hurry, the hunter enlightened his acquaintance about the origin of the Red Star. Giving a little help to the slum dwellers didn't win the trust of the orcs, who make up a large percentage of the local gang. The orcs who had joined the Star were doing raids for them. But in fact, they were only helping the main organization, the Human Rights Union. The Red Star apparently found this amusing. Chairman Jenkinson thought deeply, rubbing his chin. This information would help them destroy the Star. Following this, he asked a question he had long wondered about. Chanchon was pressing them. What would he do with the Dalants? The woman continues to ask about the tasks she has assigned them. Ye Mingjun covered his eyes and made a verdict. 1,000,000 talents absolutely was lost by chance. No further investigation was required. He even checked the head's memories just in case. But she doesn't know anything about anything. Even if they destroy the Red Star or the Human Rights Union, it won't bring back the Dalants. The key to retrieving the Dalants lies in Eun-sung, that ghost. And now he can't even get back to his usual form. The guy's condition is pretty dire. He was barely able to keep him from committing suicide. If Eun-sung died now, it would be his second time. It was unknown if his ghost form would remain unharmed. What if something goes wrong and he turns into a restless spirit? Well, at best he'll find peace in the afterlife. This is an unprecedented situation, so there is no guarantee that everything will go smoothly. At this moment, Ye Minjun is gathering information on the matter. From the sound of his voice, Chairman Jenkinson was not very pleased, but he had no choice. He would give Chunchin a report on it. But there's another problem to be solved that has to do with this old lady, namely the dragon spirit in Chunchin's lair. Kim Kwang-woo and Yoon Sung's testimony alone is not sufficient grounds to attack her. They need a more trustworthy person who could confirm this. The dragon threw a meaningful glance towards Ye Minjun. Hunter took the hint and sighed heavily. He really didn't feel like doing this. A thin and wiry man of unremarkable appearance was changing into a janitor's uniform. Ye Mingjun interjected, "Spy?" The chairman explained that he had recruited one of the staff working in her den. He's not sure what Chunchin is up to, but at least this man can report her arrival and departure from the caves. When the woman leaves the lair, he will turn Ye Minjun into Iju. After that, it would be up to himself. Ye Minjun squinted thoughtfully. He understood. For some reason, Chunchin had been holed up in the den for days on end, but today, she finally left. Ye Minjun really hoped that he would finish his investigation today. The orcs standing nearby in the locker room were talking amongst themselves, one of them complaining that the place was getting worse every day. Ye Minjun listened. These men were saying something about the 30th floor. Several trucks were sent to it yesterday. Ye Minjun froze, remembering the 30th? This is the place where Unsung saw the dragon spirit. Donning his work uniform, the hunter walked out of the locker room and into the corridors of the caves. Chunchin, what's she doing on the 30th floor? Ye Minjun couldn't wait to deal with this. He headed towards the elevator as someone called out to him. A small car stopped behind him, which illuminated his silhouette with the bright light of its headlights. The driver's voice was low and filled with aggression. He's not from here, is he? Ye Minjun didn't turn around. He didn't want to shine his face. The man rode. What is he doing here?